Chapter 822. Yang Feng pinched the God-Slayer white jade sword fragment, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. So this is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Unfortunately, it's just a fragment. Did you get this Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment in this world? The god's eyes couldn't help but reply, yes. I got the God-Slayer white jade sword in this world. Transparent threads extended from the phantom ruler and pierced into the god's eyes, causing the god's eyes to fall into a muddle-headed state, hovering between real and illusory, unable to control his body. Yang Feng asked, what Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragments do the demon venerable and dragon emperor have? The god's eyes answered, they are all God-Slayer white jade sword fragments. This world was originally a Grade 2 plane, slightly inferior to the 36 primary material planes. It has great evolutionary potential. An unknown Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse extracted the plane origin will of the entire plane to nourish the Empyrean-grade secret treasure God-Slayer white jade sword, which is why this world has become so strange. The human Warlock Emperors of the 8 Warlock Emperors have conquered countless planes. However, there are also some Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses hidden in the countless planes. They hide in the darkness of history, seal themselves, and wait for the arrival of the eternal sovereign age. Only Eternals had eternal life, supreme and invincible power. Once someone promotes to an eternal sovereign, then countless planes in the universe will fall under their control. Even the invincible 8 Warlock Emperors can't withstand a single blow from an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng uttered flatly, as expected of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, what a big move. He extracted the world origin force of a Grade 2 plane to nourish his secret treasure. However, something must have happened to the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten this treasure. The god's eyes uttered, the God-Slayer white jade sword no longer has its owner's soul brand. Clearly, its owner has died. Moreover, the time of this world has been distorted by the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. 10,000 years have passed in the outside world, but 10 million years have passed in this world. All the arrangements of the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse were obliterated by time, which is how we obtained the God-Slayer white jade sword fragment. Holding the God-Slayer white jade sword, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, it is not an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that I forged myself. Even if it is completely repaired, I can at most exert 70% of the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Every Emperor-grade secret treasure possessed spirituality. At the same time, they possessed world-shaking might. Unless it was an Emperor-grade secret treasure that he had personally refined and left his mark on it from the very beginning, he would not be able to bring out the peerless power of that Emperor-grade secret treasure. Otherwise, even if it is another Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with an Empyrean-grade secret treasure forged by their predecessors, they can at most exert 80% of the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Except for the Dawn Lord, the other 8 Warlock Emperors all have Empyrean-grade secret treasures they forged themselves, which are the embodiment of their flawless grade essence core. The human 7 Warlock Emperors with their exclusive Empyrean-grade secret treasures were invincible emperors who swept through the world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, however, I don't have to bite off more than I can chew. As long as I can get the complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure God-Slayer white jade sword, I'll have another trump card. A complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure was enough to suppress a Warlock dynasty. The reason why the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties are in a stalemate, and none of them can annex the other Warlock dynasty, is that the 4 forces have Empyrean-grade secret treasures as their underlying strength. Once the 4 Warlock dynasties go all out and sacrifice countless Warlocks to stimulate the power of Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can even slay Warlock monarchs and seriously injure weaker Holy Spirit Warlocks. Because of this, although the Tsungji plane is coveted by countless races, but it is still the world of human Warlocks. On one hand, it is because of the deterrence of the core world's human Warlock powerhouses. On the other hand, it is because the 4 Warlock dynasties are indeed very powerful. The reason why the Bright Moon Province, one of the 36 greater provinces, was seized by Yang Feng is because the Great Cloud Dynasty has to suppress countless planes, and its powerhouses are widely distributed. Moreover, after the Great Cloud Dynasty wiped out the 10 great sects, there was a power vacuum in many places, and its strength was greatly weakened. Coupled with the rebellion of several great families, the Great Cloud Dynasty had no choice but to compromise with Yang Feng's undying mountain. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he asked curiously, "God's eyes, you're just an ordinary infinity warlock, how can you have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years?" The God's eyes answered, "In the depths of this plane's core, there is an eternal God tree light of eternity. I once obtained a few light of eternity in the core world, which is why I have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years." Yang Feng's breathing became rapid, and his eyes flashed with excitement. "Light of eternity, it's the eternal God tree light of eternity that has a miraculous effect on tempering the fleshly body. Each eternal God tree has the ability to increase lifespan, enhance soul aptitude, soul force, and fleshly body. In addition, each eternal God tree has a different emphasis. The Navagraha life-death fruit tree focuses on the soul aptitude and lifespan of a warlock. The light of eternity focuses on the lifespan and fleshly body of a warlock. Among the 8 warlock emperors, only the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord have mastered the light of eternity eternal God tree. After the Taboo Lord perished, the eternal God tree, the eternal light, disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. If an eternal God tree can absorb enough resources, it will generally bear a fruit every 10,000 years. In a world with distorted space, if there are enough resources, it can bear an eternal God fruit every 10 years. If Yang Feng can harvest the light of eternity fruits continuously, his fleshly body will be promoted to an incredible realm. Moreover, taking the light of eternity fruits can greatly increase Yang Feng's lifespan and nourish his origin power. For Yang Feng, the light of eternity is more important than the God Slayer White Jade Sword. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he said solemnly, "Take me to the place where the light of eternity is located." The location of the light of eternity is sealed by a world seal gate built by a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. Only by gathering 3 seal keys can you enter the world seal gate. At the time, I, the demon venerable, and the dragon emperor each seized a seal key. This is the key to the seal. The god's eyes spread the fingers of a hand, and a white key suddenly appeared and radiated resplendent light. Yang Feng grabbed the white key and sank into his thoughts. "If I use a devourer, I can destroy the world seal gate by force. But if that happened, the eternal light might be able to escape from the world seal door. With my current strength, it's not very realistic to keep the eternal God tree." Eternal God trees are peerless treasures passed down from the age of eternals. Eternal God trees have no fighting strength. Even if an ordinary person approaches them, they can pluck fruits from them. However, they also have spirituality and formidable escape abilities. Unless it is a great holy step powerhouse, even ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks can't keep them here. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "In that case, whether I want to gather the God Slayer White Jade Sword or get the eternal God tree the light of eternity, I need to get rid of the demon venerable and the dragon emperor." Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Then everything that happened today must be concealed. Otherwise, they won't be fooled." Fortunately, this is not the Tsangji plane. The phantom ruler distorts everyone's memories. The phantom ruler's figure suddenly appeared in the void, and its eyes opened strangely. Phantom ripples suddenly erupted and swept out in a radius of 1,000 miles. The demon ancestor destroyed the imperial palace just because His Majesty the Emperor disobeyed him. That's too savage. He single-handedly destroyed the entire Great Zhou Empire. In the places swept by the phantom ruler's fluctuations, the memories of the ordinary people were distorted. The memories of the ordinary people were distorted beyond recognition. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "God's eyes, submit to me or die, choose one." The phantom ruler's light dimmed, and the god's eyes recovered part of his will. The god's eyes flickered for a while, and then said respectfully, "I am willing to submit to you, sir." Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile, "Open your soul and let me set a soul brand." A crafty guy like the god's eyes is always thinking of rebelling against his master. If he doesn't set a soul brand, he will most likely rebel at any time. The god's eyes suddenly fell silent and exuded a gloomy aura. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I have no less than 10 infinity warlocks as subordinates. If you want to die, god's eyes, I can fulfill your wish. Your infinity core and bones are also top alchemy materials." "I understand, my lord." The god's eyes sighed, and a soul projection suddenly emerged from him. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless rune chains flew out from the true god Empyrean imprint, stabbed into the soul projection of the god's eyes, and set up a soul brand in the depths of the god's eyes' soul. When the true god Empyrean imprint disappeared, the god's eyes sensed that a fearsome brand appeared in the depths of his soul, and his heart shook at once. What an amazing method! Chapter 8:23. Chi Bor raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "Sir Demon Venerable, the demon ancestor has already led his troops into the prairie. Please stay and protect us, Sir Demon Venerable. We are your most devout believers." Those 500,000 cavalrymen were practically invincible in battle on the grasslands. Therefore, the Golden Tribe Imperial Court has always maintained a strategic offensive posture against the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Chu Empire immediately replaced the Great Zhou Empire as one of the 3 great empires of this world. At this moment, a voice suddenly drifted in the tent. Everyone's eyes blurred, and a person appeared in the center of the tent. Now, one of the 3 most powerful true gods of legend is standing in front of everyone and frankly losing to the newly risen demon ancestor. This naturally filled the hearts of the Golden Tribe Imperial Court's aristocrats with shock. The eyes of the Golden Tribe Imperial Court's aristocrats filled with shock, and they commented spiritedly, their eyes flashing with incredulity. The Golden Tribe Imperial Court has countless means to deal with the elites of the Great Zhou Empire. But against Yang Feng, who can annihilate 20,000 elite cavalrymen in one move, no one is willing to throw away their lives. When the Golden Tribe Imperial Court's aristocrats saw this scene, their complexion changed greatly, and they shivered, not daring to say a word. Chi Bor's fate made them understand that in the eyes of the Demon Venerable, they are just ants that can be killed at will. They have no status. Yang Feng taking Wu Meiying as a consort can greatly appease the old ministers of the Great Zhou Empire, so that they won't panic. At the same time, it can make the government more smooth. Before long, the news that the Great Chu Empire's Emperor Demon Ancestor took Wu Meiying, the daughter of the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming, as a consort spread throughout the Great Chu Empire. When Bo Er saw the young man, he respectfully knelt on the ground and bowed to the young man. When the news reached the Golden Tribe Imperial Court, the entire Golden Tribe Imperial Court fell into a panic. After the evil god's statue absorbed a large amount of blood, it opened its eyes, and a twisted vortex spread from its eyes, pierced into the void, and revealed a deeply hidden dark passage. "I am the Heavenly Venerable. Every warlock emperor has opened up a very powerful world inside them. That world is extremely vast, powerful, and has countless life forms and resources. Although it is slightly inferior to the 36 primary material planes, it cannot give birth to a warlock emperor rank existence. The 20,000 elites of the Black Wolf tribe took the initiative to intercept the army commanded by Yang Feng, but were completely annihilated by Yang Feng in one move. When the news reached the Golden Tribe Royal Court, everyone fell silent. Chi Bo Er's eyes flashed with a wisp of light as he said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" All the nobles of the Golden Tribe Royal Court knelt on the ground and bowed to the young man respectfully. God's eyes said indifferently, "I came here this time to find Demon Exalts. Chi Bo since you are this generation's heavenly Khan, you should have a way to summon the Demon Venerable. Go and summon the Demon Lord immediately. Tell him that I have been defeated by the Demon Lord. If we want to defeat Demon Alpha, none of the three of us can beat him. Only when the three of us work together can we suppress him." From the dark passage came a faint voice. "It's unclear whether it's a man or a woman." Pokiriot's eyes flashed with derision, and he flicked his finger, and an air beam slammed into Chi-Bo-er's head and blasted it apart. Red and white matter instantly covered the Golden Tribe royal court. "What's going on? How did the Heavenly Venerable lose?" Chi-Bo-er cut his wrist, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his hand and entered the evil god statue. The eyes of God's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he said solemnly, "I alone am not his opponent. But if the three of us work together, we can suppress him. He also hides a great secret, that is, the whereabouts of the corpse of the Warlock Emperor who manipulates this world. If we can get this great secret, it won't be impossible for us to promote to Holy Spirit Warlocks in the future." There was complete silence in the Golden Tribe royal court. No one dared to speak. When the generals made eye contact with Chi-Bo-er, they looked away, fear in their eyes. After all, the Great Chu Empire's foundation is too shallow, and its development is too fast. Most of the officials in the Great Chu Empire are officials of the Great Zhou Empire. Only in the center of the Great Chu Empire are some officials from the Myriad Demons Temple. The three Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses stayed in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. On the one hand, it was to heal the soul injuries caused by the collision of the three Empyrean grade secret treasure fragments. On the other hand, it was to find the location of the corpse of the fallen Warlock Emperor. Chi-Bo-er's eyes flashed with awe, and he spoke more respectfully, "So you are the mighty Heavenly Venerable. What brings you here?" "Heavenly Venerable. The Heavenly Venerable of legend who is as famous as the Demon Venerable." With a flash of black light, a 2-meter-tall, handsome young man with strange runes engraved on his face flew out of the dark passage. "He exudes a wicked charm." When the old ministers of the Great Zhou Empire heard this news, they felt a lot more at ease. The news that Yang Feng destroyed the Great Zhou Empire's imperial palace by himself has reached the Golden Tribe royal court. The Golden Tribe royal court has already sent countless spies to infiltrate the Great Zhou Empire, and all the spies returned with the same information. The ministers of the Golden Tribe royal court also started to doubt his words. "An ant-like thing dares to make demands of me, you really overestimate yourself. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can control a Warlock Emperor corpse and control the great world inside the corpse, it won't be a problem for them to promote to a Warlock Monarch. At the same time, there is a great possibility that they will spend tens of thousands of years to advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock." Chi-Bo-er said slowly, "Our people have confirmed it. The 20,000 elite cavalrymen commanded by the Great Chu Empire's Emperor, the Demon Ancestor, have entered the grassland and destroyed 36 tribes. The 20,000 elites of the Black Wolf tribe were wiped out by the Demon Ancestor. If you have any good ideas, please don't hesitate to mention them." 5 days after Yang Feng married Wu Meiying, he announced that he would lead 20,000 cavalrymen to the Golden Tribe royal court in the grassland. "I can help you." After the Great Zhou Empire's royal palace was destroyed, the Great Zhou Emperor immediately issued an imperial decree and ordered the remaining provinces of the Great Zhou Empire to surrender to Yang Feng's Great Chu Empire. Chi-Bo-er responded respectfully and took out a statue of an evil god with a green face and fangs, a burly figure, and a pair of dragon wings on the back. "God's eyes, it's you, you old fart. You came to me because your lifespan is about to run out. Do you want me to help you open the gate of the seal?" Gazes full of shock and awe focused on the god's eyes. Heavenly Venerables are peerless powerhouses of legend who possess the strength to destroy a state by themselves. In the grassland, the strong are revered. Naturally, they are even more in awe of the god's eyes. The god's eyes said lightly, and wisps of transcendent rank might slowly diffused. "Greetings, Demon Venerable. Before this, if the Great Zhou Empire dared to send 20,000 cavalrymen to attack the Golden Palace, they would definitely be wiped out by the Golden Palace's cavalrymen. But now none of the cavalrymen dared to stand up and fight Yang Feng. The entire grassland is the Golden Palace's pasture. As long as the Golden Palace wants to, it can mobilize 500,000 cavalrymen in a very short time. No, this pressure, he should be a heavenly venerable on the same level as the demon venerable. Pokiriot said casually, let's go. Let's go find the old dragon. Yes. The heavenly venerable. In the Golden Palace, the Khan of Heaven Chi Bo, is sitting on the throne. Knowing that the situation is hopeless, the provinces obeyed the imperial decree and surrendered to the Great Chu Empire. He's the heavenly venerable. The Celestial Master, the Demon Lord, and the Dragon Emperor were the three true gods in the most popular myths and legends in this world. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the three of them fought fiercely for the world, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack and the sun and moon to lose their light. There are traces of the battle left by the three terrifying existences everywhere. Pokiriot sneered, if you lost to him, then why are you looking for me? My strength is about the same as yours. Since that guy is an opponent you can't defeat, then I'm not his opponent either. The Demon Venerable is the belief of everyone in the Golden Palace. The aristocrats grew up listening to the legends of the Demon Venerable. Moreover, the way the Demon Venerable appeared is so strange and extraordinary. It is natural that the aristocrats are in awe of him. That ravine is 100,000 kilometers long. That ravine should be the trace left behind by the fight between the demon ancestor and the heavenly venerable. Below Chi Bo, sat the important ministers and generals of the Golden Tribe Royal Court. Within the Golden Tribe Royal Court, there was an atmosphere of tension, fear, and even despair. The god's eyes said flatly, Pokiriot, a warlock from the Tsungji Plain came to this world. He is a top infinity warlock and a body-tempering warlock. He has several complete holy grade secret treasures on him. I lost to him. What? The heavenly venerable lost? If the corpse of the warlock emperor fell into the hands of a top holy step warlock alchemist, they could even refine a complete Empyrean grade secret treasure. When the person suddenly appeared in the center of the tent, everyone's eyes were deeply attracted to him in an instant, as if he is the center of the universe. However, the world inside every warlock emperor rank powerhouse is a grade 2 plane that can give birth to holy spirit warlocks. It has countless resources and powerful life magic energy. In that case, I'll go with you to persuade the old dragon. Chapter 824. Pokiriot's figure suddenly blurred, and he disappeared from the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. The god's eyes abruptly disappeared from the Golden Canopy Imperial Court as well. Silence reigned in the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. The aristocrats looked at Chi Bo's corpse in the center of the Imperial Court in silence. Their eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light. The Golden Canopy Imperial Court was not the opponent of the Great Chu Empire's army commanded by Yang Feng to begin with. Now that the Gold Canopy Imperial Court's Khan of Heaven was crushed to death by the demon venerable they believed in like an ant, no one is in the mood to contend against Yang Feng. An aristocrat hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do we do now?" An aristocrat uttered with a cold smile, "The demon ancestor is a terrifying existence that even the demon venerable admits that he is inferior to. Since the demon venerable left, what else can we do? Surrender. The Great Zhou Empire surrenders to the demon ancestor, but it's just a change of name. It's still the same people who rule the Great Zhou Empire." That's right. As long as we have people by the demon ancestor's side, then there won't be a problem. With the veil of concealment exposed, the aristocrats of the Golden Canopy Imperial Court began to discuss the matter of surrender without the slightest scruple. Since the demon venerable of legend is not the demon ancestor's opponent, ordinary people like them have no psychological obstacles in surrendering. An aristocrat said to Zakuburo of the left, "Zakuburo, your daughter Kaina is the most beautiful woman in the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Wild geese flying in the sky and wild wolves running on the prairie will fall head over heels for her beauty. If she can gain the favor of the demon ancestor, then we will have a foothold." Gazes full of peculiarities focused on Zakubaro of the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Kaina is recognized as the #1 beauty of the younger generation in the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Even Khan of Heaven Chi-Bo, who is interested in her, hinted to Zakubaro several times. However, Zakubaro of the left, who is very distressed for his precious daughter, pretended not to understand Khan of Heaven Chi-Bo's hints, and let Kaina escape. Zakubaro keenly sensed danger and killing intent from the strange gazes around him. If he did not agree, countless hidden enemies would pounce on him and use this excuse to kill him and divide up his grassland, slaves, and herdsmen. Zakubaro said decisively, "All right. I am willing to offer my daughter, Kaina, to the demon ancestor." More than a dozen gazes surged with a trace of disappointment and apprehension. Once Zakubaro's daughter became the demon ancestor's personal pet, no one would dare to provoke Zakubaro again. The Khan of Heaven Chibur would not dare to attack an important minister of the Golden Tribe royal court like Zakubaro because of various scruples. Demon Ancestor, Celestial Venerables, and Demon Venerables were god-fiend powerhouses who didn't see the nobles as human beings. They would kill them at will. Such existences made the nobles of the grasslands extremely fearful. The Azure Sea region was the world's largest sea region. The Sea Dragon Empire was located in the Azure Sea region. It was an empire formed by 3 large islands and hundreds of thousands of islands floating in the sea. 2 black lights descended from the sky and instantly flew towards the Golden Dragon Island, one of the 3 big islands. What's that? 2 people, they're actually 2 people flying in the sky. How is this possible? Even a sea-treading martial sage can jump 20 zhang at most. They can't fly in the sky. Who are those 2 people? In front of the Sea Dragon Empire's imperial palace on the Golden Dragon Island, the imperial guards looked at the 2 experts flying in the sky, stunned and full of fear. Demon Venerable Pokuriat looked at the imperial guards of the Sea Dragon Empire and said with a cold smile, "The Demon Venerable has arrived. Sea Dragon Empire's emperor, hurry up and come out to greet him." A burst of weird laughter instantly enveloped the entire Sea Dragon Empire's imperial palace. The bodies of the imperial guards who were patrolling the city walls exploded one by one. In an instant, thousands of imperial guards had fallen, becoming corpses one by one. The strange death spread towards the imperial palace, plunging the people in the imperial palace into chaos and despair. Screams of horror rang out incessantly. The god's eyes, on the other hand, looked down with an indifferent expression on his face. The god's eyes, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, has become indifferent to life and death. At the same time, the number of people who have died at his hands is more than 10 million. In his eyes, the residents of this world were all like ants, so killing them was not a big deal. Only the top forces such as the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties can formulate strict laws to protect ordinary people. Ordinary people are the foundation of warlocks. Countless pinnacle infinity warlocks, warlock monarchs, Holy Spirit warlocks, and even warlock emperors are born from ordinary people. If there are no restrictions, an infinity warlock can kill countless ordinary people in the Great Cloud Dynasty within a year and refine them into monarch-grade soul stones or even holy-grade soul stones. In this way, although there will be one more warlock monarch rank powerhouse, but the existence of the entire human race will be seriously threatened. Therefore, the restrictions on warlocks in the Tsangji Plain are extremely strict. However, in this small world without a master, there are many infinity warlocks like the Demon Venerable Pokuriat who don't regard ordinary people as people. Cui Wuheng, the Emperor of the Sea Dragon Empire, greets Sir Demon Venerable. Please show mercy and spare the lives of my subordinates, Sir Demon Venerable. A middle-aged man in an imperial robe with an extraordinary bearing strode over under the protection of dozens of royal guards. In fact, the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming, the Golden Canopy Imperial Court's Khan of Heaven Qi Bor, and the Sea Dragon Empire's Emperor Cui Wuheng can all be regarded as wise monarchs. Unfortunately, in this era of transcendence, wise monarchs are powerless to reverse the situation. They can only kneel before transcendence and transcendence. The demon Venerable Procuriate said with a ferocious smile, Cui Wuheng, summon the Dragon Emperor and call out that damned old dragon. Otherwise, I will join forces with the Heavenly Venerable and kill everyone in the Sea Dragon Empire. Leave no one alive. A peerlessly terrifying aura emanated from the Celestial Lord's eyes body. The two terrifying auras of the celestial demon realm pressed down on the bodies of the mortals below like Mount Tai, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and even look at them directly. Is this the strength of the legendary Heavenly Venerable and Demon Venerable? Myth-rank powerhouses are really despairing. Cui Wuheng looked at the Demon Venerable and the Heavenly Venerable in the sky and sighed slightly, then took out an ordinary bead, cut his wrist, and a large amount of blood poured into the bead. The beads suddenly floated in the air and continued to expand, opening up to reveal a bottomless cave. Strands of terrifying dragon chi emanated from the cave, pressuring the mortals within 100 meters to the point that they could not breathe. A cold voice came from the cave, God's Eye, Procuriate, have the two of you joined hands? The Demon Venerable's eyes shimmered with a wicked light, and he said in a tempting tone, that's right. An infinity warlock who calls himself the Demon Ancestor came to this world and defeated the God's Eyes. That guy has the whereabouts of the corpse of the God Slayer White Jade Sword's master. How about it, are you interested in joining forces with us to kill that guy? The light of eternity has matured. As long as the three of us join forces and kill that guy, we can make up for the lifespan consumed with the light of eternity. If we can get that Warlock Emperor's corpse, the three of us can promote to Warlock Monarch rank existences. In the future, when we return to the Tsangji Plain, it won't be an issue to establish a Warlock dynasty. If the three Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses have an Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment in their hands and advance steadily, they may really overthrow the Great Cloud dynasty and establish a new Warlock dynasty. Okay, I'll join you. A purple figure flew out of the hole, and a tall, handsome young man with two dragon horns on his head, who looks to be only 15 or 16 years old, appeared in front of everyone. Cui Wuheng took a deep look at the young man, and his eyes shimmered with astonishment. That's the Dragon Emperor, so young. As expected of an immortal legend. Are you guys discussing how to ambush me? A flat voice suddenly came from the side. The void distorted, and Yang Feng slowly walked out of the void and looked at the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor with an enigmatic smile. Demon Ancestor. The complexion of the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor suddenly changed dramatically, and they retreated briskly and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension. The Demon Venerable's gaze fell on the God's Eyes and he asked coldly, God's Eyes, did you betray us? Standing aside, the God's Eyes uttered indifferently, Master's cultivation base is heaven-defying. You should surrender to him. You want me to surrender? The Demon Venerable smiled coldly and flicked his wrist, and a fragment of the White Jade God Slayer sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Wisps of Empyrean might spread from the fragment. The Dragon Emperor extended his hand, and a fragment of the White Jade God Slayer sword with only the hilt and a small part of the blade appeared in his hand. The Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor are both experienced infinity warlocks. Each of them has extremely rich combat experience. Since the God's Eyes betrayed them, they instinctively felt that something is amiss. Yang Feng clapped his hands and laughed, what a fast reaction. Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. Otherwise, since you have an Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment, even if I wanted to deal with you, I would have to pay a great price. Hand over the White Jade God Slayer sword fragment and the keys in your hands. The transparent threads hidden behind the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor suddenly became obvious. Involuntarily, the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor threw the White Jade God Slayer sword fragment and the two jade-like keys towards Yang Feng with a look of horror on their faces. Chapter 825. The God's Eyes looked at the flickering phantom ruler with astonishment in his eyes. What a powerful secret treasure. This is definitely a terrifying secret treasure at the pinnacle of illusions. Infinity Warlocks are top powerhouses in this world and are proficient in countless secret methods. It is easy to defeat them, but very difficult to kill them, and even more difficult to control them with illusions. For the Phantom Ruler to be able to control powerhouses like the God's Eyes, the Demon Venerable, and the Dragon Emperor is simply heaven-defying. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng grabbed the 3 keys and sealed them into 3 boxes, and then pinched the 3 parts of the God Slayer White Jade Sword together. With a flick of his finger, white light flashed, and the God Slayer White Jade Sword was pinched together and turned into a perfect blade. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret. Unfortunately, even if its surface can be repaired, but its internal injuries show no signs of healing. This Empyrean grade secret treasure still needs the plain origin force of this world to be fully repaired. Empyrean grade secret treasures are extraordinarily powerful. Each Empyrean grade secret treasure possesses world-shaking power and is extremely hard. Once an Empyrean grade secret treasure is fully formed, it must be a Warlock Emperor rank existence or the master who refined it. Otherwise, even a great holy step existence cannot destroy an Empyrean grade secret treasure. However, once an Empyrean grade secret treasure is severely damaged, it will be extremely difficult for it to recover. The God Slayer White Jade Sword was broken into several pieces, and its spirituality extinguished. With such a serious injury, even a Warlock Emperor rank existence can only extract the plain origin force of a grade 2 plane to heal it. Yang Feng sealed the God Slayer White Jade Sword in a jade box, looked at the 2 Infinity Warlocks with an enigmatic smile, and said, "Demon Venerable, Dragon Emperor, do you too submit to me, or die?" The Demon Venerable uttered with an unruly smile, "If you want me to submit to you, then wait until you reach the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. Then go to hell." Yang Feng appeared in front of the Demon Venerable with a step, stabbed a finger into the Demon Venerable's forehead, and dug, and the Demon Venerable's infinity core flew into his hand. A look of horror on his face, the Demon Venerable didn't expect Yang Feng to kill him, an Infinity Warlock, without hesitation. It should be noted that an Infinity Warlock is the highest realm expert in the Zhangji plane. Any Infinity Warlock can increase the strength of a major force by leaps and bounds. When the Dragon Emperor saw this, he said decisively, "Cui Yi is willing to serve you, please take me in." Yang Feng said coldly, "Release your soul." The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth, and a dragon-shaped soul projection suddenly appeared. With a flick of Yang Feng's finger, the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly appeared, and countless black rune chains stabbed into the dragon-shaped soul projection like a tide and engraved mysterious runes on it. Yang Feng said lightly, "Take me to the place where the light of eternity is sealed." God's Eye replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." With a sway of their figures, the 3 of them turned into 3 beams of light and flew into the distance. The Demon Ancestor. Cui Wuheng looked at the back of Yang Feng's group of 3 and sighed, looking like he has aged by dozens of years. Faced with the Demon Ancestor, the legendary Dragon Emperor was subdued without a single move. Cui Wuheng, who originally had no confidence in the Great Chu Empire to contend against the Demon Ancestor, felt even more despair now. The God's Eyes group of 3 flew in the sky for a while, and then finally plunged into the deepest part of the sea and entered a maelstrom. The maelstrom is filled with terrifying power that can crush everything. Even if it is a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, once they fall into the maelstrom, they will be shredded to pieces by the power of the maelstrom. Yang Feng's group of 3 are all Infinity Warlocks. Even though more than 99% of their life magic energy has been weakened by this strange world, but the remaining power of their fleshly body is still terrifying. The maelstrom's power cannot harm Yang Feng's group of 3. Yang Feng's group of 3 snuck down along the maelstrom for about 40,000 kilometers, when a bronze gate suddenly appeared and blocked in front of them. The bronze door was condensed from countless strange seals, and it was extremely powerful. It hovered between reality and illusion, and it emanated a desolate, mighty, and bottomless terrifying aura. Yang Feng stared at the bronze gate with admiration in his eyes. As expected of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, they made perfect use of the world's origin force. The most powerful force in the world is the power of time. Even if it is the power of a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, they can only exist for a few million years at most. Furthermore, they will weaken with time, and eventually be completely obliterated. However, the warlock emperor rank powerhouse used a secret method, used his power as a seed, and used the plane's origin force as a source of power to create a sealed gate. Even after who knows how many tens of thousands of years have passed, the bronze gate is still extremely powerful. Even if it is a Holy Spirit warlock, it will be difficult to break the bronze gate. After all, the bronze gate is linked to the whole world. Only a warlock emperor rank powerhouse can blast through the bronze gate with absolute power. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and 3 keys inserted into the bronze gate. Crack! Crack! An ancient, ear-piercing sound of the door opening came from the bronze gate, and a surge of world energy spread out from the bronze gate. When ordinary glorious sun warlocks are hit by the surging world force, they will be eroded by the world force and reduced to puppets of the world will, which will destroy the seal set up by the warlock emperor at all costs. However, Yang Feng's group of 3 are infinity warlocks with extremely firm minds. As such, the powerful world force cannot hurt them at all. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the bronze gate, he saw a 1,000-meter-tall eternal god tree light of eternity with 36 branches, each of which carries a cluster of light. The 36 clusters of light on the 36 branches of the eternal divine spell light of eternity are the fruits of light of eternity. It takes 10,000 years for a fruit of light of eternity to be born and to absorb countless resources. A fruit of light of eternity can increase a warlock's lifespan by 50,000 years, greatly enhance the strength of the fleshly body, and slightly enhance the soul force and soul aptitude of the warlock. Next to the eternal god tree light of eternity, there is a white pool of milky white spring water formed from world force. Yang Feng raised his hand, and the god slayer white jade sword turned into a stream of light and entered the milky white spring water. As if it has a life of its own, the milky white spring water entered the god slayer white jade sword and nourished the Empyrean grade secret treasure. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 36 jade boxes flew out and landed on the 36 fruits of light of eternity. The light of eternity shook slightly, and the fruits fell into the 36 jade boxes. Thank you. After thanking the light of eternity, Yang Feng turned around and left the world core with the 2 powerhouses, the Heavenly Venerable and the Dragon Emperor. This world belongs to me now. I can start to nurture my wings and improve my cultivation base here. As soon as Yang Feng stepped out of the world core, he looked into the distance, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The world-shaking tribulation that will affect the entire universe is about to arrive. Yang Feng has too little time. The time difference between this world and the outside world is 1,000 times, which can make his foundation more profound in a short period of time. At the same time, he can mend his foundation. A dozen days later, the Gold Canopy Imperial Court announced its submission to the Great Chu Empire and became a part of the empire. Not long after, the Sea Dragon Empire also announced its submission to the Great Chu Empire and became a part of the empire. The whole world was unified by Yang Feng and firmly under his control. The countless battle robots also entered this world through various teleportation gates and began to carry out various construction projects, secretly modifying this world. Yang Feng took out all the huge resources he plundered from the Cangji Plain and other plains and established an extraordinary holy land suitable for cultivation in this world. Wu Meiying, Qiao Mengluo, Qinghe Ziwei, Qian Jieyu, Ha Yaina, Regina, and other beautiful girls with outstanding soul aptitude collected by Yang Feng entered this extraordinary holy land to practice cultivation. Yang Feng's true body, in the deepest part of the extraordinary holy land, consumed the light of eternity fruits and practiced the primal chaos imperishable body, and began to comprehend various mysterious laws. Time elapsed. 1 year passed in the Cangji Plain, while 1,000 years passed in the strange world. In a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. There is already magic crystal dust around him, and advanced infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, and an enigmatic glint flashed in his eyes. There are not enough resources. At this rate, I'll have to practice cultivation for another 100 years at most before all the resources I have accumulated will be consumed. Yang Feng has obtained countless resources over the years. But the resources he needs to consume to practice cultivation is an astronomical figure. Wu Meiying, Xiao Mengluo, Qinghe Ziwei, Qian Jieyu, Ha Yaina, and Regina are all geniuses. With Yang Feng's help, they implanted a small world in the great warlock realm and became monstrous geniuses. However, their consumption is also extremely huge, far greater than that of ordinary warlocks. In such a situation, only 1,000 years have passed, yet the resources Yang Feng plundered along the way have been almost completely consumed. Chapter 826. However, in the past 1,000 years, Wu Meiying and Regina, who are peerless geniuses with intermediate level 8 soul aptitude, have cultivated to the pinnacle bright world warlock realm, only one step away from advancing to the infinity warlock realm. Qinghe Ziwei and Xiao Mengluo, on the other hand, are only glorious dawn warlocks. The myriad flowers temples 10 flowers and Kaina have only cultivated to the moonlight warlock realm. The influence of soul aptitude on warlock cultivation has been vividly reflected in the past 1,000 years. During the past 1,000 years, Yang Feng consolidated his foundation, perfected his essence of devour, and laid a solid foundation for advancing to a higher realm. The Zhangji Plain, a certain leaf-floating continent, in a large underground laboratory. Yang Feng stepped into the large underground laboratory, and Beskia followed behind him. The machinery in the large underground laboratory squirmed, and an ice coffin suddenly rose from the deepest part and opened, revealing the peerless beauty Agnipe, the commander of the First Legion subordinated to Poidal. Runes flickered, mist rose, and the runes restricting Agnipe were unraveled one by one. She slowly opened her eyes and stared coldly at Yang Feng with killing intent in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng asked with a smile, "How is it? How does it feel to struggle in endless darkness?" Although sealed in the ice coffin, Agnipe didn't fall asleep. Instead, she fell into eternal darkness and struggled. Although this kind of torture doesn't harm the body, but it is extremely cruel. Even moonlight warlock rank powerhouses can hardly resist this kind of torture. There was a flash of unswerving determination in Agnipe's beautiful eyes, and she said calmly, "Even if another 10,000 years pass, my decision won't change." "Good. Come out. Let me see how powerful a legendary Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is." Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the runes on Agnipe collapsed at once. At the same time, a tremendous amount of dark force poured into the area through channels. With a single breath, Agnipe's body turned into an endless black hole, absorbing all of the incomparably large amount of dark energy into her body. Within a dozen plus breaths of time, Agnipe absorbed a tremendous amount of dark force and restored her Supreme Infinity Warlock rank strength. Agnipe looked deeply at Beskia and coldly said, "Beskia, you actually submitted to him. What did he offer?" Beskia smiled sweetly and said, "Sister Agnipe, I promised to serve him for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, he will return me my freedom. So, sister, if you want to escape from this place, then I advise you to give up on this plan." Angels were the gods' most loyal weapons of war. The fallen angel with a master was also the most loyal war weapon in the endless abyss. Although Beskia had a very good relationship with Agnipe at the beginning, but now that she has recognized Yang Feng as her master, she won't hesitate to confront Agnipe. Agnipe stared at Yang Feng with scorching fighting spirit in her beautiful eyes. "So, are we going to fight here?" The construction of this laboratory consumed a lot of resources. "Let's go out and fight." Yang Feng's words had just fallen, when the huge laboratory suddenly cracked open, revealing a passage leading to the sky. With a flash of black light, Agnipe flew out of the laboratory. Yang Feng also turned into a stream of light and flew out of the passage. Agnipe extended her hand, and fearsome dark force instantly condensed in her hand and formed a 3-meter-long fallen angel sword burning with fallen angel fire, and an extremely fearsome aura spread from her. If you don't want to die, try your best to take my sword strike. Agnipe's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she slashed out with her sword, and a sword ray containing twisted dark force slashed towards Yang Feng. The sword ray containing twisting dark force can seriously injure an ordinary junior infinity warlock rank human warlock rank powerhouse. Yang Feng extended his hand and operated the essence of Devour, and a black hole appeared in his right hand and swallowed the black sword ray. In an instant, the black sword light was swallowed by the terrifying black hole and disappeared. Amazing, this is a supreme infinity warlock. How fearsome. Yang Feng looked at his right hand with a dignified shade in his eyes. A bloody line appeared on his right hand, and drops of blood dripped from the wound. Strengthened by the light of eternity and the primal chaos imperishable body, Yang Feng's fleshly body is already very strong, and his recovery ability is also terrifyingly strong, far surpassing that of powerhouses of the same rank. For Agnipe to be able to injure Yang Feng with a single sword strike, Yang Feng experienced the tyrannical power and terror of a supreme infinity warlock. It seems that I have to be a little more serious in order to truly subdue you. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he operated the Battle Demon secret method. The Battle Demon armor instantly enveloped him, and advanced infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. Advanced Infinity Warlock? How is this possible? How can your cultivation speed be so fast? Agnipe's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Agnipe. He spread his right hand, and a huge black hole more than 10 times stronger than the previous one suddenly appeared and pressed towards Agnipe. Agnipe suddenly retreated briskly, turned into more than 20 afterimages, and slashed out one powerful, distorted sword ray after another slashing towards Yang Feng from incredible angles. A Devour Black Moon suddenly rose from behind Yang Feng and, like a monster capable of devouring the world, frantically devoured all power. The sword ray containing dark force that Agnipe slashed out with was completely devoured by the Devour Black Moon, unable to harm Yang Feng in the slightest. Agnipe's martial arts have gone through tens of thousands of years of actual combat and have been thoroughly tempered. She is even not inferior to the Fesua Plains Sea Goddess of War Basana, who has the divine authority of the martial god. But in front of the Devour Black Moon, she is like a mouse trying to pull a turtle. Beskia looked at the Devour Black Moon with a dignified look in her beautiful eyes. Amazing. When did Yang Feng grow up to this point? What a monster. Although Beskia has submitted to Yang Feng, but deep down, she still looks down on him, believing that he is just an ambitious and ruthless person who takes advantage of others' difficulties. But now, Yang Feng, whom Beskia somewhat looked down on, has grown into an existence that can rival her in such a short period of time. She was quite moved at once. Agnipe slashed out 1,000 times in a row, but still couldn't break the Devour Black Moon. Her beautiful eyes became more and more dignified. Suddenly, Agnipe stopped in midair, took a deep breath, and then slashed out 1,000 times in an instant. The 1,000 swords combined into one and formed a 100-meter-long, extremely sharp black sword ray that slashed towards Yang Feng with devastating power. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng extended a hand and spread the fingers of a hand, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly shrunk by a size, and its defensive power increased tenfold. When the black sword ray slashed into the Devour Black Moon, it chopped the Devour Black Moon into two and split the Battle Demon armor on Yang Feng's right hand, revealing a bone-deep wound. You lost. From the black sword ray, Agnipe strangely teleported out and mercilessly stabbed her sword at Yang Feng's forehead with frigid killing intent. Wrong. You're the one who lost. Yang Feng suddenly showed a strange smile. Through the world ring, he frantically extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside him and unleashed a primal chaos annihilation fist that slammed into Agnipe's abdomen in an instant. A mist of blood erupted, and Agnipe's abdomen burst open, and she flew away like a broken rag doll. Loftily in the sky, world force revolved around Yang Feng, looking like an invincible god, looking down at Agnipe. A copious amount of dark force gushed out of Agnipe and quickly repaired her broken body. Agnipe's figure fluttered, and a dozen plus afterimages suddenly appeared. At the same time, her figure blurred, and she appeared above Yang Feng and stabbed at him with her sword. It's no use. Yang Feng chuckled and slammed a fist into Agnipe's fallen angel sword. The force of the 9 small worlds erupted and instantly shattered the fallen angel sword, and then slammed into Agnipe. Agnipe spewed out a large mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and blasted open a huge hole. Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of Agnipe, and pointed a finger at Agnipe's forehead. Countless black runes poured into Agnipe like a tide and sealed her completely. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "According to our agreement, you should become my subordinate, right?" "Yes, my lord." A complicated look flashed in Agnipe's eyes. She sighed slightly, and a soul shadow suddenly appeared. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and countless rune chains entered Agnipe's soul projection and branded his soul brand inside. Yang Feng removed the runes on Agnipe and asked Agnipe curiously, "Agnipe, compared to the warlock monarchs you besieged at the time, who is stronger?" Agnipe answered, "The warlock monarchs we besieged at the time were all seriously injured, and they were comparable to you in strength." Chapter 827. Yang Feng's eyes flashed. "The strength of a seriously injured warlock monarch rank powerhouse is comparable to mine. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses are really formidable. Yang Feng's main secret method is the Empyrean grade secret treasure primal chaos imperishable body created by the Taboo Lord. He has established 9 small worlds inside him, each of which consumed countless resources. Furthermore, even after strengthening his body with the 36 fruits of the eternal god tree, yet he is still only comparable to a seriously injured warlock monarch rank powerhouse in strength. From this, it can be seen how terrifying warlock monarch rank powerhouses are." On the branch floating continent, in a luxurious palace, Yang Feng is sitting on a sofa. Eunice, who was dressed in professional attire and looked extremely beautiful, was holding a stack of documents and reporting to him. "In the past year, the resources obtained from these continents are more than 10 times that of my other territories. However, it's still a drop in the bucket for my practice of cultivation. In addition to soul aptitude and secret methods, what restricts a warlock from becoming stronger is resources." Yang Feng flicked the armrest with his finger, frowned slightly, and sank into his thoughts. Originally, with Yang Feng's wealth, the resources produced in his territories are more than enough for his practice of cultivation. However, the time ratio between the strange world and the Tsangji Plain is 1001. Furthermore, a lot of resources are needed to cultivate geniuses like Wu Meiying and Regina. This consumption is naturally terrifying. Even though Yang Feng is extremely wealthy, he still can't bear it. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light. "Most of the Tsangji Plain's forces can't be touched lightly. It seems that I can only go look for the Black Emperor's treasure trove. I hope the resources won't let me down." With a flash of light, Yu Yan appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yu Yan saluted Yang Feng and uttered respectfully, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Feng looked straight at Yu Yan and uttered unhurriedly, "I want the Black Emperor's treasure trove." Yu Yan looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and uttered, "Lord, didn't you say that I'm more valuable than the Black Emperor's treasure trove?" "Yes, you are indeed more valuable than the Black Emperor's treasure trove. That's why I chose you. However, I'm determined to get the Black Emperor's treasure trove. This is for you." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a jade box flew towards Yu Yan. As soon as Yu Yan opened the jade box, boundless light blossomed from the jade box, and strands of extremely fresh aura reverberated in this area. Yu Yan took a closer look, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She cried out involuntarily, could this be the legendary divine artifact, eternal light? Yang Feng uttered with a smile, that's right. With the light of eternity, your sister Yu Tianling can break through the bottleneck and advance to an infinity warlock in one fell swoop. In the future, there will be a higher chance of survival in the Great Calamity. Yu Tianling, who has Fenghuang bloodline, has long since reached the pinnacle bright world warlock realm. Unfortunately, like many geniuses, she is trapped in this realm, unable to make any progress. If Yu Tianling gets a light of eternity, she will be able to break through the bottleneck and advance to an infinity warlock. Thank you, my lord. This is all the information on the Black Emperor's treasure trove. Yu Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and she pointed with her lily-white hand, and a ball of light suddenly flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on the ball of light, and it immediately collapsed and turned into a stream of information that entered his mind. Yang Feng frowned slightly, no wonder Yu Yan didn't go looking for the Black Emperor's treasure trove. It turns out that the treasure trove is in the core world. The Cangji Plain's core world was also a part of the Cangji Plain in ancient times. In the Archgod era, the Cangji Plain was much larger than it is now. In order to contend against the innately powerful archgods who dominated the world, the Time Lord ordered the many treasures Great Holy to use the corpse of a warlock emperor rank existence as the core to refine a world for the resistance army to live in. That world is the embryonic form of the core world. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, each warlock emperor invested a lot of resources to build the core world and turned it into the last stronghold of human warlocks. After the second warlock emperor Taboo Lord buried the heart of a strange life form in the center of the core world, the core world began to attach itself to the Cangji Plain and expand continuously, swallowing many places of the Cangji Plain. Over time, the core world has now become a treasure land with the densest life force in the Cangji Plain and the essence of human warlocks gathered in it. Over time, the core world has now become a treasure land with the densest life magic energy in the Cangji Plain and the essence of human warlocks. In the core world, only human warlocks exist. The other races are slaves, experimental subjects, servants, and soldiers of human warlocks. Without the protection of humans, other races can only wait for them to be wiped out. Once a human warlock is controlled by another race, then both the human warlock and the other race warlock will be destroyed and annihilated, leaving no survivors. As the final stronghold of human warlocks, the core world is attached to the Cangji Plain. But it is a strange world that is constantly moving and located in an alternate space. Only warlocks who come from the core world can easily enter and exit the core world, while it is very difficult for human warlocks from the outside to enter the core world. Just determining the location of the core world is very difficult. It should be noted that even warlock emperor rank archgods weren't able to find the core world. Yu Yan obtained the location of the Black Emperor's treasure trove during a fortuitous encounter. But since the treasure trove is in the core world, she can't do anything about it. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. To enter the core world, you must have a referral from someone from the core world. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared at the edge of the heaven and earth spirit root branch floating continent occupied by the Star Dynasty and said loudly, I, Undying Mountains Lei Ming of the Golem Dynasty, request an audience with the mighty Star Monarch. The Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Star Monarch, the Death Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch, these 6 warlock monarch rank powerhouses are the rulers of the 6 warlock dynasties. Following in the footsteps of the core world's human warlocks, their reputation has spread throughout the Cangji Plain. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Time Lord and the Star Lord are more rational and won't kill people lightly. Compared to killing people, they prefer to make friends. Only when dealing with enemies will they kill without hesitation. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng chose the Star Monarch to request an audience with. Rays of dazzling starlight extended from the branch floating continent and formed a bridge of stars. There are flowers of stars floating on the bridge of stars, and warlocks of the star dynasty dressed in warlock robes embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars appeared on the bridge of stars. Surrounded by a dozen plus warlocks from the star dynasty, a beautiful woman with a mask of the sun and moon, long hair like a black waterfall, a figure of golden proportions, and countless starlight shrouding her every movement, like a beautiful goddess walking in the starlight, walked over. Undying Mountains Lei Ming. Interesting, I am the Star Dynasty's Star Heavenly Maiden. Lei Ming, if you want to request an audience with the Star Monarch, then let me see what you're capable of. The Star Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly, and advanced infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted. She pointed with a finger, and starlight formed ribbons. The ribbons suddenly turned into starlight locks that shot towards Yang Feng. The Star Thread Cloud Lock was the name of this spell, and it was also an extremely powerful killing technique recorded in the Star Codex. The chains of starlight were constructed from the purest starlight energy and the laws of the stars. They contained powerful purifying and sealing powers. The Starlight Thread Cloud Lock was not afraid of swords and sabers, nor was it afraid of wind, fire, or lightning. It could be both hard and soft, a combination of hard and soft. In the past, the Star Cloud Locks defeated countless powerful warlocks in the hands of the Star Lord's Empress. What a powerful cloud strand of stellar threads. If this was 3 years ago, I would have no choice but to surrender to this technique. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and a small black hole suddenly appeared, an endless devouring force gushed out from the black hole and swept towards the Star Cloud Locks. The dense swarm of star threads cloud shackles was swallowed by the black hole, obliterated, and transformed into Yang Feng's power. The complexion of the dozen-plus Star Dynasty's warlocks flickered. The Star Cloud Locks isn't an invincible spell. But Yang Feng dispelled the Star Cloud Locks so easily. This kind of strength can be rated as terrifying. The Star Heavenly Maiden retracted her spell and looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile, saying, "Amazing." As expected of the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, the most talented genius in the entire Undying Mountain. After practicing cultivation for less than 100 years, you have already promoted to an infinity warlock. Yang Feng had a vague feeling, it seems that my identity as the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming has been seen through. However, Yang Feng doesn't care. At this time, his strength and influence are already tremendous. He doesn't need the support of the Undying Mountain. As an infinity warlock, Yang Feng is full of confidence. Even if he runs into a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, he can retreat unscathed. The Star Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly, waved her lily-white hand, and made an inviting gesture. "Please come in, the Star Monarch is waiting for you." Yang Feng smiled slightly, took a step, and appeared beside the Star Heavenly Maiden. The star bridge rolled up and sank into the depths of the branch floating continent. "Greetings, Star Monarch, I am the Battle Demon Sex Yang Feng." As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Star Hall in the center of the Star Royal Palace, he bowed to the Star Monarch sitting on the throne and said in a dignified manner. The Star Monarch sitting on the throne looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and said, "Yang Feng, you dare to impersonate the Golem Lord, how audacious." Chapter 828. Yang Feng said with a calm smile, "I had no choice but to do so, I've made a fool of myself." With the Empyrean grade secret treasure White Jade God Slayer, plus the 2 supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses Agnipe and Beskia joined his ranks. Even if a warlock monarch rank powerhouse invades his branch floating continent, he is somewhat confident that he can seriously injure or even kill the other party. With a strong enough underlying strength, Yang Feng is more confident and at ease when facing the Star Monarch. The Star Monarch asked curiously, "When the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root appeared, the Transcendent Monarch proposed to suppress you, who pretended to be a Golem Dynasty member. It was the Taboo Monarch who saved you." According to him, this is the will of the mighty Taboo Lord. What is the relationship between you and the Taboo Lord? Taken aback, Yang Feng recalled the scene when he obtained the Taboo Lord's inheritance in the Feisua Plain. Taboo Lord? Yang Feng frowned and fell into silence. The Star Monarch smiled and said considerately, if it's not convenient to say, then forget it. I was just curious. By the way, Yang Feng, why did you come to see me this time? Yang Feng answered calmly, I want to enter the core world and look for opportunities. There are indeed many treasures in the core world, but most of them already have owners. It won't be of much benefit for you to enter the core world now. With the Great Tribulation approaching, the Tsangji Plain has entered a period of transformation. Countless years of accumulation will erupt in the coming years. The countless treasures and dwellings hidden in the Tsangji Plain will emerge one after another thanks to the Tsangji Plain's origin will. Soon, the surface world will be the biggest treasure trove. Why do you want to go to the core world at this time? The Star Monarch asked. Over the years, in order to leave a way out, countless warlocks have built one dwelling and treasure trove after another in secret places on the Tsangji Plain. Many cave abodes and treasure vaults were obtained by fated people, but even more cave abodes and treasure vaults were hidden extremely deeply. The dwellings set up by some Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses will move automatically over time. Some Holy Spirit warlock rank dwellings are similar to the core world. They are in a twisted and illusory world. Some Eternal's ruins were even located in the cracks between worlds that were eternally unmoving. They were constantly moving and incomparably mysterious. Even a warlock emperor rank powerhouse would find it difficult to discover them. If it weren't for the impending invasion of another universe, those treasures wouldn't have appeared. Now that another universe was invading, if this universe did not want to be devoured, it would instinctively increase the combat power of its subordinates. Under the influence of the origin will of the universe, many treasures in this universe would appear in various reasonable ways. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a smile, as the final base of human warlocks, I have always been curious about the core world. Am I not qualified enough? Of course not. However, as the core world is the final base of us human warlocks, we must be very careful in selecting our entrance. Unless you are willing to sign the core world convention and abide by the rules recorded in it, even if you are a Holy Spirit warlock, you will not be able to enter the core world. The Star Monarch smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and starlight enveloped him and formed a contract in his hand, which flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng took the contract book and carefully looked at it, sweeping through everything written on the contract book. There are several rules recorded in the contract. The first is that the soul must be free. Only those without a soul brand are qualified to enter the core world. The second is that the soul must be that of a human warlock. The third is that the location of the core world must never be exposed. The fourth is that once you enter the core world, you must fight for the survival of human warlocks. If you encounter other races that threaten the survival of human warlocks, you must take action and annihilate them. The fifth is that if there is a conflict between powerhouses above the Holy Spirit warlock rank, you must leave the core world and go to other places to fight. At the time, the first sect master of the Battle Demons sect had a fortuitous encounter in the core world, and then came to the surface world and assisted the first emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty in establishing the Great Cloud Dynasty. After the Battle Demon sect's first sect master, no one in the Battle Demon sect knew about the existence of the core world because of the geocentric convention. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, no problem, I can abide by these few rules. At the time, in order to unite all human warlocks to fight against the ruling archgods, the conditions for entering the core world were not very strict. But after the core world evolved, the cultivation environment became more than 100 times better than that of the Tsangji Plain's surface world, which was declining day by day. As a result, the rulers of the core world concealed the existence of the core world and only allowed the most outstanding warlock supreme geniuses to enter the core world. Yang Feng has promoted to an infinity warlock in a short period of time. Furthermore, he has the audacity to occupy a branch floating continent of the heaven and earth spirit root. Such a peerless genius is naturally qualified to enter the core world. The star monarch waved her hand, and a gold contract flew to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng received the gold contract, and transcendent pupils suddenly appeared in his eyes. After carefully examining it for a while and confirming that no tricks were done, he signed his name on it. Rays of dazzling golden light shone, and a strange golden arrow with 9 eyes suddenly appeared above the golden contract. As soon as the strange gold arrow appeared, Yang Feng's heart went alarmed. He instinctively felt that the gold arrow has the power to insta-kill him. The strange golden arrow suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the golden contract book. The 9 eyes turned, carefully sized up Yang Feng, and then disappeared. The Star Monarch said with a smile, "That's an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that the Time Lord had the many treasures wholly refine using the spine of the ancient Emperor All-Eyes God of Justice. Even if it is a great holy step powerhouse, if they violate the core world convention, they will be shot to death by the Empyrean Eye Arrow." After the gold arrow disappeared, a gold token appeared in Yang Feng's hand. As soon as Yang Feng held the gold token, he vaguely felt that a mysterious, queer, and powerful world is moving in the depths of the Zhangji Plain's core. With a look of satisfaction in his eyes, Yang Feng put away the gold token and continued to chat with the Star Monarch. After attending the banquet held by the Star Monarch, Yang Feng turned into a stream of light and flew away from the floating continent occupied by the Star Imperial Court. "What do you think of him?" After Yang Feng left, in a secret room, the Star Monarch sitting on a sofa asked with a smile. The mysterious and unfathomable Star Heavenly Maiden appeared on the other side of the sofa in a stream of starlight and sat on equal footing with the Star Monarch, looking like a pair of beautiful sisters. The beautiful eyes of the Star Heavenly Maiden flickered with dazzling starlight, and she uttered unhurriedly, "A dragon among men, an ambitious and ruthless person." The Star Monarch uttered with a faint smile, "That's right. If my astrology isn't mistaken, Yang Feng should be one of the geniuses of this era who are qualified to compete for the position of Warlock Emperor." The Star Heavenly Maiden raised her eyebrows and said, "Warlock Emperor? Him? He's just from an ordinary sect in the surface world. Compared with those freak geniuses in the core world, isn't he too lacking? Moreover, the ancient god realm, the remnants of the demon race, the evil god plane, and the savage insect plane, none of the geniuses born in those planes are simple. The Zhangji Plane's human warlocks in the surface world are much weaker than those in the core world. Moreover, in the vast universe, there are countless powerhouses. In the 36 primary material planes, there are also crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and geniuses. In any era, there is only one person who can become a Warlock Emperor. That person must be a supreme powerhouse who has suppressed countless peerless geniuses in an era." Although the Star Heavenly Maiden is quite optimistic about Yang Feng, but she doesn't think that he can become a new Warlock Emperor. The Star Monarch uttered with a smile, "He's just one of the geniuses who are qualified to compete for the position of Warlock Emperor. However, I'm still very optimistic about him." The Star Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and she uttered with a smile, "I think that Helian Wui, Yan Maoan, and Bu Yantian, these freaks of the core world are much stronger than Yang Feng. Besides, the freaks who are most likely to become Warlock Emperors should be you 6 monarchs. Each of the 6 monarchs is a genius among geniuses, a freak among freaks, and a peerless powerhouse of the younger generation. The 6 of them are peerless geniuses of the core world's younger generation who are most likely to become a new Warlock Emperor." The Star Monarch sighed faintly, "I can't. All the secret methods I learned come from the star text. Even if I practice them to the peak, I can only become a great holy step powerhouse. I have no hope of becoming a Warlock Emperor." The Star Heavenly Maiden was silent for a while, and then sighed regretfully. Every Warlock Emperor is a fearsome existence who opens a path of their own and wields a different flawless grade essence. Once they reach the position of Warlock Emperor, before they die, no one can promote to a Warlock Emperor with the same essence. Even if a warlock emperor dies, it will be far more difficult for others to promote to a warlock emperor with the same essence than it is for powerhouses who open a path of their own. The battle demon sect's Yang Feng requests an audience with the taboo monarch. The next day, Yang Feng came to the floating continent occupied by the taboo imperial court and raised his voice. A dark light extended from the floating continent occupied by the taboo imperial court, appeared under Yang Feng's feet, and formed a bridge of dark light. Chapter 829. As soon as Yang Feng stepped on the dim light suddenly rolled back and entered the depths of the floating continent. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared in an exquisite palace. On the throne of the palace, there sits a peerless beauty with a pair of cat ears, dressed in a gorgeous warlock robe, and exuding wisps of monarch might. She is the taboo imperial court's taboo monarch. There are 8 powerhouses standing below the taboo monarch, each of whom has different bloodline characteristics and exudes the breath of a powerhouse. As soon as Yang Feng appeared in the palace, scrutinizing gazes focused on him. Yang Feng bowed to the taboo monarch and said magnanimously, "Greetings, taboo monarch. Thank you for speaking up for justice at the time and letting me avoid a disaster." At the time, if the taboo monarch hadn't spoken up to protect Yang Feng, with his strength at the time, he wouldn't have been able to resist an all-out attack from any of the 6 warlock dynasties. The taboo monarch uttered with a sweet smile, "Don't thank me, this is my lord's will. If you want to thank someone, you should thank my lord." Yang Feng smiled and flicked a finger, and a storage ring flew towards the taboo monarch. "This is a small gift I prepared. Please accept it." The taboo monarch took the storage ring, glanced at it, and then put it aside and uttered with a smile, "Not bad, you're considerate." The storage ring contains precious cultivation resources that can move the heart of even warlock monarch rank powerhouses. However, the taboo monarch is the ruler of the taboo imperial court, a powerful warlock dynasty who has suppressed countless planes. The resources she can mobilize are far greater than Yang Feng's. As such, the storage ring is naturally nothing in her eyes. "You are Yang Feng. I am one of the 72 marshals of the taboo imperial court, the lightning devil. I want to challenge you to see if you are worthy of the taboo imperial court's support." A burly man with a single horn on his head and countless mysterious lightning runes engraved all over his body walked out from among the 8 powerhouses and stared at Yang Feng with scorching fighting spirit in his eyes. A handsome man with a pair of horns on the head, a burly figure, white hair, and a wicked temperament sneered, "Yang Feng, if you don't dare to fight the lightning devil, then we won't make things difficult for you. However, you'd better not come to the taboo imperial dynasty in the future. The taboo dynasty doesn't like to befriend cowards. In the world of warlocks, the strong are respected. Only those with equivalent strength could sit on equal footing, communicate, and become friends. There are countless bloodline warlocks in the taboo imperial court. These bloodline warlocks use the blood essence of various powerful existences to transform themselves into warlocks similar to those powerful existences. Blood Meridian warlocks were powerful, but they were also irascible, and would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Only true experts can gain the approval of Blood Meridian warlocks. Sitting on the throne, the taboo monarch looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile, wondering how Yang Feng will respond. Yang Feng said with a smile, "In that case, I'll exchange pointers with you." "Okay, you can exchange pointers here." The taboo monarch smiled and clapped her hands, and black light descended from the sky and illuminated the center of the hall. Along with flashes of light, a small arena equipped with spatial spells suddenly appeared. The lightning devil's figure fluttered, and he flew into the small arena. As soon as he operated a secret method, one lightning rune after another appeared all over his body, and his body suddenly swelled up and turned into a 10-meter-tall thunder lion tiger devil with a lightning horn on his head and a ferocious expression that resembled a lion or a tiger. Lightning ligers are fearsome existences that can manipulate the essence of lightning and wield purple demonic lightning. An Infinity Warlock rank lightning liger can slay a human Infinity Warlock. A deep and dark demonic chi revolves around countless bolts of purple demonic lightning, making the lightning devil look like a god of lightning. Yang Feng smiled, took a step forward, and stepped into the arena. The lightning devil barked, "Yang Feng, quickly cast a secret method. Otherwise, I'll step in." Waves of incomparably terrifying thunderous sounds reverberated in the area, like the rumbling of thunder, incessantly lingering in the ears. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm ready." Arrogant. "In that case, let me see what you've got." The lightning devil roared and unleashed the essence of lightning to manipulate lightning. In an instant, dark clouds surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in an area 100 kilometers in radius. Millions of bolts of lightning suddenly shot out at the same time, gathered the lightning force in an area 100 kilometers in radius, and turned into a purple demonic lightning that slashed towards Yang Feng with Infinity Warlock rank might. If an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock is hit by the purple demonic lightning, their magic shields will collapse, and they will eventually be seriously injured or even killed. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and black devour light suddenly appeared and extended towards the purple demonic lightning. The purple demonic lightning instantly blasted into the black devour light and disappeared. What spell is that? What an amazing spell! What a fearsome defensive spell! When the 7 Infinity Warlocks below the Taboo Monarch saw the purple demonic lightning disappear, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. The purple demonic lightning is a spell the lightning devil cast by combining the essence of lightning with the essence of heaven and earth in an area 100 kilometers in radius. Even the 7 Infinity Warlocks would find it difficult to block it. Yet Yang Feng easily broke the purple demonic lightning. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. Demonic lightning prison. Eyes shot with blood, the lightning devil roared, and the lightning runes all over his body erupted in an instant and were stimulated to the limit. In an instant, the life magic energy in an area 1,000 kilometers in radius in the arena was extracted. Dancing silver snakes and countless bolts of purple demonic lightning barreled towards Yang Feng from all directions, destroying everything in their path. Each of the countless bolts of purple demonic lightning has the power to seriously injure Infinity Warlocks. Amid the doomsday-like barrage of purple demonic lightning, black devour light appeared on Yang Feng, and he took a step forward, devoured countless bolts of purple demonic lightning, appeared on the lightning devil's head, and slapped it with his palm. Boom! The lightning devil trembled in an instant, and then crashed into the ground and blasted open a huge hole in the ground. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on the lightning fiend's forehead, and countless black runes turned into seals that filled the lightning fiend's body and sealed his power. When the power of the lightning devil's bloodline was sealed, the extraordinary life form lightning liger shrank and finally changed into a human form. His power was completely sealed by Yang Feng, and even 99% of his fleshly body's power was sealed. Yang Feng floated back slightly, landed on the ground, and uttered with a smile, "Martial Lightning Devil, thank you for letting me win." The Lightning Devil took a deep breath, took a deep look at Yang Feng, a complicated look in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Not bad, Yang Feng, you're very strong. You should be able to fight against Helian Wui, Yen Maoan, Bu Yintian, and the true Dragon Crown Prince. I concede. Undo the seals on me." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless black runes flew out of the lightning devil, fell into his hand, and disappeared. With a forthright smile, the lightning devil's figure fluttered, and he returned to the group of 8, "I concede. If there's a chance, let's drink together." Yang Feng glanced at the 7 Infinity Warlocks and said with a smile, "Do you still want to swap pointers with me?" The white-haired Infinity Warlock smiled and said, "No need. We are on par with the Lightning Devil in terms of strength. Since you can easily defeat him, you can easily defeat us as well. The Monarch chose to protect you, we are convinced." The other 6 Infinity Warlocks nodded slightly, and their eyes shimmered with approval. Among warlocks, the strong are respected. The second Warlock dynasty, the Taboo dynasty, exerted this law to the limit. Only a true supreme powerhouse can subdue countless bloodline warlocks and sit firmly on the throne. After the Taboo Lord died, the Taboo dynasty collapsed immediately. The most important reason for this is that apart from the Taboo Lord, no one can subdue the great holy steppe warlocks of the Taboo dynasty. The Taboo monarch's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam, and she revealed a sweet smile, essence of devour. Interesting, no one has really reached the end of this essence. This little fellow may really have a chance to promote to a warlock emperor rank powerhouse in the future. No wonder he looks at him in a different light. After defeating the Lightning Devil, Yang Feng gained the approval of the other Infinity Warlocks of the Taboo dynasty. Under the hospitality of the Taboo monarch, he stayed to drink with the Lightning Devil and the other Infinity Warlocks and discuss many questions and mysteries regarding cultivation. He didn't leave until the next day. The Tsangji Plains surface world, in a barren desert with no signs of life 1,000 kilometers in radius. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared in the sky above the desert. Yang Feng glanced at the desert, an enigmatic ray flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Who would have thought that this place without any signs of life and unsuitable for cultivation would be the entrance to the core world?" Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he cast a spell and fell into the desert. Like a ghost, he merged with the desert and snuck underground. After moving stealthily for about 10,000 kilometers, Yang Feng took out the gold token and squeezed it. Gold light flew out of the gold token and formed a gold vortex that swallowed Yang Feng. Chapter 830. The space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Feng appeared in a vast world full of spiritual qi. So this is the core world. The life magic energy here is so rich. The concentration of life magic energy in this world is 10 times that of the Tsangji Plains surface world. No wonder the true powerhouses among human warlocks are here. Yang Feng scanned the world with his tremendous soul force and analyzed the surrounding environment, and his eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam. Different environments can accommodate different existences. For example, a pond can't accommodate a flood dragon. A grade 9 plane can only give birth to legend rank powerhouses. The core world is attached to the Tsangji plane, which is equivalent to an extension of the Tsangji plane. The laws of heaven and earth here are the same as those of the Tsangji plane, and the life magic energy here is more than 10 times stronger than that of the Tsangji plane. The core world is the true essence of the Tsangji plane. Of course, once the devouring between the two universes begins, the Tsangji Plains origin will begin to give birth to all kinds of powerhouses. At that time, the Tsangji Plains surface world will replace the core world and become a supreme holy land for cultivation. Yang Feng looked up, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. The sun, the moon, and the stars are everywhere, just like a real world. Amazing! In the core world, there are stars and the sun hanging in the sky. At first glance, there is no difference between this and the Tsangji plane. However, when Yang Feng operated the transcendent pupils, he saw that the stars in the sky are engraved with countless mysterious runes, which form an integrated defense system with the core world. Once there is any abnormality in the core world, the warlock groups that control the entire core world's defense system can mobilize countless star force and bombard the source of the abnormality. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and dense purple smoke revolved and formed an arrowhead pointing in a certain direction. A cool breeze blew by, and Yang Feng turned into a breeze and disappeared. A few days later, Yang Feng sat on the deck of a luxurious flying vessel. Basking in the sun, he casually held a sparkling and translucent wine glass in his hand and looked at a magic image crystal no different from a TV. Insect demon Li Jiang went to challenge the Black Moon Dragon Zhou Ming. In the 5th minute, Zhou Ming, who had transformed into a Black Moon Dragon, tore off one of his arms. He suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Black Moon Dragon. The Eye of the Black Spirit has discovered a new magic crystal vein and is applying to King Taishan to develop it. In the magic image crystal, beautiful female broadcasters with incomparable looks were explaining the news one after another. In the core world, the magic civilization had developed to its peak, and many spells had been adapted for civilian use. In the core world, a magic stone could not even be exchanged for a magic coin. The purchasing power of one magic coin was only equivalent to 1 yuan on Earth. Yang Feng carefully looked at the news, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Most of the news is about starry sky warlocks and moonlight warlocks and above, which only appear under special circumstances. Sure enough, fiend god powerhouses also possess great authority in the core world. Moonlight warlocks were god-fiend rank powerhouses. Moonlight warlocks were god-fiend rank powerhouses. Each one of them could suppress a grade 7 plane or below. At the same time, many large top-notch joint secret treasures required moonlight warlocks and above as the main force. Therefore, no matter in which force, moonlight warlocks and above had a great status. Of course, there were also some powerful god-fiend rank warlocks who liked to show their divinity in front of the masses, and they often appeared in the news. "Aren't you going to buy me a drink?" A beautiful blonde warlock with a fiery and sexy figure and an extremely flirtatious appearance walked over gracefully, exuding a fragrance, and sat down in front of Yang Feng's table. She revealed a charming and beautiful smile. After Yang Feng advanced to an infinity warlock, his life stage underwent an earth-shaking evolution. Although he had concealed his strength and incomparably terrifying life force, he still exuded an extraordinary aura. This was a great attraction to many beautiful warlocks. Yang Feng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. A wind sprite formed from wind elemental particles flew up, picked up a bottle of wine, opened it, and poured wine for the beautiful warlock with a sexy figure and flirtatious appearance. "Good wine, this is the highest grade of dark night flowing gold. Each bottle of this kind of wine costs more than 10 million magic coins. It's really delicious." The beautiful warlock took a sip of the wine, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly at once, and she said with a sweet smile, "Hello, I am Mary, a professor of purple hyacinth." "Nice to meet you." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Hello, my name is Yang Feng. It's nice to meet a beautiful woman like you." Yang Feng doesn't have a mature intelligence system in the core world, so he knows almost nothing about this world. He doesn't know what kind of organization Purple Hyacinth is. "Mary, I've been looking for you for a long time. Why are you here? And why are you with this kind of person?" A tall, handsome male warlock dressed in a purple warlock robe walked over from the other side of the flying vessel. He had an extraordinary temperament, yet there was a very annoying arrogance on his face. He swept Yang Feng with a glance, and his eyes flashed with disdain and contempt. Yang Feng glanced at the arrogant male warlock and saw at a glance that the male warlock has a moonlight warlock rank cultivation base. The male warlock and Mary are the only two moonlight warlocks on the flying vessel, so it is normal for him to be arrogant. Once you enter the moonlight warlock realm, you are a transcendent. Moonlight warlocks are fundamentally different from ordinary warlocks in terms of life level. In the view of many moonlight warlocks, those below the moonlight warlock rank cannot communicate with them on an equal footing, just like humans cannot communicate with gorillas. Mary frowned slightly and spoke with a trace of impatience, "Song Zibai, it's my business who I want to make friends with. Between you and I, we are just ordinary friends." Song Zibai's gaze shifted, fell on Yang Feng, and he said with a cold smile, "Your name is Yang Feng. Mary is not an existence that ordinary people like you can aspire to. There is an essential difference between you and her. I advise you to be sensible, or else I don't mind giving you an unforgettable lesson." Song Zibai, enough. Mary frowned, barked, stood up from her seat, and said to Yang Feng with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry, Yang Feng. This matter arose because of me, so I will take care of it perfectly." Suddenly, a series of silver bell-like sounds rang out in the sky. A 10,000-meter-long golden ship slowly flew over. It was engraved with profound runes and gave off a resplendent light. The Rich's Gold Ship. It's the Rich's Gold King's ship. That's the Rich's Gold King. We're really lucky to meet the richest gold king. Suddenly, sounds of excitement came from the huge flying vessel. Many human warlocks looked at the gold treasure ship in the distance and revealed excited smiles. Yang Feng asked curiously, "The richest gold king? Who is he?" Mary looked at the golden ship with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, filled with passion and desire. "The richest gold king is a bigwig above the bright world warlock rank. No one knows how high his cultivation base is. Legend has it that he has endless wealth and power. As long as you can board the richest gold king's golden ship, he can satisfy any wish you have." When Yang Feng heard this, he said with a smile, "Any wish can be satisfied? Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can't do that. Even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, there are many things they can do nothing about. Becoming an Eternal is the dream of all Warlock Emperors, as well as their only goal. Unfortunately, from ancient times to the present, except for the era of Eternal Sovereigns, countless peerless geniuses have emerged, defeated the powerhouses of that era, suppressed an era, and become invincible, yet they still couldn't become Eternal Sovereigns. It's not that those peerless geniuses aren't talented, but that the energy level of the universe has been reduced. The universe can only give birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. No matter how hard they try, they can't promote to Eternal Sovereigns. When Yang Feng heard that the richest gold king can satisfy anyone's wish, he found it ridiculous. Mary said meaningfully, "The richest gold king naturally can't compare to the 8 Warlock Emperors. But as a bright world warlock rank existence, he may even be an infinity warlock. For us, he has the ability to satisfy any wish we have." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then nodded slightly, agreeing with Mary's point of view. A bright world warlock rank powerhouse can satisfy most of the wishes of these existences below the moonlight warlock rank. The wealth of a bright world warlock rank powerhouse is far beyond the imagination of moonlight warlocks. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's go. Let's board the ship. The richest gold king only selects 100 guests at a time. If we're late, it'll be too late. Song Zibai said angrily, then manipulated the airflow and strode towards the richest gold ship. Mary's eyes flickered, and she also strode towards the richest gold ship. Interesting. Yang Feng smiled and also flew towards the richest gold ship. After dozens of breaths of time, all the warlocks on the flying vessel flew out, surrounded the richest gold ship, and looked longingly at the ship. Gold light shone, and 8 gold bridges extended from the richest gold ship. On each of the 8 gold bridges, there is a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament. Chapter 831. This guy is even more imposing than me. However, although these 8 girls are beautiful, but they are still far from being comparable to my Eunice, Wu Meiying, and Liana. Not to mention Shui. Yang Feng glanced at the 8 beautiful girls and saw at a glance that they have moonlight warlock rank cultivation bases. After a slight comparison, he showed a satisfied smile. A beautiful warlock in red, with a slender figure and a beautiful appearance, said flatly, "Since you are here, you should be aware of the rules of my lord. These are 100 fortune golden balls. Those who are hit by these fortune golden balls will be able to board my lord's fortune golden boat. If they can pass my lord's test, my lord will grant them one wish to the best of his ability." The 8 young ladies waved their hands, and golden balls of riches and honor descended from the sky. They transformed into rays of golden light that fell down at random. "Mine. That's mine. Scram. Do you want to die?" When the warlocks saw the gold balls falling from the sky, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they cast various spells to grab the gold balls. Shouts of abuse rang incessantly. As if they have a mind of their own, the gold balls easily passed through one spell after another and landed on the warlocks. With a flash of gold light, the warlock hit by the wealth gold ball disappeared and was teleported to the wealth gold ship. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and a thread of fate wound around a gold ball. When the wealth gold ball landed on Yang Feng, gold light flickered, and he disappeared and reappeared on a banquet chair. Yang Feng looked around and saw that he is in a beautiful and luxurious palace. The palace is inlaid with all kinds of rare treasures and engraved with countless mysterious runes. There is a slight resonance between the countless rare treasures, which extracts the surrounding life magic energy and makes the life magic energy in the palace 100 times richer than in the outside world. If an ordinary warlock cultivates in this palace for a day, they will absorb life magic energy equivalent to 100 days of cultivation in the outside world. On the throne of the palace, there is a young man dressed in a gold robe, of medium build, with a wide face and big ears, and a smiling expression on his face. Even though he didn't speak, but from where he is sitting, Yang Feng can vaguely guess that he is most likely the legendary Wealth Gold King. Below the Wealth Gold King, there were 100 sets of tables and chairs. Each set of tables and chairs was made of purple chalcedony essence and top-notch alchemy. Purple radiant jade pith essence was an extremely precious treasure. Being in contact with purple radiant jade pith essence all year round could even improve a warlock's soul aptitude. Purple chalcedony essence. This is purple light chalcedony essence. Tables and chairs made of purple light chalcedony essence are truly extravagant. As expected of the Wealth King. The last time I saw a fist-sized piece of purple chalcedony essence at the auction, it was worth more than 1 billion magic coins. So much purple jade essence, 10 billion, no, at least 100 billion magic coins. Magic coins? Such a large piece of purple radiant jade essence was already a peerless treasure, a priceless treasure. It can only be traded. Or use the best soul stone to trade. On the 100 sets of tables and chairs, there are already warlocks who have been selected. The warlocks are stroking the tables and chairs refined from purple light jade essence and looking at the surroundings with shock in their eyes. Shocked by the extravagance of the Wealth Gold King, they commented animatedly. Song Zibai swept Yang Feng with his gaze, and his eyes shimmered with disgust. Why is that kid here? What a lucky bastard. Mary glanced at Yang Feng and revealed a trace of a smile. His luck is really good. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flickered with excitement. The Wealth Gold King deserves his reputation, he has a lot of treasures. If the Wealth Gold ship is dismantled, I can refine at least 30 top-grade warp gates. Warp gates are one of the top technologies in the world of warlocks in Yang Feng's possession. Through top-grade warp gates, Yang Feng can freely shuttle between different planes. At the same time, he can also mobilize a large number of troops through warp gates. In the world of warlocks, there are teleportation devices such as teleportation arrays and planar passageways that can cross countless distances. However, compared to the top-grade warp gates of the Shizu, they are still much worse. That was because the development direction of the Shizu was the endless sea of stars. In the universe where the Shizu existed, the distance between stars was calculated in light years. Moreover, there was no astral boundary, which was a channel connecting the various universes and countless planes of stars. Without the warp gates, the Shizu would not be able to control their territory. The world of warlocks focuses on self-development. Most warlocks are more willing to improve their strength and make their cultivation base stronger. After teleportation arrays and planar passageways can achieve their goals, very few warlocks will continue to research in this direction. Without demand, there is no motivation. Therefore, compared to the Shizu, the warlock's skills in this regard were a lot worse. Among the Shizu's warp gate system, top-grade warp gates can freely shuttle through the endless space. They are indispensable. For Yang Feng, the 30 top-grade warp gates are a very tempting resource. The young man with a broad face, big ears, and a noble expression sitting on the throne said with a light smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Wealth Gold King." The Wealth Gold King's voice is not loud, but it suppressed the clamor in the hall. Under the shroud of a mysterious force, the warlocks who originally wanted to continue asking questions unconsciously became quiet. The Wealth Gold King smiled and clapped his hands. Waves of fragrant wind appeared, and within that fragrant wind floated many beautiful flower fairies with snow-white skin. The beautiful flower sprites carrying plates of precious extraordinary fruits and jugs of delicious extraordinary wine landed on the tables. Before long, a variety of delicious food and wine appeared in front of the warlock's tables. The Wealth Gold King uttered with a light smile, "Please enjoy." The delicious food and wine are rare treasures for warlocks, which can improve their soul aptitude, spirit force, and physique. Therefore, the warlocks didn't stand on ceremony and enjoyed the delicacies in front of them. With delicacies, how can there be no beautiful music and dance? The Wealth Gold King clapped his hands. All of a sudden, vines extended from the gold pillars, and palm-sized flowers bloomed in the center of the vines. Among the flowers, there are little people holding various musical instruments, and melodious music spread from the instruments of the little people, cleansing the minds of many warlocks. When Yang Feng heard the music, he relaxed both physically and mentally. Even though he has no attainments in music, but he is still attracted by the beautiful music, and his mind is sublimated. After relaxing for just a moment, Yang Feng regained his sobriety and vigilance, and he praised in his heart, "Music elves. The Wealth Gold King really knows how to enjoy himself." Music elves are a branch of elves. They have extraordinary talent for manipulating musical instruments and playing all kinds of beautiful music. Although their music has no killing power, but it can purify the mind of warlocks and give them a high-quality rest. As a result, they were captured in large numbers by human warlocks. Due to the indiscriminate hunting of human warlocks all year round, music elves have virtually disappeared from the Zhangji Plain. Only in the Sandra Plain, the birthplace of elves, can there be some music elves. Even Yang Feng doesn't have top-notch musicians like the music elves. Amidst the wonderful music, 18 beautiful warlocks dressed in muslin appeared in the center of the hall and danced gracefully amidst the wonderful music. Many warlocks stared at the center of the hall with greed in their eyes. After the song and dance, the music elves and beautiful warlocks retreated one by one. "Everyone, it's time for the test. I, the Wealth Gold King, have traveled the world, learned from ancient times to modern times, and mastered countless methods. Moreover, I have cultivated countless beautiful maids, who have mastered some of my abilities. If you defeat my maids with your strongest ability, then for every maids of a rank you defeat, I will fulfill a wish of the corresponding rank. Of course, if someone can defeat me, then the Wealth Gold ship will be given to the person who defeats me. However, each of you only has one chance to challenge me. Think about it carefully." The Wealth Gold King looked at the many warlocks below, raised the corners of his mouth, and clapped his hands. One after another, beautiful warlocks poured in from the two plates. The beautiful warlocks wore a piece of paper on their chest marked with the words Great Warlock, Starry Sky Warlock, Moonlight Warlock, Glorious Sun Warlock, and Bright World Warlock. Among them, there are a total of 36 Moonlight Warlocks, 10 Glorious Sun Warlocks, and 3 Bright World Warlocks. This shows the terrifying underlying strength of the Wealth Gold King. When they heard this, the eyes of the warlocks present turned bloodshot, and their eyes flickered with excitement and scorching heat. Many warlocks focused their gazes on the beautiful warlocks, and their eyes flickered with scorching heat. For ordinary warlocks, once they can become the master of these beautiful warlocks, they can struggle for at least 1,000 years. Chapter 832. The warlocks who were entertained have self-awareness. None of them challenged the Wealth Gold King, but chose to challenge the maids. Although the Wealth Gold King's maids are called maids, but they are extraordinary. They are proficient in the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting, as well as in fighting and magic. Most of the guests who challenged the Wealth Gold King's maids failed. Only 7 or 8 guests were very cunning. They specifically challenged the maids who were weaker than them. They used their realm to suppress them and finally defeated those maids and obtained the reward. The Wealth Gold King didn't go back on his word. With a few words, he satisfied the small requests of the victorious guests. Yang Feng smiled and mused, the Wealth Gold King seems to be generous and forthright. But in fact, if you want to get benefits from him, you have to be a genius among geniuses in a certain field. Otherwise, even if you win against the maids, you won't get anything too precious. Each of the Wealth Gold King's maids has excellent aptitude and a complete inheritance. They are equivalent to disciples of a large sect. It is very difficult to defeat them with the strength of the same rank. As for challenging someone of a higher rank, only freaks among freaks can do it. Cave Mountain's true disciple Song Zibai challenges Miss Hong Hong in magic. Just when there were only 3 guests left, Song Zibai stood up from his seat and walked to the center of the hall with a carefree temperament. He smiled elegantly and issued a challenge to a red-clothed servant girl. Moonlight Warlock, he dares to challenge a Moonlight Warlock. Cave Mountain, that's a top warlock group with the Infinity Warlock Grotto ancestor. He turns out to be a true disciple of the Cave Mountain. Gazes of envy and awe fell on Song Zibai from the side. Once you reach the Moonlight Warlock rank, you are a transcendent. For ordinary warlocks, warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank are unreachable and extremely powerful existences. There is a gap in the essence of life between the two sides. None of the invited guests have challenged the Wealth Gold King's Moonlight Warlock maids because they know that they are not on the same level as Moonlight Warlocks. Challenging them is just asking to be humiliated. Now that they saw someone dare to challenge the Wealth Gold King's Moonlight Warlock rank maids, they showed looks of excitement at once. Song Zibai obtained great satisfaction from the astonished and awe-inspiring gazes of the surrounding warlocks. He gave Yang Feng a glance and revealed a warning look. The Wealth King smiled and said, "So it's the disciple of the Grotto ancestor. Hong Hong, go spar with the true disciple of Grotto Mountain." "Yes, Master." The red-clothed maid, Hong Hong, leaped lightly and flew into the small arena in the center of the hall. Song Zibai smiled faintly, took a step forward, and used the earth-shrinking spell, instantly appearing in the small arena in the center of the hall. Hong Hong silently chanted an incantation. With a wave of her hand, red ropes flew out abruptly and hovered around her body within 100 meters radius. A crimson flower bloomed on the tip of each red rope, blossoming with a bewitching, beautiful, and bizarre brilliance. A cool breeze blew, and the petals of the scarlet flowers fluttered in the wind, forming a beautiful but dangerous petal barrier. If the Starry Sky Warlock got close to the petal barrier, they would be chopped into pieces. Yang Feng took a closer look and suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. "This spell is interesting." "Miss Hong Hong, excuse me." Song Zibai smiled confidently, silently recited an incantation, spread the fingers of a hand, and a tremendous amount of fire elemental particles suddenly gathered and formed a 100-meter-long raging fire dragon that pounced towards the petal barrier. When the raging fire dragon slammed into the petal barrier, flames surged and ignited the petals, as if to devour Hong Hong. Suddenly, Song Zibai's face flushed, his body swayed, his eyes flashed with incredulity, and he fell to the ground, twitched slightly, unable to move. The incomparably violent fire dragon also collapsed and disappeared in an instant, revealing the smiling maid, ready, inside. "What's going on? What's going on? How did Song Zibai lose?" The spectating warlocks were dumbstruck and discussed spiritedly. Song Zibai's fire spell clearly restrained Hong Hong's extraordinary plant spell, yet he was strangely defeated by Yang Feng. "This is simply appalling." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he uttered slowly, "A poison spell." "That's right, it's a poison spell." With a smile, the Wealth Gold King looked at Yang Feng and said, "Little brother, you're quite knowledgeable. Which of my maids do you want to challenge?" Yang Feng replied, "Wealth Gold King, if I challenge you and win, then everything on the Wealth Gold ship will belong to me, including your maids." An enigmatic ray flashed in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "As long as you can defeat me, except for the Sun Concubine, Moon Concubine, and Star Concubine, the rest will belong to you." The Sun Concubine, Moon Concubine, and Star Concubine are the three bright world warlocks subordinated to the Wealth Gold King. In many warlock groups, bright world warlocks are great elders. Even the Wealth Gold King won't easily allow them to be taken away. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay, I'll challenge you." He dares to challenge the Wealth Gold King. Is he crazy? The Wealth Gold King is an infinity warlock with a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, an omnipotent infinity warlock. To challenge the Wealth Gold King, he's crazy. The guests looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a madman. Song Zibai returned to his seat, glanced at Yang Feng, and said with a cold smile, "Humph, I couldn't tell that this kid is a genius in a certain field." However, he met the Wealth Gold King, the omnipotent Wealth Gold King. No matter how much of a genius he is in a certain field, he is not the opponent of the Wealth Gold King. In the world of warlocks, there are countless eccentrics and geniuses in countless fields. The Wealth Gold King, on the other hand, is a genius in all fields. He is proficient in the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, divination, and battle spells. Many peerless geniuses in a certain field have challenged the Wealth Gold King, and yet none of them were defeated. This established the Wealth Gold King's illustrious reputation. As time passed, no one dared to challenge him anymore. The Wealth Gold King showed an interested look and said with a smile, "Interesting, in which field do you plan to challenge me? Whether it's transcendent biology, transcendent botany, chess, painting, medicine, or poison, as long as you can beat me in any of them, you win." Since we are both warlocks, we naturally compete in spells. Yang Feng smiled, and wisps of infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread from him. This is an infinity warlock. He's also an infinity warlock. Infinity warlock. When the guests sensed the fluctuations of power coming from Yang Feng, their countenance changed dramatically, and they exclaimed, "Infinity warlock. He's actually an infinity warlock. Just now, I actually threatened an infinity warlock. An ancestor step existence." Song Zibai's face suddenly turned pale, his body trembled, his hands turned cold, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. Infinity warlocks are terrifying existences who can destroy a plane by themselves. If an infinity warlock cast a spell with all their strength, they can destroy a grade 9 plane. Even in the core world, a place where powerhouses are as common as clouds, infinity warlocks are exceedingly fearsome, elusive existences. Although Song Zibai is a true disciple of the Cave Mountain, but he has never seen an infinity warlock. The Wealth Gold King is the first infinity warlock he has seen. Mary looked at Yang Feng with a look of pleasant surprise on her pretty face. He's actually an infinity warlock. When the Wealth Gold King sensed the infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power coming from Yang Feng, the smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. For the first time, he looked Yang Feng in the eye and asked unhurriedly, "Sir, how do I address you?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "You can call me Endless Darkness." Infinity warlocks generally call each other by their nicknames. The frequency of their real names will decrease until they are submerged in history with the passage of time. Naturally, the Wealth Gold King's real name isn't the Wealth Gold King. But after countless years, those who know his real name are almost all dead. Over time, he became the Wealth Gold King. The Wealth Gold King uttered with a smile, "Endless Darkness, this treasure ship can't withstand our fight. Let's go out and fight." The Wealth Gold ship is a very powerful treasure ship. However, this treasure ship is not the royal palace where the taboo monarch lives. It can't withstand a fight between infinity warlock rank powerhouses. Okay. Yang Feng's body collapsed, turned into smoke, and disappeared from the Wealth Gold ship. The Wealth Gold King collapsed as well and disappeared. A fight between infinity warlocks. If I could see a fight between infinity warlocks, I wouldn't have lived my life in vain. The eyes of the guests aboard the Wealth Gold ship shimmered with excitement, and they got up and walked towards the deck of the Wealth Gold ship. The maids aboard the Wealth Gold ship entered the Warlock Towers and opened the barrier around the Wealth Gold ship. The three concubines Ri, Yu, and Xing also came to the deck and looked into the distance at Yang Feng and the Wealth Gold King standing proudly in the void with worry in their beautiful eyes. Chapter 833. There was a flash of excitement in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he said with a smile, "It's been 500 years, I haven't swapped pointers with an Infinity Warlock for 500 years. Endless darkness, let's stop here and not involve life and death, what do you think? If there is no accident, every Infinity Warlock can live for more than 10,000 years. If there is no conflict of interest or enmity, then Infinity Warlocks generally won't fight to the death. The core world is extremely safe. There are many Infinity Warlocks like the Wealth Gold King who haven't fought a powerhouse of the same level for 500 years. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "That's only natural. Although every Infinity Warlock is a mobile treasury, but if they aren't an enemy, Yang Feng won't kill them easily for no reason. Haha, look at the power of my gold treasury." The Wealth Gold King smiled boldly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the sky. A 100-meter-tall golden gate suddenly appeared, opened, and a sword flew out of the gate and slashed down. The sword split the sky, annihilated everything, and crushed the world. All kinds of fearsome anomalies flickered in the sky and crushed towards Yang Feng. What a terrifying sword strike! Just looking at it from afar, I feel like my soul is about to collapse. What a terrifying sword strike! If it wasn't for the barrier blocking it, I would already be dead. When the warlocks aboard the Wealth Gold ship saw the terrifying sword strike from afar, they suddenly felt a splitting headache, and almost collapsed. If it wasn't for the fearsome barrier activated on the gold ship, then at least half of the warlocks on the ship would have died when the sword strike appeared. Song Zibai looked at the earth-shaking sword strike with shock in his eyes. Amazing. That's an Infinity Warlock. That's terrifying. That endless darkness is dead meat. Faced with the peerless sword strike that split the sky and shattered the world, Yang Feng just extended his right hand and made a grasping motion, and a black light of devour suddenly appeared in his right hand. As if a black hole that can devour everything, it absorbed the peerless sword strike that split the sky and shattered the world, twisted it into fragments, and turned it into pure energy that nourished his fleshly body. There was a flash of surprise in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he uttered in a clear voice, "Amazing, what spell is this? How can it break the attack of my level 9 secret treasure sky splitter sword so easily?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "This is a spell I created, Dark Light Erosion. It can break any spell in the world." Break any spell in the world, what big words. Let me see if this spell can break any spell in the world. The Wealth Gold King chuckled and flicked his finger, and the level 9 secret treasure heaven-splitting sword retracted into the gold treasury. Gold light shone, and an ancient bronze mirror suddenly flew out from the gold treasury. As soon as the ancient bronze mirror flew out, the countless mysterious runes engraved on it suddenly shone with dazzling light. The runes engraved on the mysterious runes engraved on the bronze mirror suddenly shone. One after another, strange evil gods with different shapes and different evil god powers flew out from the million evil god diagram. A copious amount of divine force shot out from the evil gods barreling towards Yang Feng. In an instant, a sinister wind blew within a radius of 100 miles, and evil energy surged. All sorts of heretical god forces erupted, distorting the laws between the heavens and earth. Evil energy filled the air, distorting all phenomena. Each evil god has a different evil god force. The evil god force stimulated by the countless evil gods in the evil god drawing can seriously injure or even obliterate an Infinity Warlock. The guests on the golden ship looked at the sky filled with evil gods. The endless scenes caused their expressions to change and their bodies to tremble. The evil gods of the evil god plane were also great enemies of human warlocks. Many of the evil gods of the evil god plane were archgods of the Tsangji plane who fled in defeat, experimental subjects of human warlocks who failed taboo experiments, and innately powerful races who suffered crushing defeats at the hands of human warlocks. During the era of the human 7 great warlock dynasties, the evil god plane was ruled by human warlocks, and the evil gods inside were eliminated again and again like bugs. Many evil gods were eliminated by human warlocks. However, there was no lack of Holy Spirit warlock rank existences among the evil gods, who opened up worlds similar to the core world one after another and hid inside them. This was how they escaped the encirclement of the 7 great warlock dynasties. Since the 8th warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord was defeated, he hasn't taken action against the evil god plane. As a result, the evil god plane has been developing crazily and absorbing countless powerhouses full of malice towards human warlocks. If human warlocks were caught by the evil gods of the evil god plane, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and a layer of devour black light enveloped him. When the evil god's spells hit the devouring black light, they were swallowed by the devouring black light and disappeared. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng withstood the attacks of countless evil gods, crossed a distance of more than 12 kilometers, and appeared in front of the Wealth Gold King. He pointed with a finger, ran through the Wealth Gold King's life force field, and gently touched the other party's forehead. "Thanks for letting me win." After his attack succeeded, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew back by more than 12 kilometers. Amazing! What an amazing spell! It's my loss. Shock shimmered in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he took a deep breath, smiled bitterly, and flicked his finger. In the sky, the gold treasury, which seems to contain countless level 9 secret treasures, slowly closed, and the 2 level 9 secret treasures turned into streams of light and flew into the gold treasury. There was a flash of reluctance in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he flicked a finger, and a gold bead flew towards Yang Feng. Endless darkness, this is the central control secret treasure of the Wealth Gold ship. With this, the Wealth Gold ship is yours. I will take the sun, moon, and star concubines with me. Yang Feng pointed lightly, and the control center of the Wealth Gold ship flew back to the Wealth Gold King's hand. I don't want the Wealth Gold ship. I just want the few rare ores and information about the core world. The Wealth Gold King's thoughts revolved, and he immediately understood Yang Feng's origin, information about the core world. You're from the outside world. No wonder I've never heard of you. If a warlock wants to practice cultivation from an ordinary human to an infinity warlock, they are bound to have a wonderful life. At the same time, they are bound to have vast connections and their own information and intelligence channels. Even rogue warlocks will find a way to build their own intelligence channels. Yang Feng has already begun to build his own intelligence system in the Tsangji Plain. Countless spies have spread throughout the Tsangji Plain to search for information for him. No major movements in the Tsangji Plain can escape his eyes and ears. However, as Yang Feng has just arrived at the core world, he knows almost nothing about it. Therefore, he is very interested in the information the Wealth Gold King has. The Wealth Gold King smiled heartily and spoke with some affection. I, the Wealth Gold King, have vast connections and many friends in the core world. The information in my hands won't let you down. The Wealth Gold ship is very valuable, and there are many treasures inside. Even the Wealth Gold King had to search for a long time to obtain them. Moreover, the Moonlight Warlock rank maids and above on the ship are not easy to cultivate. They are extremely valuable. Yang Feng doesn't want the Wealth Gold ship. Although the Wealth Gold King didn't say anything, but he is somewhat grateful inside. The Wealth Gold King glanced at the many guests on the deck and ordered them to leave. Everyone, that's all for today's reception. You can go back now. Thank you for your hospitality, Wealth Gold King. Thank you for your hospitality. The guests, who have benefited greatly from the top-notch extraordinary food and extraordinary wine, saluted the Wealth Gold King, cast various spells, and flew away. The guests are well aware that although the Wealth Gold King has received them warmly, However, only infinity warlocks of the same level can befriend the Wealth Gold King. Song Zibai took a deep look at Yang Feng standing next to the Wealth Gold King. He doesn't dare to feel any jealousy. Ignoring Mary, who he has been pursuing, he cast a spell and flew away. Infinity warlocks have all kinds of strange personalities. Some are kind and peaceful, while others like the Wealth Gold King like to play games. But most of them are the kind of cruel characters who will kill people if there is a disagreement. Song Zibai is not willing to put his life in Yang Feng's hands. Mary took a deep look at Yang Feng, then cast a spell and flew away. The Wealth Gold King asked with a smile, "That chick has a good impression of you. Aren't you going to keep her?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "No need. It may not be a good thing to follow me. I have no foundation in the core world. If I provoke any trouble, it will only implicate her." In the Cangzhi Plain, Yang Feng's power is so great that even infinity warlocks don't dare to attack his people. Otherwise, they will be hunted down. In the core world, Yang Feng is a loner. Although he can move freely, but he has lost the ability to protect others. The Wealth Gold King replied frankly, "As long as you don't provoke Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, and freaks of the Warlock Monarchs, I can help you resist some ordinary troubles. I seem to have provoked a Warlock Monarch called the Red Monarch." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled and followed the Wealth Gold King into the gold ship. The location of the Black Emperor's treasure trove is on the edge of the Red Monarch's territory. What a malicious joke. Aboard the gold ship, Yang Feng flipped through all kinds of intelligence, frowned, and sank into his thoughts. Chapter 834. The Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Lists. Yang Feng carefully read the information about the Black Emperor's treasure trove, and then put it aside and picked up another piece of information that he is very interested in. The Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Lists respectively record the strongest human warlocks in the core world's Infinity Warlocks, Warlock Monarchs, and Holy Spirit Warlocks. Due to the large number of Infinity Warlocks in the core world, there are only the top 200 Infinity Warlocks on the Infinity List. The Wealth Gold King said. Although the core world is far smaller than the Cangzhi Plain's surface world, but the cultivation resources here are dozens of times better than in the Cangzhi Plain. Moreover, the inheritances of the 8 warlock dynasties are far more complete than those of the Cangzhi Plain's surface world, and the number of infinity warlocks here is far greater than that of the Cangzhi Plain's surface world. According to the information Yang Feng obtained from the Wealth Gold King, there are more than 5,000 infinity warlocks in the core world. The 200 infinity warlocks recorded on the Infinity List are all outstanding infinity warlocks, geniuses among geniuses, and existences far beyond those of the same rank. As for the Warlock Monarchs, the number is much fewer. There are only 67 Warlock Monarchs on the Monarch List. The 6 in the lead are the Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Death Monarch, the Star Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch. The Red Monarch, ranked 65th on the Monarch List. He advanced to a Warlock Monarch 1,000 years ago. He is in charge of the Red Kingdom and has 7 marshals under his command, each of which is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. None of the 7 marshals is on the Infinity List. When Yang Feng saw the information about the Red Monarch, he showed a smile. Warlock Monarchs are divided into different ranks. The Purple Monarch, who was killed by Shi Shui, is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The Red Monarch, on the other hand, has only been promoted for 1,000 years, which is equivalent to a powerhouse who has just advanced to the Warlock Monarch realm. Even if Yang Feng is not a match for the Red Monarch, he can still retreat unscathed. Yang Feng stared at the top 10 names on the Infinity List with a scorching shade in his eyes. My current opponents should be powerhouses on the Infinity List. The top 10 on the C list were Herculean Demon Lian Wui, Green Thunder God Yen Maoan, Brilliant Ninth Heaven Bu Liantian, Beast God Gu Menqi, Queen of Hundred Changes Luo Jijie, Darkness True Dragon Mo Xian, Crimson Flame Phoenix Lu Huang, Violent Qilin Qian Wushuang, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, and Divine Light Cain. I wonder how strong the top 10 experts on the ocean list are. The inheritance of warlocks in the core world is much more complete than in the Zhangji Plain, and the warlock civilization is far more powerful than in the surface world. The top 10 on the core world's infinity list are pinnacle infinity warlock rank powerhouses. The top 10 infinity warlocks on the infinity list are Yang Feng's current goal. Yang Feng asked, Wealth Gold King, do you know where to buy 7-color Aurora Star Stone? 7-color Aurora Star Stone is a core mineral that Yang Feng currently lacks. If he can get it, he can start to evolve the Shizu base again. The Wealth Gold King thought for a while, and then uttered, 7-color Aurora Star Stone? I've seen them several times before, but most of them have been used up by their owners and refined into various secret treasures. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. 7-color Aurora Star Stone is an extremely precious mineral. In the world of warlocks, it is a top material used to refine level 9 secret treasures. Once an infinity warlock gets their hands on such a precious mineral, they will basically use it to refine level 9 secret treasures and enhance their strength. The Wealth Gold King pondered for a while, and then said, however, I heard that the floating Konghai Pavilion will soon hold an exchange meeting that only infinity warlocks can participate in. According to the information, 7-color Aurora Star Stone will appear in the exchange meeting. Most of the resources that infinity warlocks and above need to practice cultivation cannot be bought with magic crystals. They are basically priceless treasures. Even in some top auctions, the probability of treasures like 7-color Aurora Star Stone appearing is very low. However, at the exchange meetings between infinity warlocks, many treasures rarely seen in the outside world will appear. Through these exchange meetings, many infinity warlocks can exchange for the resources they want. Yang Feng has broken through the bases of many infinity warlock rank powerhouses and occupied the Bright Moon Province, Ligui Province, and Yu Province, which are the Great Cloud Dynasty's 3 provinces. Cultivation resources have always been abundant, which is why he didn't participate in the infinity warlocks exchange meetings. As a result, he doesn't know much about this. The Wealth Gold King's power is far inferior to Yang Feng's. Although he plays around in the secular world, but he has never left the circle of infinity warlocks. As such, he naturally knows about many secret places and places where resources are exchanged. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, when will the floating Konghai Pavilion hold the exchange meeting? The Wealth Gold King replied, in 3 months. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said decisively, it's too long. Wealth Gold King, can you go to the floating Konghai Pavilion first? If I don't get there in 3 months, please help me exchange for 7-color Aurora Star Stone. I will definitely give you treasures that will satisfy you in exchange. The Wealth Gold King thought for a while, and then responded decisively, okay. The Wealth Gold King could play around in the core world and be carefree. He has a wide network and has made friends with many infinity warlocks. For Yang Feng to be able to easily defeat the Wealth Gold King, his strength is comparable to that of experts on the infinity list. He is naturally willing to make friends with Yang Feng. The Black Cloud Mountains is a dangerous place tens of thousands of kilometers in length, surrounded by demonic qi, shrouded in demonic fog, and filled with all kinds of strange extraordinary life forms. It is located at the edge of the Red Kingdom. The Black Cloud Mountains are shrouded in demonic fog. Even human powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank often die inside. The extraordinary treasures born in the Black Cloud Mountains aren't of high value, and the resources are only useful for Moonlight Warlocks at most. Therefore, for powerful warlock groups, the Black Cloud Mountains are of little value. Due to the formidable demonic beings frequently roaming the Black Clouds Mountains, there were no traces of human warlocks within a radius of 100 li around the Black Clouds Mountains. Only some rogue warlocks who aren't afraid of death will risk their lives to come to the edge of the Black Cloud Mountains to look for some resources and bring them back to the city to sell. At the edge of the Black Cloud Mountains, the demonic fog suddenly separated, and Yang Feng stepped into the strange demonic fog. As soon as Yang Feng entered the demonic fog, he quickly analyzed, 30,000 meters. In this demonic fog, the limit of my soul force's perception is 30,000 meters. If it was an ordinary infinity warlock, without using spells, they should only be able to perceive a distance of 5,000 meters. No wonder no warlocks are willing to come to the Black Cloud Mountains. This place is barren of resources. It's not a place to practice cultivation. Suddenly, a black snake ejected from the ground, opened its maw, and bit towards Yang Feng. The black snake has just ejected to within 10 meters of Yang Feng, when it was broken into 6 or 7 pieces by Yang Feng's life force cover. When the black snake died, spear-like tree vines suddenly stabbed out from the thick demonic fog, stabbed Yang Feng's life force cover, and shattered it. Yang Feng traveled for more than 30 kilometers in the demonic fog and encountered thousands of attacks. However, those attacks couldn't break his life force cover. After all, infinity warlocks are the pinnacle existences in this world. Ordinary freaks and extraordinary life forms can no longer hurt them. That's the entrance to the Black Emperor's treasure trove. When Yang Feng came to a mountain peak, he looked at a cave in midair on a cliff, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Suddenly, a large stone next to Yang Feng cracked open, and an orchid light, which looks like it came from a bottomless abyss, bloomed like a flower of evil, and gathered all the power of evil, darkness, and massacre in the world. A pitch-black dagger with a deep orchid color stabbed towards Yang Feng at an extremely fast speed, carrying endless killing intent. The stab was extremely abrupt. Prior to this, Yang Feng's various perception spells weren't triggered. Even the mysterious fate algorithm only throbbed wildly at the moment when the stone exploded. A premonition of death welled up inside Yang Feng. At the moment of imminent peril, world force of the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng poured into him via the world ring, and the runes of the primal chaos imperishable body shone brightly and formed a distorted primal chaos force field. When the pitch-black dagger stabbed into the primal chaos force field, it was forcibly distorted and deflected, and then brushed past Yang Feng's body and stabbed his right arm, leaving a white mark, and deflected to the side. A devouring black moon abruptly rose up, crushing towards the assassin in a frenzy. "No! Don't kill me, I'm..." Amid shrill screams of horror, Yang Feng saw a thin middle-aged warlock dressed in a black warlock robe with a distorted face erupt with junior infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power and struggle frantically inside the devour black moon. In the end, he was crushed, burst apart, and turned into a mist of blood that was devoured by the devour black moon. After the devour black moon devoured the infinity warlock, a powerful and pure life magic energy poured into Yang Feng and nourished his body and soul. In the world with the light of eternity, Yang Feng entered seclusion for 1,000 years to comprehend the essence of devour and advance his mastery of the essence of devour to the next level. After devouring the power and flesh essence of enemies, he can feed them back to himself and enhance his strength in all aspects. If he can devour 3,000 infinity warlocks, Yang Feng can step into the warlock monarch realm in one fell swoop with the pure power. Chapter 835. To advance to a warlock monarch by devouring 3,000 infinity warlocks, this secret method is already very heaven-defying. It should be noted that Poidal, the former floor lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss, has been trapped in the infinity warlock realm for more than 100,000 years. If killing 3,000 infinity warlocks can promote to a warlock monarch rank existence, then he will use all his power to hunt down infinity warlock rank powerhouses. In the vast universe, there are as many experts as there are clouds. The number of human infinity warlocks in the Tsangji plane alone has already exceeded 5,000. As long as Poidal is given enough time, he can devour enough infinity warlock rank powerhouses to advance to a warlock monarch. This dagger is also a level 9 secret treasure, but it's still slightly inferior to the ruler of the Knight's God armament dagger of the Night. Otherwise, I'm afraid that both sides would suffer. A mere junior Infinity Warlock put me in such a difficult position. Sure enough, no Infinity Warlock can be underestimated. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the dagger that the warlock used to assassinate him flew into his hand. He scanned the dagger with his soul force, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. The Infinity Warlock who assassinated Yang Feng just now only had Junior Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base. If it was a head-on fight, Yang Feng would be able to blast the Junior Infinity Warlock assassin into dregs with a few spells. But the Junior Infinity Warlock assassin suddenly erupted with power just now. If Yang Feng hadn't cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body and strengthened his fleshly body with the light of eternity, then once he was stabbed by the assassin, the curse and poison contained in the dagger would be something that even someone as strong as Yang Feng may not be able to suppress. Someone is coming. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's body distorted, and he turned into the Infinity Warlock assassin. With a dagger in hand, he looked into the distance with a vigilant expression. Shadow Kill, what happened here just now? I sensed that you erupted with Infinity Warlock rank power. A beautiful warlock wearing a red dress walked over with a sweet smile on her face. Her voice was like that of an oriole in an empty valley, her appearance was extremely beautiful, and she had a sweet smile on her face. Yang Feng imitated the voice of the Infinity Warlock assassin and said, "There was an insect that I killed just now." A young man dressed in a black warlock robe with a strange giant snake embroidered on the warlock robe, with snake hair growing on his head, and an ugly appearance, looking like a humanoid snake monster, walked over from the side and said coldly, "Shadow Killer, be careful." This was the treasure of the legendary Black Emperor, who had suppressed countless planes during the ancient god era. If we're exposed and attract those monsters on the sea list, we won't even get a bone dregs. Yang Feng was slightly startled, and killing intent welled up inside him. The Black Emperor's treasure trove, they actually know about the Black Emperor's treasure trove. The Black Emperor's treasure trove is the treasure trove of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. For Yang Feng, if he can get his hands on it, it will be a huge fortune. He wasn't willing to share this treasure with anyone. Since he has the strength to get his hands on the treasure trove, an ambitious and ruthless person like Yang Feng would make a choice. The beautiful eyes of the beautiful warlock in red turned slightly, and she said, "The three of us are here. Now we're still missing the red mountain bone monster, the petrol feathers, and the transcendent eyes." "I'm here." A red skeleton walked out of the demonic mist and spoke in a hoarse voice. The red skeleton was 3 meters tall, and it was completely made up of different red bones. It was like a mutated version of a skeleton demon. "I'm not late, am I?" Along with a chuckle, feathers of an unknown extraordinary bird drifted over from afar, interwove with each other, and formed a handsome young man with a medium build. The void slightly distorted, and a half-naked man wearing a pair of shorts with his eyes tightly closed walked out of the void. Most of his body was exposed, and there were creepy and strange eyes on his body that made people's hair stand on end. As soon as Yang Feng saw the 5 Infinity Warlocks appear, he hid his killing intent, and silently operated a secret method, and his aura and sense of existence became extremely thin. Making your aura and sense of existence become extremely thin is a secret method that assassin-type warlocks must master. Otherwise, the Shadow Kill wouldn't have been able to hide from Yang Feng's perception and almost succeeded in assassinating Yang Feng. The petrol feathers uttered with a smile, "Everyone is here. With the 6 of us joining forces, we can even fight experts on the Infinity list as long as they aren't monsters in the top 50. Red Moon Fairy, let's begin." The beautiful warlock in red nodded, took out a round bead, and tossed it into the air. As soon as the round bead flew into the air, it expanded against the wind and turned into a 100-meter-long extraordinary life-form realm-crossing insect engraved with countless runes. The realm-crossing insect was a very strange kind of transcendent demon insect. It liked to dig holes in the barriers between worlds and open up a passageway between worlds. Human warlocks use realm-crossing insects to open planar passageways to many planes. The realm-crossing insect pounced on the cave halfway up the cliff, opened its ferocious mouthpart, and bit wildly. A strange bottomless hole appeared in the void, and it was filled with the power of distortion. The world passageway opened by the realm-crossing insect is chaotic and twisted. Only powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank can enter it. Once existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank enter the world passageway, they will be twisted and turned into a pile of minced meat. With flashes of magic light, the 5 Infinity Warlocks turned into streams of light and entered the world passageway. Yang Feng also operated a secret method, turned into a shadow, and entered the world passageway. Within a few breaths of time, Yang Feng passed through the world passageway and appeared in a wide, bright world with no end in sight. The Red Moon Fairy extended her hand, and red threads shot towards the realm-crossing insect in the sky and swept it up. When the red threads pierced the realm-crossing insect, the berserk realm-crossing insect quieted down, shrank, and finally flew into the Red Moon Fairy's hand. Extraordinary insects like realm-crossing insects are not easy to cultivate. Generally, only warlock groups such as the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western World's 3 dynasties have enough time and resources to cultivate them. Even the Battle Demon sect, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, doesn't have a realm-crossing insect. The Red Moon Fairy was lucky enough to get one, so she naturally treasures it. The Red Moon Fairy said, "This is the world inside the Black Emperor, the Black Emperor realm." Tens of thousands of years ago, there were still warlock monarch rank archgods in the Black Emperor realm. But now, there are only Infinity Warlock rank archgods left in the Black Emperor realm. These archgods are antiques of the Black Emperor era. They only know how to use their innate abilities. Compared to us Infinity Warlocks, they aren't on the same level. The Zhangji Plains Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have basically established a powerful world inside them. They would use countless resources to nurture their own worlds, and the stronger their worlds were, the greater the power they could provide them. After a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse dies, if they aren't killed directly, but rather die naturally, the world inside them will still exist. Then, with the passage of time, their energy level will continue to decline, and they will eventually lose all extraordinary power, and then die and be destroyed. The Black Emperor is one of the strongest warlock powerhouses of the Archgod era. Together with the human 7 Warlock Emperors, he is recognized as the most powerful Warlock Emperor rank existence. His world also has a trace of immortality, which is why it has been able to exist for so many years and its energy level has declined so slowly. The Red Moon Fairy said, "Now let's split up and sneak into the cities of the Black Emperor realm and find a way to inquire about the location of the Empyrean Origin Force." Empyrean Origin Force is the purest power formed from the soul force and origin force of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse after they die. It is the source of extraordinary power in a world like the Black Emperor realm. The Empyrean Origin energy was the most precious treasure in the Black Emperor realm. If one could extract and refine the Empyrean Origin energy, Yang Feng and them will advance to the Warlock Monarch rank without any suspense. If they can absorb the Empyrean Origin force of 3 worlds like the Black Emperor realm, then even an ordinary Infinity Warlock may be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock. The Infinity Warlocks nodded, agreed on a method of contact, and then blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and flew in different directions. Yang Feng also turned into a stream of black light and disappeared. The Black Emperor realm, in front of a village made of countless boulders, there are many archgod powerhouses rarely seen in the outside world. Each of these archgod powerhouses has a grotesque appearance. Most of them have a human-like torso, but the other parts of their body are different from that of humans. As a whole, they are 70% similar to humans. These archgod powerhouses either have 3 eyes, an extraordinary right hand, or a bird head. Although they are grotesquely shaped, but they all exude terrifying auras. Any adult archgod exudes Moonlight Warlock rank aura or above, and there is no lack of glorious Sun Warlocks among them. The tribal system is really backward. Standing quietly in the shadow of the village, Yang Feng looked at the archgods and shook his head, and then blurred into motion and jumped into another shadow. These archgods are innately powerful. But when it comes to the use of power, they are thousands of times weaker than human warlocks. Yang Feng easily sneaked into the most powerful tribe in the area 1,000 kilometers in radius. Inside the archgod tribe, in a huge stone house covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, there are two powerhouses sitting. One of them was a handsome man who had 3 eyes and looked 90% like a human. The other was an ancient god with 2 heads, one with its eyes closed and the other with its eyes open. Chapter 836. The 3-eyed archgod frowned and asked unhurriedly, "The demonic eye tribe is getting more and more rampant. They killed Beishan and Tuogue. High priest, what should we do now?" The 2-headed archgod barked, "Bajino, we can't retreat. We must fight back. Gather all our forces, destroy them, kill them, and use their bones and flesh to let all those who resist the Flame Law tribe know the consequences of resisting us." A trifling ordinary archgod tribe has 2 infinity warlock rank archgods. Archgods are indeed fearsome existences that suppressed countless intelligent life forms. A slightly emotional voice sounded. The eyes of the 3-eyed archgod and the 2-headed archgod blurred, and then Yang Feng suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Die! The eyes of the 3-eyed archgod shimmered fiercely, his muscles bulged, his fleshly body surged to the extreme, and he shot towards Yang Feng, followed by afterimages that are difficult to see with the naked eye. Boom! Yang Feng grabbed the 3-eyed archgod's right hand and held it as steady as a mountain. A fearsome explosion reverberated in the room and set off shock waves. Originally, the physique of archgods is far superior to that of human warlocks of the same rank. But Yang Feng cultivates the Empyrean grade secret method Primal Chaos Imperishable and obtained the eternal god tree light of eternity fruit to temper his fleshly body. The strength of his fleshly body is even superior to that of ordinary archgods. Yang Feng grabbed the right hand of the 3-eyed archgod Bajino and twisted it. The 3-eyed archgod Bajino suddenly slammed into the ground, produced an earth-shattering noise, and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. "You're courting death." Bajino's eyes shimmered with a ferocious ray, and the power of bloodline inside him boiled. He wanted to open the closed 3rd eye and unleash his innate ability Void Demon Eye to kill Yang Feng in one fell swoop. The Void Demon Eye is a terrifying innate ability of the Bajino family. Even if it is a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, without the corresponding spells and secret treasures to protect themselves, they will be seriously injured or even killed by the Void Demon Eye. This is Bajino's trump card. You rely too much on innate spells. His fighting style is too obvious and crude. Yang Feng's voice was flat, and black runes diffused from him and turned into a rune net that stabbed into Bajino. Bajino suddenly felt the bloodline power inside him recede like a tide, and he could no longer keep his demon eye of insightful emptiness open. He fell into a state of drowsiness, as if he could fall asleep at any time. Bajino possesses intermediate infinity warlock rank power. Unfortunately, his fighting style is simple and crude, which cannot compare to the exquisite spells and secret treasures of human warlocks. Thus, he was easily suppressed by Yang Feng. The high priest of the Flame Law tribe looked at Yang Feng with fear in his eyes and asked vigilantly, "I am the high priest of the Flame Law tribe, Shangqingpu. Who are you?" Yang Feng answered, "I am Endless Darkness. I came here to ask you something." Shangqingpu asked warily, "What is it?" Yang Feng answered, "When you practice cultivation, in which direction is the bloodline power inside you most active?" When archgod powerhouses practice cultivation, they mainly cultivate their bloodline power and develop it to the limit. According to legend, if the bloodline power of any archgod is purified and traced back to the limit, they can evolve into a Holy Spirit warlock rank existence. As for going a step further and becoming a warlock emperor rank existence, it will depend on one's luck and effort. Shangqingpu's eyes shimmered with confusion, and he asked, "Practice cultivation? What's that?" Yang Feng said with emotion, "You don't even know what cultivation is, yet you can evolve to this point just by relying on innate skills and bloodline power. That's an archgod for you." In the Zhangji Plain, human warlocks racked their brains and developed virtually endless secret methods. However, more than 99% of human warlocks are stuck in the Moonlight Warlock realm. As long as these archgods reach adulthood, they will possess Moonlight Warlock rank power. The best among them don't even need to practice cultivation to become Infinity Warlock rank existences. Such freaks naturally possess the power to dominate the world. Yang Feng glanced at the two archgods, and his heart stirred. These two archgods can naturally evolve into Infinity Warlock rank existences without any cultivation secret methods. If they are given the corresponding cultivation methods and resources, they may even evolve into Warlock Monarch rank existences in the future. Tracing back to their origins, human warlocks' cultivation secret methods originate from the secret methods created by archgods. Over the years, human warlocks have collected many secret methods of archgod cultivation. Most of these secret methods have been sealed as materials for studying archgods, so they are not secrets. Yang Feng has many archgod cultivation secret methods in his hands. But if one doesn't have the corresponding bloodline power, they are useless to human warlocks. Yang Feng asked, "Every time your bloodline throbs and transforms, in which direction will the bloodline throb?" Empyrean origin force is equivalent to a world origin force in the Black Emperor realm. It is the source of all extraordinary forces. For archgods to evolve into Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, they have absorbed world origin force. Shanqing Pu's eyes shimmered with coldness, and he asked coldly, "Why should I tell you?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Because I'm stronger than you." The Phantom Ruler's projection suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng, and transparent threads stabbed into Shanqing Pu's body. Shanqing Pu's two heads fell into a daze. Shanqing Pu's eyes revealed endless confusion, and he uttered, "When our bloodline throbs and transforms, the bloodline power throbs in the direction of the Holy Pulse Mountain." Yang Feng asked, "Which direction?" Shanqing Pu clearly doesn't know the difference between north, south, east, and west. He pointed to the southeast and said, "This direction." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and runes entered Shanqing Pu and Bajuno. A cool breeze blew past and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Shanqing Pu came back to his senses. When he thought of what he just did, a chill welled up inside him. What a fearsome guy, what a terrifying method. Bajuno got up from the ground, and fear shimmered in his eyes. Amazing. Who is that guy? Even the number one expert of the Demon Eye tribe, Demon Eye Stoneheart, may not be his opponent. Demon Eye Stoneheart is the number one expert in this area, and he is far stronger than Bajuno and Shanqing Pu. However, when he thought of Yang Feng's strange methods, Bajuno felt a chill in his heart. Shanqing Pu's eyes shimmered with worry, and he sighed slowly, "I don't know." Following the law of wind, a breeze drifted towards the Holy Pulse Mountain. Each time it drifted, it crossed a distance of dozens of kilometers. This is really an archgod's treasure trove. There are powerful archgod bloodlines everywhere. If I can subdue them, I can use them as a powerful force. However, these archgods are also a double-edged sword. If I don't control them well, I may suffer a backlash. In the breeze, Yang Feng controlled the law of wind to jump around while quietly calculating. In terms of physical constitution alone, archgods are far superior to human warlocks. Their strength is not inferior to that of human warlocks. The only thing they lack is offensive secret methods that can exert their power to the limit. If someone were to teach them the secret offensive techniques of the ancient gods, they would definitely become a terrifying force. The two warlock emperors, the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord, besieged archgods, while the human warlocks slayed archgods, nearly wiping out the Zhangji Plains archgods. Many archgods were forced to flee to the depths of the universe and other planes. The relationship between human warlocks and archgods is practically irreconcilable. However, the ancient gods of the Black Emperor realm who resided in the Black Emperor realm merely killed each other and fought for resources. They have no deep hatred with human warlocks, so they can be accepted. Found it, the Holy Pulse Mountain. After flying for 300,000 kilometers, a huge mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared in front of Yang Feng. It looked like a human spine and stretched without end. A vast, desolate, ancient, and mighty aura slowly diffused from the huge mountain range. What's that? Yang Feng's eyes suddenly constricted, and he looked towards the center of the Holy Pulse Mountain. He saw that the center of the Holy Pulse Mountain, which is tens of thousands of kilometers in length, was destroyed by a terrifying power of heaven and earth, revealing a shocking fist imprint with a radius of thousands of kilometers. It looks like someone blasted the Holy Pulse Mountain in half with a punch. Yang Feng looked at the shocking fist imprint with a dignified look in his eyes. Was the Black Emperor killed by someone at the time? But at the time, the Black Emperor was already invincible, and the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses who were his opponents died before him. Who could kill the Black Emperor? The Black Emperor realm evolved from the world inside the Black Emperor. Most Archgod Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have a world inside them. As world lords, they can exert terrifying power in any world. Magic Band domain has no effect on them. Warlock Emperor rank existences have tyrannical fleshly bodies. And the big world within their bodies was the source of their power, the foundation of the magic power that could easily destroy the world. Once the world inside them is severely damaged, it means that they are in the most dangerous time. At the time, the Black Emperor was invincible. He defeated all the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of the Tsangji Plain and took them in as his subordinates. For someone to be able to cause damage to the world inside him, this is simply bizarre. Chapter 837. A scale in Yang Feng's hand suddenly heated up, and strange light diffused from it. In the distance, rays of light flew this way. The red mountain bone monster and the other 4 infinity warlocks appeared in the void. Excitement flashed in Petrol Feather's eyes, and he said solemnly, "This Black Emperor realm is really a treasure land. With so many infinity warlock rank archgods, they don't know how to use their power. If we can kill them all, it'll be a huge fortune." Infinity warlock rank archgods are far weaker than human warlocks in the core world in terms of fighting strength. However, the bloodline of infinity warlock rank archgods is of great value. If all the bloodline of an infinity warlock rank archgod is extracted and refined, it's possible to create an infinity warlock rank archgod bloodline warlock family. In the Black Emperor realm, infinity warlock rank archgods can be seen everywhere. Although they have formidable talents, but as long as human infinity warlocks proficient in countless spells pay a little attention, they can hunt them down one by one and turn them into tremendous wealth. The Red Moon Fairy said solemnly, "If the Taboo Imperial Court obtains the Black Emperor realm, then with their research on bloodline power, they may be able to create 1 or 2 warlock monarch rank archgods. However, these archgods won't be of much use to our cultivation. Besides, there are also pinnacle powerhouses among these archgods. If we're not careful, we may be wiped out. We should find a way to steal the Empyrean origin force and leave this place. That's the best plan. Infinity Warlock rank archgod bloodline can indeed be exchanged for a large amount of resources. However, resources above the Infinity Warlock rank are priceless. It is extremely difficult to exchange archgod bloodline for cultivation resources. But Empyrean origin force is different. No matter what secret method a warlock cultivates, as long as they can absorb Empyrean origin force, they will get a huge improvement. When the other infinity warlocks heard the Red Moon Fairy's words, they nodded. "Let's go." The Red Moon Fairy shouted, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the place where a large hole was blasted open in the Holy Pulse Mountain. Yang Feng and the others followed her. The Holy Pulse Mountain is the center of the Black Emperor realm. With the means of the Red Moon Fairy and them, it is extremely difficult to enter the Holy Pulse Mountain. The fastest way was to sneak into the Holy Pulse Mountain from where the Holy Pulse Mountain was broken. Before long, a huge and unfathomably deep fist-shaped cave appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. The fist-shaped cave was filled with wisps of strange demon qi. The strange demonic aura intertwined with the abundant mana in the surroundings, forming all kinds of strange phenomena. Countless strangely shaped life forms suddenly took shape and let out shrill and strange screams. Once existences below the starry sky warlock rank hear the strange scream, their soul will shatter, and they will turn into corpses. The countless strangely shaped spirit body life forms possess terrifying power. If careless, even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would be torn to pieces by the strange spirit body life forms. Since Yang Feng and his party are all Infinity Warlocks, the countless strange spirits that can kill Moonlight Warlocks can't even get close to them, and are easily shattered to pieces. As soon as they entered the Holy Pulse Mountain, a boundless demonic sea covered in dense demonic qi appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. The demonic sea churned, and the laws of heaven and earth above it twisted and changed, forming an unstable space. Black wind lingered around, and the demonic aura was dense, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Petrol feathers pointed with a finger, and a feather suddenly flew out and turned into a great warlock rank extraordinary demonic swallow that flew into the sky above the demonic sea. Shortly after the extraordinary demonic swallow flew into the sky above the demonic sea, it suddenly trembled slightly, and, as if it lost all its strength, flapped its wings, and fell into the demonic sea. The demonic qi swirled slightly, and the transcendent demonic swallow completely disappeared, sinking into the demonic sea. Petrol Feathers said solemnly, "It is impossible to fly in the demonic sea. The laws of heaven and earth above it are chaotic. Unless you can analyze the laws of chaos, no one can fly on it." Looking at the demonic sea surging with demonic qi, the Infinity Warlocks frowned, and a dignified look flashed in their eyes. Infinity Warlocks possess terrifying perception. Although the Red Moon Fairy and the others haven't come into contact with the demonic sea, but they can still vaguely feel the great terror hidden in the demonic sea. In the world of warlocks, there were many bizarre, outrageous, and unimaginable existences. For example, as long as they don't touch the water of Styx, even Moonlight Warlocks can resist it with spells. But once they are touched by a drop of Styx, even an Infinity Warlock will have their soul and memories erased, and they will turn into a walking corpse. The demonic sea gives people a very dangerous feeling. These Infinity Warlocks aren't willing to touch it lightly. "I'll do it." The Red Mountain Bone Monster's voice was hoarse. He stabbed his hand into his body, dug out a bone inscribed with all kinds of weird runes, and threw it towards the demonic sea. The bone was also brimming with demonic qi. It twisted and turned into a strange demonic ship that was brimming with demonic qi. It landed on the demonic sea. The bizarre devilish ship swayed slightly and hovered above the devilish sea. "My demonic bone ship can resist the erosion of the demonic sea." The Red Mountain Bone Monster's eyes flickered for a while, and then he took a step forward and boarded the ship. The eyes of the Red Moon Fairy and the other Infinity Warlocks flickered with enigmatic light, and they boarded the ship. As soon as the 6 people boarded the demonic ship, 18 bony arms extended from the demonic ship, each holding an oar, and began to row the ship. The demonic ship floated towards the depths of the demonic sea. Suddenly, the demonic sea churned and roiled, and one after another, skeletons and rotting corpses emerged from the demonic sea. A layer of skeletons and rotting corpses appeared on the surface of the demonic sea. Most of the skeletons and rotting corpses are in the form of archgods, looking very strange and ferocious. A foul smell, resentment, and hostility diffused from the skeletons and rotting corpses and rushed towards the ship. "Come down. Die. Flesh and blood, I want the flesh and blood of living people." The will fluctuations of the countless skeletons and rotting corpses gushed towards Yang Feng and the others like a tide and slammed into their sea of knowledge. "Humph, a bunch of ants." Petrol Feathers smiled coldly, then recited an incantation, put on a ring, and pointed at the skeletons. The flame ring flashed, and a flame suddenly gushed out and turned into a sea of fire that enveloped a large number of skeletons. Enveloped by the sea of fire, hundreds of skeletons and rotting corpses were burned to ashes. The Red Moon Fairy took out a holy light ring, put it on, and pointed at the skeletons and rotting corpses, and resplendent holy light entered the skeletons and rotting corpses and purified them. The other Infinity Warlocks also used secret treasures to release powerful purification spells and purify the skeletons and rotting corpses. When the 6 Infinity Warlocks joined forces, the skeletons and rotting corpses covering the demonic sea were purified, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, the demonic sea churned, and a huge tail covered with countless bone spurs shot out from the bottom of the sea and slammed into the Devil Bone ship. Boom! The red mountain bone monster frantically urged his life force, countless runes appeared on the Devil Bone ship, and a black magic shield suddenly appeared and blocked below the Devil Bone ship. When the huge tail covered with sharp bone spurs slammed into the magic shield, it easily shattered the magic shield, and then blasted the Devil Bone ship into countless pieces. Yang Feng's group of 6 was forced to jump into the air. Yang Feng analyzed calmly, the laws here are chaotic. There should be a fight between peerless powerhouses, which shattered the laws of this space. If you want to fly, you can only use the power of the small world inside you. Human Infinity Warlocks who have formed a small world inside them can exert terrifying power in different worlds. This is one of the advantages of Infinity Warlocks with a small world inside them by far over Infinity Warlocks without a small world inside them. The petrol feather flicked his finger, and feathers flew out and turned into extraordinary demonic swallows. He stepped on the extraordinary demonic swallows and fled into the distance. The Red Moon Fairy waved her lily-white hand, and a handkerchief suddenly extended, became 10,000 meters long, and extended into the distance. She stepped on the handkerchief and flew into the air. The snake ancestor flicked his finger, and a 10,000-meter-long snake skin ejected. As soon as he jumped into the giant snake's skin, he strangely disappeared. The Red Mountain Bone Devil disintegrated into 3 red skeletons. The 3 red skeletons threw red bones at each other. When a red bone appeared in midair, it transformed into a new skeleton, and the original red skeleton disappeared in an instant. The god-formed Devil Eye's body suddenly disintegrated, and then numerous eyes shot out like cannonballs towards the surroundings. It was an extremely strange scene. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he smiled slightly, operated a secret method, turned into a black shadow, jumped into the shadow of the Red Moon Fairy's handkerchief, and shuttled back and forth in the shadow. The devilish sea roiled and a peerlessly ferocious and terrifying aura suddenly erupted. A bloody mouth that had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, and only sharp teeth that were like saw teeth suddenly burst out with boundless devilish water. It opened its mouth and swallowed the petrol feather in a single gulp. Chapter 838. The petrol feathers trembled slightly, and then split into countless palm-sized extraordinary demonic birds with different innate abilities that fled in different directions. As if a huge whirlpool has formed, the maw swallowed wildly. The countless palm-sized transcendent demonic birds trembled and were entangled by the countless whirlpools, flying toward the bloody mouth. Save me! The countless extraordinary birds gathered in an instant and formed the petrol feathers, and he shouted with a look of horror on his face. The Red Moon Fairy and the others, however, fled even faster. None of them looked back at the petrol feathers. The Red Moon Fairy and the others were lucky enough to obtain the secret of the Black Emperor's treasure trove. They formed a temporary team to explore the Black Emperor's treasure trove together just to share the risks. They won't rescue their temporary teammates. When the maw closed, the magic light on the petrol feathers shattered, and he fell into the maw with a look of despair on his face, and was devoured and crushed to pieces. After the maw devoured the petrol feathers, it sank to the bottom of the demonic sea and disappeared. Seeing that the demonic sea is so dangerous, the remaining 5 Infinity Warlocks didn't dare to hold back anymore. They urged their life energy and cast various secret methods to rush to the other side of the demonic sea. In addition to the secret methods they practice, every Infinity Warlock has mastered many unimaginable secret methods. Even though the laws of heaven and earth above the demonic sea are chaotic, making it impossible to fly, but the Infinity Warlocks still have various means to cross the demonic sea. The 5 Infinity Warlocks frantically urged their life energy, took out one secret treasure after another, and crossed the demonic sea at a terrifying speed. Before long, they saw the end of the demonic sea. At this moment, the originally calm demon sea suddenly surged and churned. The bloody mouth that had just devoured the petrel feather suddenly burst out from the endless demon sea, stirring the heavens and earth as it chomped down on the demon snake old ancestor. Damn bastard! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The eyes of the snake ancestor flashed fiercely, and his aura suddenly changed. His body swelled up, and the snake hair on his head shattered. He turned into a 100-meter-long purple true dragon. A vast and boundless world energy seeped out from the purple dragon's body. It stretched out its dragon claw, and dragon energy surged, suppressing the world as it slammed into the bloody mouth. Struck by the dragon claw containing boundless world force, the bloody mouth split open. Black mucus and teeth shattered and sank into the demonic sea. Strands of incomparably strange profoundness surged in the demonic sea. Streams of demonic water that seemed to be able to crush and erode worlds soared into the sky from the demonic sea and swept towards the purple dragon in the sky. The purple true dragon's world energy surged wildly, forming a purple halo around its body. Demonic water covered the sky and purple light flashed. 2 extremely powerful forces intertwined in the demonic sea, churned, and offset each other. All of a sudden, the purple true dragon twisted slightly, crossed the distance of 100 kilometers, and appeared at the edge of the demonic sea. The boundless demonic water fell into the demonic sea and churned. Come, back. Let's go together. Countless skeletons and rotting corpses were faintly discernible in the demonic sea and issued queer calls. Shrouded by the queer calls, even a glorious dawn warlock will have their mind shaken, their soul shaken, and they will fall into the demonic sea. Taking advantage of the time when the weird monster was entangled with the snake ancestor, the other 4 Infinity Warlocks took the opportunity to cross the demonic sea, land on the ground, and stared at the snake ancestor vigilantly. The Red Moon Fairy narrowed her eyes, stared at the snake ancestor, and uttered unhurriedly, "Should we call you the snake ancestor, or the 175th on the infinity list, purple true dragon Yunbo?" Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly, so this is an expert on the infinity list. Sure enough, he deserves his reputation. He's a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world. Powerhouses who have formed a virtual world or a small world inside them are far stronger than those of the same rank, and can display terrifying battle prowess in many worlds and environments. However, it is far more difficult for powerhouses who have formed a virtual world to promote to an Infinity Warlock than other warlocks. With the help of the Eternal Fruit, Yang Feng broke through the Godman boundary and obtained a level 9 soul aptitude, which is how he was able to advance to the Infinity Warlock realm. The 175th on the infinity list is a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world. From this, it can be seen how strong an expert on the infinity list is. Yunbo said flatly, "I am the purple true dragon." The godly-faced demon eyes stared at Yunbo. His voice was slightly distorted as he said coldly, "Purple true dragon, what is your purpose for sneaking into our midst?" Yunbo glanced at the 4 Infinity Warlocks and said domineeringly, "My purpose? Of course it's the Empyrean origin force in the center of the Black Emperor realm. Didn't you all come here for the same reason?" As an expert on the infinity list, Yunbo is extremely powerful. Even when facing 4 Infinity Warlocks, he isn't afraid. The gap in strength between Infinity Warlocks is enormous. Supreme Infinity Warlocks can insta-kill Junior Infinity Warlocks. As an expert on the infinity list, Yunbo is an outrageous genius who has formed a virtual world inside him. Even if he faces the Red Moon Fairy and the other 4 Infinity Warlocks, the outcome of the battle won't be known. The Red Mountain Bone Monster said coldly, "All right. Everyone's purpose is the Black Emperor Realm's Empyrean Origin Force. Now that the Empyrean Origin Force hasn't appeared yet, it will only make people laugh if we fight among ourselves. Let's move on." The other 3 Infinity Warlocks looked at each other and nodded silently. The group continued to explore. But Yang Feng's group of 4 formed a small group, vaguely rejecting the Infinity List powerhouse Purple True Dragon Yunbo didn't care and walked straight ahead. After crossing the demonic sea, a vast and endless cluster of palaces appeared before everyone's eyes. Within the palace complex, there were traces of battle everywhere. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, making it look like a ghost town. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he turned to look at the void. Then, he turned around and continued to look at the palace complex covered in corpses. The Red Moon Fairy scanned the palace complex with her soul force, and then frowned and uttered, "Flying is prohibited in this area." Infinity Warlocks are proficient in many secret methods, and many escape secret methods require flying to be cast. Since flying is prohibited in this palace complex, it means that the escape secret methods prepared by many Infinity Warlocks will be ineffective, or even greatly weakened. However, every Infinity Warlock who dares to come here is a person with a firm mind. Without hesitation, they stepped into the palace complex. As soon as they entered the palace complex, Yang Feng and the others saw that there are arch-god skeletons everywhere. Each arch-god skeleton is riddled with scars, and resentment and ferocious breath diffuse from the arch-god skeletons and soar into the sky. The Red Mountain Bone Monster glanced at the arch-god skeletons and sighed slightly, and regret shimmered in his eyes. Unfortunately, these bones have been here for too long. These arch-gods were extremely powerful when they were alive, with the weakest being Moonlight Warlock rank existences. However, after nearly 10 million years, the extraordinary power inside their bones has completely faded away with the passage of time. Now, they are just ordinary bones without any extraordinary power. Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower. Yang Feng suddenly appeared in front of an extraordinary plant, bent down, and grabbed a palm-sized, red extraordinary plant surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. The Red Moon Fairy's eyes lit up, and she uttered with a tender smile, "As expected of the Black Emperor's world, there are treasures everywhere. The Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It needs to be watered with the blood essence of archgods with Lightning God bloodline, and only by chance can it be born. If it is a warlock who cultivates lightning secret methods, then even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse will pay a huge price in exchange for it." Yunbo glanced at Yang Feng, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. Then, he regained his calm, as if he doesn't care about the Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower. Fire God Jade Tree. Wind God Blood Origin Stone. After Yang Feng harvested the Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower, the Red Moon Fairy and them also searched and obtained many treasures of heaven and earth that will move the hearts of Infinity Warlocks and even Warlock Monarchs. Since no one has come here for millions of years, the palace complex is full of treasures of heaven and earth that are rarely seen in the outside world. However, Yang Feng and them still went straight to the center of the palace complex. Empyrean Origin Force is the ultimate goal of Yang Feng and them. Although the other treasures of heaven and earth are precious, but it is still difficult to promote an Infinity Warlock to a Warlock Monarch. But Empyrean Origin Force can make a person advance to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse in a single bound. In the center of the palace complex, there is a 10,000-meter tall magnificent palace made of a rare mineral gold jade. Even ordinary Warlock Monarchs can hardly harm it. But at this time, the magnificent palace is strangely divided into two. One half has disappeared into thin air, as if it doesn't exist at all. At the very center of the palace was an extremely strange disk. At the center of the disk was a black crystal. Strands of world origin energy radiated from the black crystal. Empyrean Origin Force. With a thought, Yang Feng cast a secret method, jumped into the shadow, and disappeared. Since the Empyrean origin force has appeared, then go to hell. Yunbo's eyes flickered with a ferocious gleam as he unleashed all the power he could muster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the godly face's demon eyes. His claws were imbued with the aura of a true dragon, as though he had transformed into a true dragon hunting its prey. Suppressing the void, he grabbed out at the godly face's demon eye's heart. Chapter 839. The spells of warlocks who cultivated ocular techniques and ocular secret methods were extremely strange. No one knew what kind of extraordinary power their ocular techniques possessed. Among infinity warlocks, warlocks who cultivate eye techniques and eye secret methods may not be the strongest in head-on combat. However, if they hide aside and release all kinds of strange eye techniques to their heart's content, then even supreme infinity warlocks in the top 10 on the infinity list will be hit if they are careless. The eyes on the transcendent eye's body opened one by one, and the eyes of different extraordinary life forms suddenly erupted and barreled towards the purple true dragon Yunbo, Ha. If you were given time to prepare, your eye technique would indeed pose a great threat to me. But after all, you aren't the true body of those eyes. Instead of hurriedly opening so many eyes, you might as well just open one eye. Yunbo sneered. Suddenly, purple dragon scales appeared on his body. It was as if he had transformed into a humanoid dragon. Rings of purple dragon aura wrapped around his body, exuding a terrifying pressure of a true dragon. When the light fired by the transcendent eye's eyes slammed into Yunbo, the purple dragon chi blasted through the purple dragon chi, hit the purple dragon scales, and scorched, twisted, frozen, and corroded the scales. Yunbo took this opportunity to slam his claw into the chest of the transcendent eyes, and fearsome dragon chi slammed into the transcendent eyes in an instant. The eyes on the transcendent eye's body exploded, and a copious amount of mucus flew into the air, and then evaporated. His head exploded and flew into the distance like a cannonball. The transcendent eyes is a battle-hardened powerhouse. When he was seriously injured by Yunbo, he decisively gave up the fight for the Empyrean origin force. Although treasures are good, but his life is more important. Instead of chasing after the transcendent eyes, Yunbo turned to the Red Moon Fairy and the other two and sneered, "If the three of you leave at once, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, if you don't have a fortuitous encounter, you'll die in 1,000 to 2,000 years." Red Moon Fairy's eyes flickered with panic as she gritted her teeth and said, "Purple True Dragon, aren't you afraid that the three of us will join forces and kill you here?" Yunbo smiled coldly and said in a domineering and confident tone, "Even if the three of you join forces, you're still nothing in my eyes. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. My true identity is Purple Star Dragon King Mo Chen, ranked 76th on the C roll. 76th on the C list." Red Moon Fairies and Red Mountain Bone Demons' expressions changed. The core world is a place where Tsangji Plains human warlock experts gather, and there are more than 5,000 infinity warlocks. There are only 200 infinity warlocks on the infinity list, and the top 100 on the infinity list are recognized as supreme infinity warlocks or existences with supreme infinity warlock rank battle prowess. If the Purple Star Dragon King Mo Chen goes all out, he may be able to insta-kill junior infinity warlock rank powerhouses like the Red Moon Fairy and the Red Mountain Bone Monster with a single spell. I quit. Yang Feng's embodiment of the Shadow Killer suddenly jumped out from a corner, jumped out of a shadow, and entered another shadow. Within a few breaths of time, he had jumped hundreds of kilometers away. The Red Moon Fairy's complexion changed several times, and she sighed in disappointment, "I quit as well. Nothing is more important than your life." The Red Moon Fairy knows that she is not Yunbo's opponent. If she stays, only death will await her. Too late. A sneer suddenly came from the side, and a purple dragon chi instantly erupted from the Red Mountain Bone Devil's body. A dragon claw suddenly stabbed towards Red Moon Fairy's body. The warlock robe worn by the Red Moon Fairy burst out with countless runes in an instant, and all kinds of mesmerizing dance and illusory figures suddenly appeared, making people's blood boil and unable to control themselves. Layer after layer of seductive and enchanting fragrance wafted in all directions. Mixed with the mesmerizing dance and beautiful illusions, even an infinity warlock would find it hard to control themselves. The red mountain bone demon's eyes narrowed slightly, and purple dragon chi rose from his body. His whole body was covered with purple dragon scales, and a vast, ancient, and terrifying true dragon purple chi erupted from his body in an instant, broke through the Red Moon Fairy's illusory boundary, and blasted into the Red Moon Fairy's body, blasting her body into pieces and splattering blood everywhere. Yunbo stepped forward and uttered with a smile, "Big brother, your purple true dragon claw has become even more powerful." The red mountain bone demon frowned slightly and said, "The Red Moon Fairy is really extraordinary. She actually aroused my lust. It seems that I have to complete the mission as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." Yunbo said with a smile, "There are humanoid archgods in the Black Emperor realm, and the females of those humanoid archgods are also very beautiful. If you can't control yourself, you can use those humanoid archgods to quench your lust in the future." The red mountain bone demon said solemnly, "All right." Yunbo said, "Let's divide the Empyrean origin force according to our previous agreement, 60% for you and 40% for me. You absorb it first. I'll stand guard for you." "Okay." There was a flash of warmth in the red mountain bone demon's eyes, and then he looked towards a dark corner and said coldly, "But before that, we brothers have to join forces to get rid of this hidden enemy." When Yunbo heard this, his eyes flashed gravely, and purple dragon chi surged all over him. He was full of vigilance. Purple Star Dragon King Mo Chen and Purple True Dragon Yunbo, two powerhouses on the Infinity List, are actually brothers. If this news gets out, it will shock the world. The void twisted slightly, and a strange existence that seemed to hover between real and illusory formed a trembling shadow that appeared in front of the two powerhouses on the Infinity List. Mo Chen's face suddenly changed dramatically, and his eyes flashed gravely. "Ninth on the Infinity List, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi." Yunbo's face suddenly fell, and purple dragon chi surged, ready to attack at any time. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi. The top 10 powerhouses on the Infinity List are monsters among monsters, geniuses among geniuses. Virtually all of them possess supreme Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess and have the potential to attack the Warlock Emperor realm. Although the experts on the Infinity List are full of confidence and arrogance, but they are well aware that the top 10 powerhouses on the Infinity List are not on the same level as them. Mo Chen said decisively, "Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, how about the three of us divide the Empyrean origin force equally? We brothers only want 50%. The other 50% belongs to you. The top 10 experts on the Infinity List are extremely powerful. Since the Mo Chen brothers aren't certain of victory, they can only choose to compromise." Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Okay." Mo Chen probed, "Then I'll absorb it first, then you, and finally my brother. What do you think?" Zhou Yi replied with a smile, "Okay." Mo Chen took a deep look at Zhou Yi, frowned slightly, and strode towards the Empyrean origin force. Mo Chen's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he sneered in his heart, "Idiot, after I absorb enough Empyrean origin force, I'll attack the Warlock Monarch realm in one fell swoop. Once I succeed, even if you are Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, who is ranked 9th on the Infinity List, you will still die at my hands." The further along a warlock's cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to challenge someone of a higher realm. There is a great realm between the Warlock Monarch and Infinity Warlock realms. Even the top 10 freaks on the Infinity List may not be able to defeat the weakest human Warlock Monarch. In the depths of Zhou Yi's eyes, a ring of stars formed. Countless strange runes flickered in the boundless universe. Wisps of extremely strange fluctuations shot out of his eyes and entangled Mo Chen and Yunbo, blinding their minds. Normally, with the cunning Mo Chen and Yun Bo, they would be able to detect that something is wrong. However, their greed was aroused by the Empyrean origin force, and they relaxed a little because of Zhou Yi's concession. Their minds fluctuated, which gave Zhou Yi an opportunity to take advantage of. When Mo Chen walked up to the materialized Empyrean origin force crystal, his eyes shimmered with greed, and he extended his hand towards the crystal. Suddenly, the earth split open, and a monster covered in black armor with sharp bone spikes, dragging a black tail behind it, suddenly flew out. Its torso was 90% similar to a human's, and its claw was shrouded in pitch-black demon chi, stabbing toward Mo Chen's heart. Mo Chen is indeed a peerless powerhouse ranked 76th on the infinity list. In an instant, purple dragon scales appeared on his body, and purple dragon chi gushed out. The dragon chi distorted the void and merged with his powerful life force field, which can even resist the attacks of many infinity warlocks. When the monster's pitch-black claw stabbed into the magic force field formed from dragon chi, the magic force field was eroded by the demonic chi, and a large hole was opened. The pitch-black claw stabbed into Mo Chen, pierced through the dragon scales, and dug out an infinity core from Mo Chen's forehead. After the monster killed Mo Chen with one blow, it grabbed Mo Chen's corpse and stuffed it into its mouth, and it issued hair-raising chewing sounds. Its pitch-black vertical pupils turned and fell on Yun Bo and Zhou Yi. Yun Bo let out a roar of grief and stared at the monster in shock and anger, yet didn't attack. "Big brother." Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Is this a powerhouse from another high-energy level universe?" To be able to insta-kill a powerhouse ranked 76th on the infinity list, his strength is really extraordinary. This is a monster from a high-energy level universe. So strong. I wonder what level this monster is in the high-energy level universe. Yang Feng, who had been hiding in the darkness and blending with the shadows, was also slightly startled and stared at the monster. Chapter 840. Everyone, come out. The top 10 on the infinity list are still hiding. Compared to the 8 warlock emperors when they were young, your courage is really lacking. Zhou Yi looked around with a faint smile on his face. With a flick of his finger, strange ripples spread out in all directions. A copious amount of flesh and blood of the Red Moon Fairy, who was blasted apart by the cloud wave, flew into the air, and formed a beautiful woman dressed in a silver-white warlock robe. She has a pure and beautiful temperament and a holy temperament, looking like a sacred and beautiful goddess. Empyrean origin force is of great importance. It's an opportunity for me to promote to a warlock monarch. It's a matter of course to be cautious. At the time, didn't the Star Lord also hide from the Nine Realms Lord? Streams of black dragon chi surged as a handsome and burly young man who gave off a domineering aura walked out. He was like a humanoid dragon as he spoke indifferently. Compared with the young man, the dragon chi of the brothers Yun Bo and Mo Chen is not worth mentioning. It's like the gap between a young dragon and an adult dragon. Zhou Yi uttered with a smile, number 500 on the infinity list, Queen of Change Luo Jijia, and number 6 on the infinity list, Dark True Dragon Mo Xian. The rumor that the two of you got a clue about the Black Emperor's treasure trove is true. Luo Jijia smiled sweetly, looking like a goddess. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, legend has it that you know a lot of secrets. You are in charge of the most mysterious intelligence agency in the core world, the Eyes of Insight. It seems that the legend is true. Zhou Yi smiled slightly and flicked his finger, and strange ripples swept towards Yang Feng's location. The transparent tentacles of the phantom ruler appeared around Yang Feng and resisted most of the strange ripples. But some ripples still entered his body. Indeed, compared to the 8 warlock emperors, my courage is still too lacking. When the strange ripples landed on Yang Feng, his mind shook slightly, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Along the way, Yang Feng has relied on Shizu technology and battle robots to destroy countless powerful enemies, obtain countless resources, practice cultivation to the advanced Infinity Warlock realm, and become an Infinity Warlock. However, hiding behind the scenes all year round, Yang Feng didn't cultivate the indomitable and invincible aura and confidence of a warlock emperor. Every top powerhouse had their own pride and confidence. That pride and confidence allowed them to perfectly unleash their strength, and even unleash 120% of their strength. As for those who lacked confidence, even if they had 100% of their strength, they would only be able to display 50% to 60% of their strength at critical moments. This was the power of the spirit. The Shizu's AI robots are able to display 100% of their strength in any environment. After all, I'm just a human, and the power of the soul is equally important to me. Yang Feng looked pensive, as if a layer of fog had been erased from his mind, and his body became even more relaxed. Distorted light flickered, and Yang Feng, who had been hiding in the shadows and darkness, appeared. Hiding in the shadows and darkness as a peerless assassin wasn't my wish. My wish is to be invincible, to roam the world, to settle debts of gratitude and enmity, and to suppress the Devata realms with absolute power. The Shizu's technology and power are just my tools and weapons for gathering resources. At the moment when Yang Feng appeared, his breath suddenly changed, and he broke through to the pinnacle Infinity Warlock realm from the advanced Infinity Warlock realm, and he turned into a huge whirlpool that frantically devoured the surrounding life magic energy. Countless magic crystals suddenly flew out and turned into powder, and a tremendous amount of life magic energy poured into Yang Feng. In this area, the powerhouses in the top 10 on the Infinity list quietly watched Yang Feng break through. None of them took action. The eyes of the monster covered in black armor that just devoured Mo Chen shimmered fiercely, and it suddenly turned into a black bolt of lightning and flew towards Yang Feng. In an instant, the monster appeared in front of Yang Feng and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng's heart. You want to kill me on your own? Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes shone brightly, and he looked at the monster and extended a hand. Runes appeared in an instant, and a primal chaos force field slammed into the monster like a mountain. Boom! The monster's black armor suddenly caved in, and it fell to the ground and spewed out a large mouthful of blood, seriously injured. A dignified shade streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Not dead? What a powerful fleshly body. Without extracting the world force inside him, Yang Feng used 80% of his power in this strike. Even if it is an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, they will be torn apart and their soul will shatter, leaving only an Infinity core behind. Although the monster was hit by Yang Feng, yet it didn't die. Its life force is simply terrifying. Seriously injured, the monster opened its mouth and issued a sharp and ear-piercing scream. With the monster as the core, fearsome sound waves spread in all directions. Even if it is a powerhouse below the Moonlight Warlock rank, once they are enveloped by the fearsome sound waves, their life force field will shatter and their soul will shatter. Along with the monster's scream, the earth trembled slightly. 9 huge black eggs with a diameter of 20 meters and countless runes engraved on them emerged from the ground. The 9 giant black eggs trembled slightly, and with a cracking sound, they shattered. From the mucus, 9 monsters wearing black armor and exuding fearsome auras crawled out. Each of their auras is more than a notch stronger than that of the monster Yang Feng just injured. Zhou Yi sighed emotionally. This is the underlying strength of a high-energy universe. It can casually send experts on the Infinity list. Besides, these monsters should be monsters left from the Black Emperor era. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he speculated, it's impossible for these monsters to come from the outside world. They can only sleep in the Black Emperor realm and eventually be devoured by the core world. The only possibility for them to recover is that the Infinity Warlock rank power devoured in the demonic sea awakened them. Zhou Yi uttered with a smile, that's right. Any intelligent life form above the Moonlight Warlock rank that enters the core world will be monitored by the core world. Only inanimate objects, existences sealed to the point of death, and existences shielded by the inner world of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can block the core world from spying on them. The core world is a powerful world that the Time Lord and countless generations of human warlock supreme geniuses spent countless resources and treasures to develop. It is the final base of human warlocks. Even warlock emperor rank powerhouses will find it difficult to discover it. However, the core world also has its flaws. Once it devours the remnant world of a warlock emperor, the life forms of that world can easily integrate into the core world and become a member of the core world. Zhou Yi glanced at Yang Feng and asked curiously, "I am Heart Shadow Zhou Yi. Friend, how do I address you and where are you from?" Yun Bo, Luo Jijie, and Mo Xin focused their gazes on Yang Feng, revealing looks of curiosity. Every Infinity Warlock is extremely powerful. As long as the 5,000 Infinity Warlocks in the core world don't deliberately hide their identity, they will be known by other Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng's sudden appearance as an unfamiliar pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse has a suspicious origin. Yang Feng answered calmly, "I am Endless Darkness Yang Feng from the Zhangji Plains surface world." Disdain flashed in Mo Xian's eyes, and he sneered coldly, "An aborigine of the surface world." There is a big gap between the surface world and the core world's warlock civilization. As a powerhouse in the top 10 on the Infinity list, it is normal for Mo Xian to look down on the surface world's warlocks. Each of these monsters possesses quasi-warlock monarch rank strength. Let's take care of them. Dark True Dragon Mo Xian is very domineering. Black dragon scales erupted all over his body, and he looks like the incarnation of a humanoid true dragon. He took a step forward, appeared in front of a black monster, and punched it in the head. The instant Mo Xian's fist landed on the black monster, the power collapsed. A terrifying power erupted and blasted the black monster's body. The black monster's body caved in an instant, and it spewed out a mouthful of black blood and was sent flying for tens of kilometers. Crack, crack. Along with crisp sounds, black gas filled the black monster's body, and its bones creaked. It recovered, blurred into motion, and rushed towards Mo Xian. The other black monsters blurred into motion and rushed towards Zhou Yi, Yang Feng, Yun Bo, and Luo Jijie respectively. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi smiled faintly. His double pupils suddenly appeared in his eyes. Waves of strange ripples spread out from his eyes and swept toward the two monsters. Zhou Yi's figure was reflected in the eyes of the two monsters rushing towards Zhou Yi, and then their bodies stiffened. As if they were hit by a paralysis spell, black gas diffused from them and disappeared. Their bodies were also strangely crumbling inch by inch. Luo Jijie smiled lightly, then flicked her lily-white finger, and silver-white ribbons suddenly flew out and wrapped around the two freaks. The silver-white ribbons suddenly shone, countless runes appeared, and wisps of white gas erupted and suppressed the black gas exuding from the two monsters. Yun Bo's figure fluttered, and he turned into a purple true dragon and rushed towards the monster that was seriously injured by Yang Feng. Chapter 841. The three intact black-armored freaks suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng. 3 quasi-warlock monarch rank black-armored freaks, interesting. In that case, let me see just how strong you guys are. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black moon, which looks like it can devour the world, suddenly appeared and swept towards the 3 black-armored freaks. The 3 black-armored freaks were instantly enveloped by the devour black moon, and power poured towards Yang Feng like a breached dam. Suddenly, a strange eye filled with countless runes opened on the black armor of the 3 black-armored freaks. As soon as the strange eye appeared, the power of the 3 black-armored freaks strangely linked together, and they broke through to the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm in an instant. With a mad stab, they blasted the devour black moon apart with demonic chi. They can even combine power. These freaks are really scary. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of 2 black-armored freaks. With a palm strike, 2 spatial spells hit the 2 black-armored freaks and teleported them 100 kilometers away. When the other black-armored freak appeared in front of Yang Feng, he stabbed the other black-armored freak with his hand, and a berserk devour force broke out in a flash. The black-armored freak collapsed, and its life force flowed away frantically. In just a breath of time, it turned into a withered corpse, which turned into dust when the wind blew. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yi exclaimed in admiration, "What an amazing spell! This is the essence of Devour. It can devour all the power of the enemy and turn it into nourishment for one's own growth." Luo Jiejie took a deep look at Yang Feng, raised her eyebrows, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension. The essence of Devour. In the world of warlocks, geniuses are as common as clouds and powerhouses are as common as rain. In order to obtain formidable power, warlocks have created countless secret methods and studied the extraordinary powers of countless worlds. At the same time, information on countless essences has been circulated in the world. Before Yang Feng, there were peerless geniuses who comprehended the essence of Devour and walked the path of Devour. Among them, the one who cultivated the essence of Devour the most was the world-devouring Great Holy, who once competed with the 6th Warlock Emperor the Golem Lord for the throne. The realm-devouring Great Sage cultivated the profound meaning of devouring and was also a peerless demon. At the time, in order to improve his strength, he promoted to a Holy Spirit Warlock. The world-devouring Great Sage devoured 1/20th of the Tsangji Plains population as well as many Grade 9 and Grade 8 plains in one go. The insane behavior of the world-devour Great Holy angered the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the human warlocks at the time, and the Holy Spirit Warlock was seriously injured by the Holy Spirit Warlock. After thousands of years, the Holy Spirit Warlock was barely able to advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Taking advantage of the thousands of years, the Golem Lord, who was only slightly better than the Realm Devourer Holy, took the lead in reaching the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, and then left the Realm Devourer Holy in the dust. After the World Devourer Great Holy, the strength of the warlocks who cultivate the essence of Devour has improved rapidly, and they possess fearsome battle prowess. However, none of them has been able to cultivate to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In the core world of warlocks, although the essence of Devour is not a taboo, but it is not popular either. After Yang Feng devoured a monster, his figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of another monster, stabbed a claw into the monster, and sucked the monster dry. When the other monster rushed to in front of Yang Feng, he stabbed a claw into the monster, and sucked the monster dry. After Yang Feng killed the 3 monsters, he looked at Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and the other 3 experts on the Infinity List. After Yun Bo turned into a purple true dragon, he fought back and forth with the monster that was seriously injured by Yang Feng, gaining the upper hand. The reason why Mo Chen was insta-killed by the monster was that he was ambushed by the weird monster. Otherwise, in a real fight, Mo Chen would be much stronger than the monster. Zhou Yi suddenly laughed, the strange ripples in his double pupils suddenly strengthened by 10 times, "All of you, die." The 2 weird monsters trembled slightly, twisted, and their souls shattered, and they turned into 2 corpses that fell to the ground. Luo Jiejie smiled sweetly like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Countless strange runes appeared on the white ribbon. The 2 monsters trembled slightly, twisted, shrank, and entered the white ribbon and formed 2 imprints. Mo Xian roared furiously, and his strength suddenly doubled. He casually tore a monster in half, and a true dragon head appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and swallowed the monster in one gulp. Mo Xian's figure flickered and he appeared in front of another monster. He casually tore the monster in half. The true dragon's head reappeared and swallowed the monster. "Trash, you're a disgrace to us experts on the Infinity List." Mo Xian looked at Yun Bo, who is fighting with another monster, smiled coldly, took a step, and appeared behind the monster. The true dragon head suddenly appeared behind him, opened its maw, and bit the monster to pieces in an instant. After the 10 monsters were wiped out by Yang Feng and the other 3 powerhouses, a tense atmosphere pervaded the space. There is only one portion of Empyrean origin force. If a person devours it, they will not only be able to promote to a warlock monarch, but also gain a large amount of accumulation needed to advance to the Holy Spirit warlock realm. This kind of great opportunity may only come across once in a person's life. After all, the number of warlock emperors is very small. In the past millions of years, only 8 have been born in the human race. Even in the Arch-God age and the distant Eternals age, warlock emperors were extremely rare. Only after a warlock emperor rank existence dies, and a wisp of origin force falls into the world inside them, can Empyrean origin force be born. Warlock emperor rank existences are divided into different races. For example, the kindred true ancestor doesn't have a world inside her. Warlock emperor rank powerhouses like the kindred true ancestor naturally can't produce Empyrean origin force. Empyrean origin force is even rarer than the eternal god tree. It's a great opportunity that's hard to come across. Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a smile, "How about the 4 of us divide the Empyrean origin force equally?" Although it's a bit less, but if the 4 of us absorb the Empyrean origin force separately, we'll all gain the potential to advance to the warlock monarch realm. She's a woman, so she should get a bit more. How about this? I'll absorb 40% of the Empyrean origin force, and you 3 divide the remaining 60% equally. Luo Jijie suddenly smiled, and her entire body flickered with light. Layers of strange light enveloped her delicate body, causing her charm to increase by thousands of times. She was peerless and captivating. Yun Bo, who was standing quietly aside, suddenly felt suffocated. He stared at Luo Jijie with adoration in his heart, as if he is willing to die for her. Zhou Yi closed his eyes. Layers of strange ripples twisted and trembled around his body. This is a charm spell. To be able to sway my mind, what a powerful charm spell. If it was before I entered the world of the light of eternity, I would have to cast all kinds of powerful mind defense spells in order to resist such a charm spell. Yang Feng took a look at Luo Jijie and felt that she is extremely beautiful. Even the floor lord of the 777th floor, the succubus empress, is not as beautiful as her. It is almost impossible to refuse her request. With his hands behind his back, Mo Xian glanced at Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Yang Feng and said with a cold smile, "Luo Jijie, if you want to absorb 40% of the Empyrean origin force, then join forces with me to defeat the aboriginals of the surface world and Heart Shadow Zhou Yi. After we kill them and drive them away, I can absorb 60% of the Empyrean origin force, and you can absorb 40%. If you want to fight, then I'll fight." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step forward and extended his hand, and a Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and turned into a small black hole. Devour force capable of devouring stars and destroying worlds crushed towards Mo Xian. "Lowly aboriginals of the surface world, you dare to attack me. Since you're so reckless, I'll let you see the gap between us." Mo Xian flew into a rage. Countless black dragon scales appeared on his body, true dragon breath gushed out, and black dragon chi revolved around him. Behind him, one after another, archaic black dragons filled with archaic breath and ferocious-looking archaic black dragons suddenly appeared. Of the dozens of archaic black dragons, some are devouring worlds, some are biting Qilins, and some are accepting the worship of countless intelligent life forms. Each one of them exudes formidable breath, far surpassing that of an ordinary infinity warlock. Mo Xian's figure fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-long archaic black dragon. The dozens of ancient black dragon silhouettes that emitted terrifying auras entered his body one after another. Mo Xian's incarnation of an archaic black dragon extended a claw, dragon chi revolved around it, distorted the void, and grabbed the Devour Black Moon. The Devour Black Moon formed from the essence of Devour twisted slightly, entered a stalemate with the archaic black dragon claw, and frantically devoured the archaic black dragon's dragon chi. The power of Mo Xian's incarnation of an archaic black dragon is condensed to the extreme. Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, which can instantly devour all the power of an infinity warlock, can only devour the archaic black dragon's dragon force bit by bit. Shatter. Moxion's incarnation of an archaic black dragon roared, and tremendous world force spread from him, turned into a whirlpool, and evolved into true dragon force. His power doubled and forcibly crushed Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon. Go to hell. When he broke Yang Feng's spell, Moxion's incarnation of an archaic black dragon appeared in front of Yang Feng with a cruel gleam in his eyes, and a claw descended from the sky and sealed the void. 10,000 dragons roared and crushed down. Chapter 842. The top 10 on the Infinity list have a well-deserved reputation. Each of them has formed a virtual world. Without using world force, if you want to defeat them, you must have a special secret treasure or a heaven-defying secret method. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he frantically extracted the world force of the 9 small worlds from the world ring inside him. He operated the primal chaos imperishable body, runes appeared on his body, and primal chaos breath enveloped him. Then, he punched the claw of the archaic black dragon Moxion has transformed into. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, the claw of the archaic black dragon Moxion has transformed into was distorted by Yang Feng's punch, and a copious amount of blood splashed about. Bombarded by the tremendous force, the bones of the huge dragon body twisted, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. In the eyes of the onlookers, it looks like a small ant sent a huge elephant flying with a blow, forming a strange visual effect. Yun Bo's eyes shimmered with astonishment, and he exclaimed, How is this possible? The fleshly body of a true dragon is the most powerful existence among extraordinary life forms. Even the fleshly body of giants is only slightly stronger than that of true dragons. He doesn't have giant bloodline, and the secret method he cultivates isn't a giant-type secret method. How can he be so powerful? An enigmatic ray flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes, amazing. The archaic black dragon Moxion has transformed into exuded formidable world force. The tremendous world force revolved, and the injuries of the archaic black dragon healed by 70%. Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared on Moxion's head, and stomped on Moxion's head. Violent world force erupted, and an extraordinary force blasted into the archaic black dragon Moxion has transformed into. Moxion opened his mouth and ejected a mouthful of dragon blood that sprinkled on the ground. The entire earth trembled. Boom! 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 The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. As if an ant bombarding a giant elephant, Yang Feng punched Moxion in his incarnation of an archaic black dragon over and over again, breaking the bones of the archaic black dragon he has transformed into. Powerful world energy revolved around the primordial black dragon, constantly healing Moxion's body. Lowly aborigines of the surface world, let us perish together. Blasted by Yang Feng, Moxion's avatar of an archaic black dragon trembled, unable to resist. His eyes flashed with despair and madness, and he opened his mouth, and a black dragon bead engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng. The black true dragon pearl was a king-grade secret treasure that Moxion possessed. It was originally a dragon ball born from a holy spirit warlock rank black true dragon, which is a holy grade secret treasure of the black true dragon. After that black true dragon fell, after countless years, it fell into Moxion's hands and became a king-grade secret treasure. That black true dragon pearl was also a king-level secret treasure that had the highest chance of becoming a saint-level secret treasure. It was extremely powerful and was Moxion's strongest trump card. As soon as the black true dragon pearl appeared, a premonition of death welled up in Yang Feng's heart. As if the whole world was enveloped by the black true dragon pearl, it repelled all non-dragon forces. Vast dragon force, which seems capable of crushing a world, diffused from the black true dragon pearl and barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng flipped his hand, and the mountain shield suddenly appeared. As if supporting heaven and earth, mountain projections suddenly emerged and blocked in front of him. The black true dragon pearl descended from the sky and slammed into the mountains, and endless dragon chi gushed out. In the wake of the dragon chi, the mountains crumbled and shattered one after another. After shattering countless mountains, the black true dragon pearl finally slammed into the mountain shield and sent it flying. At this moment, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and black light of devour emerged around him, devoured everything around him, and severed the lock of the black true dragon pearl. When the black true dragon pearl slammed into Yang Feng, it blasted him into pieces. Moxion's face suddenly changed dramatically, and alarms went off in his heart. Dead? No. A blurry projection appeared behind Moxion and formed Yang Feng in an instant. A cold look in his eyes, a set of battle demon armor appeared on Yang Feng's body, and the world ring inside him extracted his power frantically. Shrouded in black light of devour, his hands pierced through Moxion's life force field, tore apart dragon scales, and stabbed into Moxion's body. The essence of devour erupted in an instant and devoured flesh and soul. The black true dragon Moxion has transformed into possesses extraordinary resistance. Whether it is sealing spells, curses, or other spells, they have no effect on him. Only with peerless power and essence can you crush everything, suppress everything, and seriously injure and kill him. In an instant, a large part of Moxion's body caved in, and bursts of severe pain spread throughout his body. His face suddenly fell, and he operated a secret method, contracted his body, and converged his power in an attempt to resist the devour force. Moxion only persisted for a breath of time, when he felt that the power inside him was still disappearing like a breached dam, and his face fell at once. Yang Feng, you dare to hurt me? I won't rest until you're dead. Moxion issued a world-shaking roar, then countless runes appeared on his body in an instant, and his life force field became chaotic. In an instant, a copious amount of dragon chi exploded. As if the whole world collapsed, violent dragon chi engulfed Yang Feng in an instant. A black true dragon head flew out from the explosion, grew a pair of wings, and flew away while riding the law of wind. Zhou Yi and Luo Jie glanced in the direction Moxion escaped, and their eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and then their gazes fell on the center of Moxion's explosion. A black ray of devour suddenly emerged from the smoke and devoured a copious amount of dragon chi. Yang Feng strolled out of the smoke and dust with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. The battle demon armor is in tatters, and he is holding the monarch-grade secret treasure Black True Dragon Ball in his hand. Yang Feng praised, to be able to injure me, a powerhouse in the top 10 on the infinity list is really extraordinary. Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a smile, Yang Feng, how about we divide the Empyrean origin force equally? Shit! Yang Feng refused decisively. His eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit, and he revealed a domineering smile. I want to keep the Empyrean origin force for myself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I can't give it up. I know that you won't give it up either, so let's fight. On the path of cultivation, there is no retreat. Every opportunity is very important. At a critical time, if you take a step back, you'll be one step behind. With the Great Tribulation approaching, although there are far more opportunities than in the past, but the number of opportunities that can be divided equally among everyone will become extremely small. The Black Emperor's treasure trove is the only Warlock Emperor rank treasure trove that Yang Feng currently knows of. Empyrean origin force is even rarer than the Eternal God Tree. Naturally, Yang Feng can't give it up. Yang Feng turned to look at Yun Bo, and killing intent swept towards him like a tide. Yun Bo, scram at once. Otherwise, this will be your burial place. Yun Bo trembled slightly, surged with purple dragon chi, turned into a stream of light, and fled into the distance. In that case, let's compare notes on spells. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, then a double pupil suddenly appeared in his eyes, and countless runes emerged. Distorted, queer, and unpredictable light of the soul pierced through the battle demon armor and entered Yang Feng's mind. In an instant, Yang Feng's soul was pulled into an empty, silent, and empty world. After a dizzying sway, Yang Feng strangely returned to earth. Yang Feng, why did you fall asleep? Hand in your homework. Class is about to start. A clear and melodious voice sounded. Yang Feng raised his head to take a look, only to see the girl that he once fell in love with sitting in her middle school seat, pushing him. First love. A faint sourness pervaded Yang Feng's mind. The girl he once had a crush on in the past now seems to be just a cute girl full of youthful vigor, not too beautiful. Even the gifts given to him by many warlock families can't compare to her. Around his bedroom, the countless beautiful maids that could be plucked were far more beautiful and adorable than her. But when he saw her, Yang Feng seems to have returned to the past, and ripples set off in the tranquil lake in his heart. Following the traces of ripples, strands of incomparably strange power almost made him want to immerse himself in this world, never to wake up again. To be able to master such a queer spell, as expected of Heart Shadow Zhou Yi. Unfortunately, it's not enough to make me immersed. Yang Feng sighed slightly. With a thought, he extinguished his nostalgic feelings. Strange tentacles fell from the sky and stabbed into the world. The world collapsed in an instant. At the moment when the world collapsed, the girl he fell in love revealed a miserable and desperate look in her eyes. When the world collapsed, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi's spell was broken, and he bled from his facial orifices. Blood dripped from his double pupils, and his body trembled. He was seriously injured. A look of shock on his face, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi exclaimed, "My Heart Shadow world has just begun. Even if you saw through it, but how could you break it so quickly?" Chapter 843. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Zhou Yi and sent a fist flying. Countless primal chaos runes emerged on his fist and crushed towards Zhou Yi like a world of primal chaos. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi is proficient in psychic spells, which are strange, mysterious, and extremely dangerous. If it wasn't for the Phantom Ruler, it wouldn't be so easy for Yang Feng to break his spells. Warlocks who cultivate psychic and ocular spells are extremely strange, and are the most unstable variables. If they are careless, as long as there is a flaw in their mind, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse may die to Heart Shadow Zhou Yi's psychic spells. In a group battle, the first to be defeated or killed is the warlock who possesses ocular spells and psychic spells. Luo Jiejie took out the monarch-grade secret treasure divine transformation mask and put it on, then her figure fluttered, and she transformed into Yang Feng's appearance and sent a fist flying. Countless primal chaos runes shone, surrounded by world force, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The Queen of Reinvention can even imitate more than 90% of my power. That's the Queen of Reinvention for you. With a flash of admiration in his eyes, Yang Feng frantically operated the essence of Devour, world force permeated the air, and a Devour black moon that looks like a black hole suddenly appeared behind him. Break! The Yang Feng that Luo Jiejie has transformed into roared and sent a fist covered in primal chaos runes slamming into the Devour black moon in an instant. A tyrannical law of power wrapped around Luo Jiejie's fists. The devouring black moon was struck by her fists, but before its devouring power could explode, it was shattered by her fists. As soon as the Devour Black Moon collapsed, a swarm of Type 2 Undyings poured out like a tide and slashed at Luo Jiejie with their blades. Luo Jiejie sent a fist flying, and a terrifying force containing the law of force erupted in an instant and slammed into the Type 2 Undyings. Crushed by the peerlessly terrifying law of strength, the Undyings were all smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. At this moment, Yang Feng's fist slammed into Heart Shadow Zhou Yi. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi twisted and collapsed. In his place, a heart formed from shadows collapsed and shattered. 20 kilometers away, a pale Heart Shadow Zhou Yi's true body appeared. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi's true body has just appeared, when Luo Jiejie's domineering fist containing the law of power slammed into Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, pierced through his force field, and slammed into his body. Luo Jiejie, wake up, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi's double pupils were sinister as he glanced in Luo Jiejie's direction. He saw many illusory lines that were invisible to the naked eye connecting to Luo Jiejie's body. He immediately let out an angry roar, and his double pupils flashed, turning into a sharp sword that slashed out and severed the phantom lines released by the phantom ruler. Illusion. I'm an illusion. Damn it. As soon as Luo Jiejie woke up from the phantom ruler's control, she became furious and rushed towards Yang Feng. As Luo Ling and Ling, Luan Luo of Luo Yi Feng, Long Luo Luo, and Yi out. The single attack of the Type 2 Undyings couldn't even break through Luo Jiejie's protective life force field. However, the attacks of tens of thousands of Type 2 Undyings could completely wear down Luo Jiejie's protective life force field and consume her power. They were like enlarged ants blocking in front of her. Devouring ultimacy. A cold light flashed in Luo Jiejie's beautiful eyes, and a devouring black moon suddenly appeared. It was as if a terrifying black hole that could swallow the heaven and earth had suddenly appeared. The densely packed main battle robots were swallowed up by the black hole like a tide, all of their strength absorbed, and turned into piles of scrap metal. Yang Feng took a step forward. Like an invincible transcendent, his eyes indifferent, his fist shrouded in primal chaos runes and shrouded in world force barreled towards Zhou Yi with the might of a mountain. Zhou Yi waved his hand, and a level 9 secret treasure, black skeleton demon shield, suddenly flew out. A black light flashed, and an incomparably huge black skeletal devil suddenly appeared. It spat out a black demonic light, and 6 skulls suddenly flew out, forming an incomparably strange defensive barrier in the void. When Yang Feng's fist slammed into the barrier shattered, and the terrifying law of power crushed down and blasted the black skeleton demon into pieces. The black skeleton demon shield also shattered in an instant, and the broken pieces flew in all directions. Zhou Yi's body collapsed in an instant, and he disappeared. Did he escape? Cold light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, runes appeared all over him, and he extended his hand, and 3 devouring black moons suddenly appeared, sealed the level 4-8 desolation, suppressed the starry sky, and swept towards Zhou Yi. Amazing! The Empyrean origin force is yours. Zhou Yi instantly appeared in front of a devouring black moon, took out a green leaf, and waved it. The green leaf burned, turned into a green sword that split the sky, and slashed the devouring black moon apart. His figure fluttered, and he flew out of the scope of the devouring black moon. Then, his body collapsed, and he disappeared after leaving a sentence. What a troublesome fellow. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows. When he turned around, he saw Luo Jiejie, who looks exactly the same as him, has the same breath, spells, and essences. A devouring black moon rose behind Luo Jiejie and frantically devoured Yang Feng's 4th-generation battle robots. In just a few breaths of time, 40,000 4th-generation battle robots were devoured by her, drained of their power, and turned into scrap iron. Luo Jiejie stared at Yang Feng with a ferocious gleam in her beautiful eyes. Her figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye, world force revolved around her, primal chaos breath pervaded the air, countless runes flickered, and she sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng with the momentum of a mountain. Interesting, you imposter. Let's see how much of my ability you've obtained. Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and 6 devouring black moons suddenly appeared, turned into 6 black holes, devoured everything, destroyed the world, and pressed towards Luo Jiejie. Primal chaos breath surged around Luo Jiejie, and she smashed a devouring black moon with a punch. Then, she stimulated the law of power and punched another devouring black moon. In the void, devouring black moons suddenly rose, and then were blasted apart by Luo Jiejie's punch. As if a peerless god is destroying stars, heaven and earth shook. Infinity warlocks are known as almighty warlocks. Each of them has the power to pluck stars and seize moons, and destroy a world. The power contained in the devouring black moon is stronger than that of a star, yet it was still destroyed by Luo Jiejie with a punch, demonstrating her tyrannical power. At the moment when Luo Jiejie destroyed the 23rd devouring black moon, her breath weakened for a moment. The 24th devouring black moon swept Luo Jiejie into it. Endless darkness enveloped Luo Jiejie and frantically extracted the power of her limbs and bones. The surroundings were enveloped by a terrifying devouring power, devouring all energy and preventing soul power from spreading out. Luo Jiejie operated a secret method and sealed every cell in her body, and the formidable life force field suddenly contracted and merged with her true body. After the life force field merged with Luo Jiejie's true body, the loss of her power dropped to a minimum. At this moment, the devouring black moon collapsed on its own, and the endless darkness disappeared. In its place, endless light descended from the sky, and a fist engraved with primal chaos and countless mysterious runes emerged from the endless light and barreled towards Luo Jiejie. Luo Jiejie hurriedly sent a fist flying, and primal chaos breath emerged. Enveloped by world force, the primal chaos breath formed runes that barreled towards the fist in the sky. Boom! Two formidable forces containing the law of power erupted. Luo Jiejie spewed out a mouthful of blood, flew back like a broken rag doll, and slammed into the ground, blasting open a large hole. She was seriously injured. Yang Feng, you win today. Rays of seven-colored light emanated from Luo Jiejie's delicate body, turning into rays of seven-colored light and disappearing from where she stood. As a powerhouse in the top 10 on the infinity list, Luo Jiejie has had countless fortuitous encounters and possesses many precious escape secret treasures. Even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse would find it very difficult to kill her. Yang Feng's eyes flickered for a while, then whirlpools suddenly appeared on his body, and a swarm of fourth-generation battle robots poured out like a tide and filled the void. The fourth-generation battle robots can't even injure infinity warlocks. But they can block most infinity warlocks for a short period of time. For a pinnacle infinity warlock like Yang Feng, so long as he has a short period of time, he can do many things. After Yang Feng released hundreds of thousands of battle robots, he strode to in front of the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, a scorching shade in his eyes, and extended his hand towards the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal. In an instant, the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal erupted with terrifying power and swept towards Yang Feng as if a star exploded. Even a bright world warlock would find it difficult to resist this terrifying power. Yang Feng smiled faintly and spread his hand, primal chaos runes churned, and he grabbed the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal's explosive force, and devour black light shone and devoured the explosive force. Infinity warlocks, even in the era of the 8 warlock emperors, were powerhouses who dominated a region. They weren't small fries. They were powerful enough to explore various relic sites. Chapter 844. At the moment when Yang Feng grabbed the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, a vast and fearsome force gushed out of the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal and entered his body. If a bright world warlock is hit by this vast and boundless force, then no matter how strong they are, their soul will collapse and their fleshly body will shatter. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he operated the Primal Chaos imperishable body, and mysterious Primal Chaos runes suddenly appeared on his body. Primal Chaos runes appeared in every cell of his body. Yang Feng's body turned into a bottomless abyss that frantically devoured the Primal Chaos runes and absorbed the fearsome power contained in the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal. With every breath of time, Yang Feng's body grew stronger by a fraction and evolved continuously. Suddenly, from the distance of the ruins, a purple true dragon rose directly and floated in midair. The dragon's eyes flashed with a crazy and ferocious light. It opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying dragon flame that could destroy the heavens and the earth condensed in its mouth. A strange transparent thread emerged on the purple true dragon Yunbo. He stiffened slightly, and then spewed dragon flames capable of destroying everything from his mouth in an instant. The violent dragon flames enveloped him and burned him wildly. No. Stop. Don't kill me. Stop. I beg you. A look of horror and despair on his face, Yunbo issued miserable screams and twisted his huge dragon body, yet he couldn't cast a single spell. The screams of horror and despair lasted for a full 20 seconds before Yunbo was burned to ashes by the dragon fire he spewed out, leaving only an infinity core and a storage treasure. The godly-faced demon Eye, who was hiding far away and using his eye ability to observe everything, felt a chill in his heart. What a scary fellow. No wonder Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie, and Black True Dragon Moxin are not his opponents. The Empyrean Origin Force Crystal is a peerless treasure. Any Infinity Warlock would desire to obtain such a treasure. Naturally, no one will give it up. It seems that this is the only way. The Transcendent Eyes gritted his teeth and flipped his hand, and a ruby-like, dreamlike blood, exuding a queer aura, hovering between the real and the illusory, appeared in his hand. Inside the Transcendent Eyes, a blood-red eye suddenly opened and radiated dreamlike light that shone on the blood. The strange blood immediately twisted and turned into a red mist that disappeared into the demonic eye. Come with me to the dream world. The Transcendent Eyes came to a tall building and looked at Yang Feng 100 kilometers away from them. The queer eyes twisted, and queer dream force swept towards Yang Feng like a tide. The dream world is extremely weird, and its laws are very different from those of the real world. Only Holy Spirit warlocks with a trace of eternal characteristics can resist the erosion of the dream world. Otherwise, even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, if they don't have a special secret treasure, they will be pulled into the dream world and slaughtered. Bursts of distorted dream force pulled the Transcendent Eyes into the dream world in an instant. What's this? Where's Yang Feng? As soon as the Transcendent Eyes entered the dream world, he looked into the distance along with the queer dream force, and he was stunned at once. He saw that in the place where Yang Feng should be, there is a distorted phantom ruler that hovers between the real and the illusory. The phantom ruler suddenly opened a strange eye. The pitch-black eye seemed to transform into a terrifying black hole, frantically devouring all dream force. The Transcendent Eyes trembled slightly, and then was pulled towards the phantom ruler by the devouring force. The Transcendent Eyes' face fell, and he operated a secret method. His body fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-long astral dream scorpion with a human face. The stinger on his back suddenly erupted and stabbed towards the phantom ruler. The astral dream scorpion's stinger contains dream poison. Once an intelligent life form is stabbed by the astral dream scorpion's stinger, it will be transformed into a dream life form and sink into the dream world. In a queer state that is neither dead nor alive, they will wander the dream world forever. The astral dream scorpion's stinger has just been stabbed, when it suddenly trembled and flew into the phantom ruler's strange eye. The phantom ruler devoured the stinger and turned it into pure dream force. In the real world, the Transcendent Eyes lost his soul, his eyes went blank, and he fell to the ground like a walking corpse. Once ordinary humans lose their soul, they will die immediately. Infinity Warlocks, on the other hand, have terrifying vitality. Even though their soul is shattered, which is equivalent to death, but their fleshly body can still survive for a long time, just like a vegetable. There's no chance. Curses. Black True Dragon Moxin, who is hiding nearby, gritted his teeth, cast a secret method, and disappeared silently. Nourished by the Empyrean Origin Force, Yang Feng easily reached the Quasi-Warlock Monarch realm, and then took another step and stepped into the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm. Generally speaking, after human Infinity Warlocks advance to the Quasi-Warlock Monarch realm, they can attack the Warlock Monarch realm. However, the Infinity Warlock realm is the most critical realm before advancing to the Warlock Emperor realm. Only after reaching the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm can human warlocks have the potential to attack the Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor realms. In the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm, the more profound your foundation is, the easier it will be for you to attack the Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor realms in the future. When Yang Feng is about to absorb the Empyrean Origin Force crystal and advance to the Warlock Monarch realm in one fell swoop, a karma spell suddenly shot out from the Empyrean Origin Force crystal and stabbed into Yang Feng. As soon as the karma spell entered Yang Feng, his Warlock Monarch realm bottleneck, which has already loosened, suddenly became more solid. Karma spell. What kind of karma is this? With a thought, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and tributaries of fate appeared in his eyes, reflected on himself, and peered into karma. Settle down all life forms in the Black Emperor realm, look for direct descendants of the Black Emperor's bloodline, and give them this box. After completing these 2 tasks, I will be able to completely devour the Black Emperor realm's Empyrean Origin Force and promote to a Warlock Monarch in one fell swoop. With a thought, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a pitch-black box appeared in his hand. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and sank into his thoughts. Countless data flashed in his eyes as he performed calculations frantically. After countless calculations, Yang Feng finally made a judgment. It seems that it's more cost-effective to complete this karma spell. The power of the karma spell cast by the Black Emperor is extraordinary. But Yang Feng has mastered the peerless secret method fate algorithm, which allows him to sever karma without any restrictions. However, the moment the karma spell is severed, the remaining Empyrean Origin Force will collapse, and the entire Black Emperor realm will collapse in an instant, making it difficult for Yang Feng to obtain anything. Unless Yang Feng can promote to a Warlock Emperor, he won't be able to stop the collapse of the Empyrean Origin Force. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the crystal formed from Empyrean Origin Force flew into his hand at once. Holding the Empyrean Origin Force crystal, Yang Feng willed, and, as if the embodiment of the Archgod era's Warlock Emperor Black Emperor, his perception covered the entire Black Emperor realm. Shit, he has mastered the Black Emperor realm. Mo Xian, who is about to leave, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Without hesitation, he took out a small black mirror and pointed it at the void. A black passage suddenly took shape leading to the outside of the Black Emperor realm. Mo Xian's figure fluttered, and he turned into a black ray flying towards the passage. Suddenly, a jade-white hand descended from the sky and pressed down on the black passageway. The black passage collapsed at once, and Mo Xian was strangely pulled out by a terrifying force. A jade-white finger descended from the sky like a giant pillar, crushing toward Mo Xian with the might of the entire Black Emperor realm. Yang Feng, do you really want to fight me to the death? Mo Xian roared, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a 1,000-meter-long black true dragon and sent a giant claw barreling towards the jade-white finger. Most of Mo Xian's body has already been destroyed by Yang Feng. But as a peerless expert in the top 10 on the Infinity list, he consumed several precious treasures to forcibly restore his body. But this hastily restored body is more than twice as strong as his original black true dragon body. Yang Feng had no intention of replying. In the sky, a huge jade-white finger touched the claw of the black true dragon. The 1,000-meter-long black true dragon Mo Xian has transformed into collapsed inch by inch and turned into ashes that drifted about, leaving only an infinity core and a storage treasure behind. Number 6 on the infinity list, Dark True Dragon Mo Xian has died. As if an invincible transcendent, Yang Feng scanned the entire Black Emperor realm, yet he didn't find Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he exclaimed in admiration, as expected of a powerhouse in the top 10 on the Infinity list, they are very decisive. When they saw that they couldn't get their hands on a treasure, they immediately gave up. Let's return to the core world. If Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie didn't leave in time, then after Yang Feng takes control of the Black Emperor realm, he doesn't mind attacking them. Even if he doesn't kill them, he will make them stay. In the Black Emperor realm, Yang Feng's battle prowess is comparable to that of a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. But he is still far inferior to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Once a Holy Spirit Warlock on the Holy List takes action, it is entirely possible for them to take the Empyrean Origin Force crystal from Yang Feng. Chapter 845. The Black Emperor realm has really degenerated. It doesn't even have a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Through the Empyrean Origin Force crystal, Yang Feng scanned the Black Emperor realm and sensed the breath of infinity warlock rank archgods. However, he didn't see a single warlock monarch rank breath. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. With the Empyrean Origin Force crystal in hand, Yang Feng is the main force of the Black Emperor realm. He can even suppress warlock monarch rank archgods. A warlock monarch rank archgod, whether killed or taken as a subordinate, is of great value. Yang Feng naturally feels a little regretful that he didn't see any trace of a warlock monarch rank archgod in the Black Emperor realm. The current position of the Black Emperor realm isn't safe. Move. With the Empyrean Origin Force crystal in hand, countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, as if he has become the embodiment of the Black Emperor realm. The core world, deep in the Black Cloud Mountains, the cliff that carries the Black Emperor realm trembled slightly and collapsed in an instant. A blurry, pitch-black oval existence that looks like it can devour everything trembled slightly, blurred, and disappeared. It seems that he has really taken control of the Black Emperor realm and made it conceal itself. Even if the Holy Spirit warlocks on the Holy List take action, they won't be able to lock onto his position. On a certain mountain peak in the Black Cloud Mountains, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi looked at the disappearing Black Emperor realm with a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed. Luo Jiejie's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic light, and she said with a confident smile, I didn't expect that such an outstanding figure could be born in the surface world. He is definitely my greatest enemy when it comes to ascending the Warlock Emperor throne in the future. Heart Shadow Zhou Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered, the Black Emperor's treasure trove fell into his hands, yet you still have the confidence to defeat him in the future. Luo Jiejie's beautiful eyes shimmered with ambition, the Great Tribulation is coming. Another universe is about to overlap with our universe and devour each other. This is the greatest crisis of our universe, but it will also be the greatest opportunity for all life forms in our universe. If there is a victor when two universes devour each other, then the life form standing on the victor's side will have a chance to become eternal sovereigns. With that, Luo Jiejie turned around, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared from where she stood. Zhou Yi sighed. An eternal. How ambitious. My ambition can't even compare to a woman. The Eternals were only seen in legends, and there were traces of eternity left in some ruins, proving that they had existed. In human history, the most powerful beings were the 8 great warlock emperors. The ultimate goal of all human warlocks was to become a warlock emperor, to become unparalleled under the heavens, to suppress the world, and to shake the heavens with their might. As for Eternals, apart from the 8 warlock emperors, none of the other warlocks set them as their goal, because it was too illusory and unrealistic. However, based on these signs, it seemed like many terrifying existences who should have died long ago were showing signs of recovering. Many of these bigwigs aimed to advance further and become warlock emperors. Those who were ambitious and had great foresight set their sights on eternal sovereigns. Zhou Yi frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, it's not only us humans, but also the Archgod Age, and even more ancient monsters are beginning to recover. Can we compete with them? The Zhangji Plain is not only the birthplace of human warlocks, but also the center of the universe. It has existed for more than 10 billion years. In this long history, who knows how many terrifying existences have been born. Human warlocks were able to develop taboo stones, a method to seal themselves and resist the scouring of time. The terrifying existences that had survived since the Eternals era naturally had similar means. Zhou Yi's origin is mysterious, and he knows countless secrets. He is well aware that in addition to the terrifying existences among human warlocks, some old monsters who have survived the Eternal Age have also begun to slowly awaken. Zhou Yi pondered for a while, then sighed slightly and disappeared. In the Black Emperor realm. In the deepest part of the Dragonstone tribe, which is one of the largest tribes in the Black Emperor realm and has a population of 100,000, there sits a burly five-eyes crocodile transcendent with a crocodile head, an eye on each arm, and an eye on the chest. Wisps of Supreme Infinity Warlock rank breath diffused from the five-eyes crocodile transcendent and distorted the surrounding space. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse doesn't control their physical power, then just by standing in a city on Earth, the power they emit at will can easily kill all the humans in the city. A fragile plane like Earth cannot bear the existence of an Infinity Warlock. If an Infinity Warlock forcibly enters Earth, the entire planet will collapse. Only Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can perfectly control their power. They can be strong or weak, and they can integrate with the plane origin will of various planes at will. No matter how weak the plane is, they can descend with their true body and exert the terrifying power that the plane can bear. All existences whose bloodline power has reached the third step, go to the Holy Pulse Mountain at once. A magnificent and tremendous voice echoed in the five-eyes crocodile transcendent's ears, causing him to open his eyes. Most adult archgods possess Moonlight Warlock rank power. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, only human warlocks who have practiced to the Moonlight Warlock realm can fight against adult archgods. Among archgods, the first step of bloodline power is equivalent to the Glorious Sun Warlock rank, the second step is equivalent to the Bright World Warlock rank, and the third step is equivalent to the Infinity Warlock rank. The five-eyes crocodile transcendent frowned slightly. Who's talking? It seems that I can't resist. As a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, the five-eyes crocodile transcendent is one of the most powerful existences in the Black Emperor realm. He had extraordinary perception, and that extraordinary perception kept reminding him to follow his instincts and obey the owner of the voice. The five-eyes crocodile transcendent hesitated for a while, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a ray of light flying towards the Holy Pulse Mountain. In the Black Emperor realm, rays of light flew towards the Holy Pulse Mountain like meteors. Following the guidance of the aura, the five-eyes crocodile transcendent landed on a wide square in the Holy Pulse Mountain. He looked around, and his heart shook at once. There were more than 400 powerful ancient gods standing on the square. Each of these archgods possesses Infinity Warlock rank power. If this force appeared in the Tsangji Plains surface world, it would be able to sweep through the four dynasties of the Eastern world and the Western world. The four dynasties of the Eastern world and the Western world have Empyrean-grade secret treasures to suppress their destiny. However, Empyrean-grade secret treasures are extremely powerful. If Infinity Warlocks want to stimulate their power, they have to consume their life and pay a terrifying price. Although the 400 archgods are much weaker than human Infinity Warlocks one-on-one, but they all have queer innate abilities. In a large-scale battle, 100 archgods can crush 30 human Infinity Warlocks. In a field battle, the 400 Infinity Warlock rank archgods can sweep through the Great Cloud Dynasty's Warlock Legion. Only a place like the Cloud Capital can withstand the siege of 400 Infinity Warlock rank archgods. When the five-eyes crocodile transcendent arrived on the square, the surrounding Infinity Warlock rank archgods revealed a look of fear in their eyes, and they retreated to the side. Supreme Infinity Warlock rank archgods are much stronger than ordinary Infinity Warlock rank archgods. The five-eyes crocodile transcendent is usually a fierce bigwig. Infinity Warlock rank archgods don't dare to get close to him, for fear that he will suddenly attack and kill them. Dragon, you're here as well. The five-eyes crocodile transcendent's gaze suddenly fell on a 3-meter-tall archgod who no one dares to approach. The archgod has a fiend head, a dragon horn, a 3-meter-tall body covered in dragon scales, and a fearsome aura. Dragon turned around and revealed an ugly and ferocious smile. Five Eyes, you're here as well. Of the three of us, only Tyrant Monkey isn't here. Five Eyes, Dragon, and Tyrant Monkey are the leaders of the three strongest tribes in the Black Emperor realm. The three of them are the only three Supreme Infinity Warlock rank experts in the Black Emperor realm. Five Eyes frowned and said, "Who exactly summoned us here?" A dignified look in his eyes, Dragon looked towards the void and said solemnly, "He's here." Five Eyes' heart stirred, and he looked towards the sky. He saw a white cloud floating in the sky. On the white cloud, there is a person sitting. It is Yang Feng. What's that? A new archgod? The archgods looked curiously at Yang Feng in the sky and commented spiritedly. In the Black Emperor's era, the Zhengji Plains humans were still ape-like, which was fundamentally different from modern humans. Furthermore, they were slowly changing. After the first Warlock dynasty's Time Lord dominated the world, the form of human warlocks of that era was fixed, and they looked exactly like modern humans. In the Black Emperor's era, there wasn't even the concept of humans. There was only the concept of archgods and slaves. Yang Feng said flatly, "I am Yang Feng, the new master of the Black Emperor realm. According to the Black Emperor's will, you have two choices. The first choice is that I send you out of this world, and then we will have nothing to do with each other. The second choice is that you become my subordinates and work for me, and I will shelter you from the oppression of human warlocks. Before you make your choice, anyone who disobeys my orders will die." Yang Feng extended his hand and entered the void. In an archgod tribe, a huge hand resembling white jade fell from the sky, grabbed a 3-meter-tall, monkey-shaped archgod exuding a violent and domineering aura, crossed the void, and appeared on the square. When Five Eyes saw the monkey-shaped archgod, his complexion changed dramatically, and he cried out, "Tyrant monkey!" Chapter 846. Tyrant Monkey. That's Tyrant Monkey. How did he get captured? Tyrant Monkey is a pinnacle third-step powerhouse who may step into the fourth step at any time. How could he be captured without any resistance? The archgods stared at Tyrant Monkey with a dignified look in their eyes. Tyrant Monkey is from the Tyrant Devil Ape race. When the Tyrant Devil Ape matures, it will possess glorious Dawn Warlock rank battle prowess. An ultimate form Tyrant Devil Ape can become an Infinity Warlock rank existence, while a perfect form Tyrant Devil Ape can become a Warlock Monarch rank existence. In the Black Emperor realm, Tyrant Monkey is one of the top 3 peerless powerhouses. Only Five Eyes and Dragon can match him in strength. Struggling frantically in the jade white hand, Tyrant Monkey roared with an unruly expression on his face, "Did you capture me, you bastard? Let me go. After I break free, I'll tear you to pieces. I am the ruler of the Black Emperor realm. From now on, those who refuse to obey me will die." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with indifference, and he closed the fingers of his hand. The earth-shattering jade white hand closed its fingers and squeezed hard. It was as if the terrifying power of the entire Black Emperor realm was acting on Tyrant Monkey's body, trying to crush him into powder. "I, Tyrant Monkey, have spent my life fighting heaven and earth. If heaven wants to kill me, then I'll destroy it. You want to kill me by yourself? Open!" Tyrant Monkey roared furiously. Surrounded by golden light, his body suddenly swelled, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall Tyrant Devil Ape God, who looks like an invincible being that can suppress heaven and earth, and forcibly broke the jade white hand. Boom! The moment the jade white hand was broken, the fearsome divine body of the Tyrant Monkey suddenly exploded. His soul, flesh, and blood collapsed and turned into powder. Then, they were collected into a jade box and sealed completely. Every part of a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank archgod is a treasure. As long as Yang Feng extracts the bloodline essence of the Tyrant Monkey and deduces a secret cultivation method of the Tyrant Demonic Ape race, he can establish an Infinity Warlock rank Tyrant Demonic Ape bloodline Warlock family. Dead. Tyrant Monkey was killed just like that. How is this possible? When the more than 400 Infinity Warlock rank archgods saw Tyrant Monkey's broken body and shattered soul, they were struck dumb and filled with shock. They looked at Yang Feng sitting in the clouds with fear in their eyes. Five Eyes quietly opened the eye on his chest and saw through Yang Feng at a glance, his heart filled with shock. He's just a rank 3 powerhouse, how can he be so strong? Casually killing Tyrant Monkey? Tyrant Monkey is a supreme infinity warlock rank existence. His fighting strength is comparable to that of the top 20 human warlocks on the infinity list. It is very difficult for warlock monarch rank powerhouses to suppress him. When Yang Feng casually killed the Tyrant Monkey, fear flashed in the eyes of the archgods present. Yang Feng extended his hand again, and the giant jade white hand appeared again, entered the void, and grabbed an infinity warlock rank archgod with a centipede head from the Black Emperor realm. Rock centipede. He is also one of those who did not come. That's a rock centipede. The Infinity Warlock rank archgods looked at the Infinity Warlock rank archgod centipede in Yang Feng's hand, and their hearts trembled. Yang Feng closed his hand, and the giant jade white hand closed. Rock Centipede unleashed various special abilities, but could not break free from the giant jade white hand. In the end, he was crushed to death, and all his flesh and blood were suppressed and stored in a jade box. In the square, an archgod suddenly roared, "Everyone, let's join forces and kill him. Otherwise, we will all be killed by him. In the Black Emperor realm, those who oppose me will die." Yang Feng glanced at the archgod with a look of ridicule in his eyes. With a flash of faint light, the archgod appeared on Yang Feng's giant jade white hand. The giant jade white hand closed. No matter how the archgod struggled, he was still crushed into countless pieces of flesh and blood that entered a jade box. These Infinity Warlock rank archgods do not represent all life forms in the Black Emperor realm. If these Infinity Warlock rank archgods resist Yang Feng, he doesn't mind killing them all. An Infinity Warlock rank archgod is covered in treasures. Many archgods are top materials and treasures that human warlocks need to practice secret methods. If all 400 Infinity Warlock rank archgods here die, the wealth formed from their corpses may be exchanged for warlock resources that will allow Yang Feng to take the crucial step and advance to the Warlock Monarch realm. Shock filled Five Eyes' heart, and cold sweat trickled down his back. How can he be so strong? Not even a fourth-step powerhouse can be as strong as him. In the Black Emperor realm, Warlock Monarch rank archgods have been born in the past. But those Warlock Monarch rank archgods do not have Yang Feng's incredible heaven-defying strength. That is because Yang Feng has the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, which is equivalent to obtaining the power of the entire Black Emperor realm. Crushed by the power of the Black Emperor realm, these Infinity Warlock rank archgods are not his opponents. The eyes of a 10-meter-tall three-eyed archgod shimmered with an unruly gleam, and he barked, "Who do you think you are? Everyone, let's kill him. Die. Go to hell." Among the 400-plus Infinity Warlock archgods, the eyes of 34 irascible and unruly archgods flickered fiercely, and they unleashed their innate abilities barreling towards Yang Feng. Fire, ice, bone spurs, petrification, curses, and other extremely powerful innate abilities barreled towards Yang Feng from all directions like a tide. Even if it is a supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, if they don't have a protective secret treasure, they will be blasted to pieces by the joint attack of the 34 Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng smiled faintly and instantly severed the lock on his soul by the 34 archgods. When the 34 innate spells slammed into Yang Feng, they blasted him into pieces. With a flash of light, spatial ripples enveloped the 34 ancient gods. In an instant, the 34 archgods disappeared and were teleported to different corners of the Black Emperor realm. On the white cloud where Yang Feng was originally sitting, light flashed and quickly formed Yang Feng's figure. A jade white hand traversed the void and grabbed randomly. An ancient god who had launched an attack was pulled out from the void. With a casual squeeze, he was crushed into minced meat and suppressed and sealed in a jade box. Sitting on the white cloud, Yang Feng looked at the Black Emperor realm's archgods with an enigmatic smile on his face. One by one, he grabbed the archgods that launched an attack, crushed them, and threw them into a jade box. In the Black Emperor realm, except for Holy Spirit warlocks, even warlock monarch rank powerhouses can teleport to any place in the Black Emperor realm with a thought if they don't have special secret methods or secret treasures to protect themselves. This is the terror of the Black Emperor realm's realm lord. When the other archgods saw the rebellious archgods being crushed by Yang Feng one by one, their scalp turned numb, and a chill filled their hearts. This method is simply unstoppable. Five Eyes smiled bitterly and looked at his old rival dragon. He saw that his old rival dragon was also looking at him, and there was a flash of helplessness in their eyes. Yang Feng's method of dividing archgods is simply heaven-defying. Even warlock monarch rank archgods don't have such heaven-defying methods. In front of this method, unless someone can defeat Yang Feng head-on, they are just ants that Yang Feng can crush at will. Okay, now tell me, do you choose to leave here? Or do you choose to stay, submit to me, and serve me? Yang Feng quietly crushed the 60+ infinity warlock rank archgods that rebelled and didn't come here one by one, and then looked at the hundreds of archgods below with an indifferent gaze. The Flame Law Tribe's High Priest Shen Qingpu knelt on the ground and shouted, "I am willing to submit. I am willing to submit." The 300+ infinity warlock rank archgods hesitated for a while, then knelt on the ground and uttered loudly. Archgods are respected by the strong. When warlock monarch rank archgods passed by, no archgods resisted them. After Yang Feng displayed irresistible power, these archgods chose to submit. These archgods are the leaders of the major forces in the Black Emperor realm. When they chose to submit to Yang Feng, the entire Black Emperor realm fell into Yang Feng's hands. The Black Emperor realm is a complete world formed from the Black Emperor who once dominated the world and even had several Warlock Emperor rank archgods as his subordinates. Even though the Black Emperor has died countless years ago, but there are still countless treasures of heaven and earth in the Black Emperor realm. After the archgods of the Black Emperor realm were subdued by Yang Feng, most of the most precious treasures they accumulated fell into Yang Feng's hands. The bones of 13 warlock monarch rank archgods. Unfortunately, they ate their flesh and blood. The Black Emperor realm, in an exquisite and luxurious palace, Yang Feng looked at the bones of the 13 warlock monarch rank archgods with regret in his eyes. In the Black Emperor realm, more than 100 warlock monarch rank archgods have been born. However, when most warlock monarch rank archgods died, their flesh and blood were devoured and turned into resources for other archgods to evolve. The remaining skeletons could not withstand the erosion of time. All of their extraordinary powers would disappear, forming all sorts of strange phenomena in the Black Emperor's realm. In the Black Emperor realm, extraordinary plants and strange phenomena can be seen everywhere. It is very difficult for existences below the Starry Sky Warlock rank to survive in the Black Emperor realm. Similarly, all adult archgods in the Black Emperor realm are Moonlight Warlock rank existences and above, and the strange phenomena have no effect on them. The 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgod bones are the only 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgod bones left in the Black Emperor realm. Chapter 847. With these 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgod bones, I should be able to refine at least 3 Warlock Monarch grade secret treasures. Coupled with these treasures of heaven and earth, I should be able to exchange them for 7-color Aurora Star Stone. Yang Feng looked at the various treasures of heaven and earth in the room with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. There are all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth everywhere in the Black Emperor realm, including many treasures of heaven and earth needed by warlock monarchs. For archgods, cultivation is different from that of human warlocks. For archgods, only treasures of heaven and earth that can be consumed directly can have a good effect on them. Human warlocks, on the other hand, can use all kinds of extraordinary minerals and extraordinary plants to refine all kinds of incredible elixirs to enhance their strength. The Black Emperor realm, which evolved from the world inside the Black Emperor, is extremely rich in resources. Originally, even though it has been slowly weakening due to the erosion of time, but the essence of this world is still extremely powerful, and it can still give birth to warlock monarch rank existences. But archgods, who have evolved by relying on the power of their bloodline, only know some superficial cultivation methods based on instinct. Since they don't know the treasures of heaven and earth in the Black Emperor realm, they can only give birth to Supreme Infinity warlock rank existences. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. If the resources of the Black Emperor realm are fully developed, I can promote to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. However, compared to Empyrean origin force, those resources are not worth mentioning. It seems that I have to find a way to find the bloodline of the Black Emperor and give them this box. Before that, the most important thing is to improve my strength. I must get the 7-color Aurora Star Stone. The 7-color Aurora Star Stone is a core treasure for Yang Feng to upgrade Shizu technology to level 5. Once Shizu technology is upgraded to level 5, more powerful battle robots will be born, allowing Yang Feng to better deal with the upcoming Great Tribulation. The core world, in the center of the Linghai province, there is a huge white cloud covering an area of millions of square kilometers. Above the huge white cloud, there is a continent with no end in sight. The continent called the Linghai continent was the center of the core world's Linghai province, and it was filled with powerful life magic energy. Only Starry Sky warlock rank experts and above could get a ticket to the Linghai continent. In the Linghai continent, except for the family members of powerhouses above the Moonlight warlock rank, if the family members of other warlocks aren't outstanding Starry Sky warlocks or have made great contributions to the Linghai continent, then once they reach the age of 100 and haven't reached the Great Warlock realm, they will be sent out of the Linghai continent and settled elsewhere in the Linghai province. In the Linghai continent, experts were as common as clouds, great warlocks could be found everywhere, and Starry Sky was as common as a dog. Only transcendent rank powerhouses such as Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Dawn Warlocks have a noble status, but they are still common. In the Linghai continent, there is a magic network of the core network. Warlocks in the Linghai continent can connect to the core network through magic balls. Through the core network, they can obtain better services and functions than those of Earth's network. Mo Fusheng is an ordinary student of an advanced warlock college in the Linghai continent with level 3 warlock rank strength. What he likes to do most is play with magic balls. Like internet addicts on Earth, he is addicted to the core network, unable to extricate himself. Mo Fusheng grabbed a blue magic ball, poured his spirit force into the magic ball, and entered an illusory world. In the illusory world, he formed another body and appeared in a coffee house. Through the magic ball, Mo Fusheng's spirit force entered the virtual network world constructed by the core network. In the virtual network world, even ordinary warlocks can possess all kinds of incredible abilities. Therefore, it is extremely popular among ordinary warlocks. In the virtual weave, everything felt extremely real. One could enjoy a life that was both real and dazzling, mysterious and incomparably convenient. The new issue of the Infinity, Monarch, and Holy lists is out. I wonder if there are any new Holy Spirit warlocks. Mo Fusheng picked up a cup of coffee and quietly took a sip. Then, a newspaper appeared in his hand, and his gaze swept the Infinity, Monarch, and Holy lists. There are no changes to the Holy and Monarch lists. This is a matter of course. After all, the cultivation time of those terrifying existences is calculated in hundreds of years. How can there be such a simple change? Infinity list, Third on the Infinity list, Endless Darkness Yang Feng. Where did he come from? When Mo Fusheng saw the name that appeared abruptly, he was shocked at once, and then continued to read. Endless Darkness Yang Feng, from the Zhangji Plains Surface World's Great Cloud Dynasty's Battle Demon Sect. Battle Record, in the Black Emperor's Treasure Trove, he defeated Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie, slayed Black True Dragon Mo Xian, and occupied the Black Emperor realm. Accordingly, he ascended to the third place on the Infinity list. As Mo Fusheng read, his eyes flashed with incredulity, and he muttered in a low voice, "Impossible, how is this possible?" Black True Dragon Moxian, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejia are all outrageous geniuses who formed a small world inside them and set foot on the strongest warlock path. How come they were defeated by Yang Feng? That's impossible. Information about transcendent rank powerhouses is completely sealed in the Linghai province's other continents. Only transcendent rank powerhouses can get first-hand information through the core network. But the Linghai continent and some special holy lands in the core world are not restricted at all, and can get information about transcendent rank powerhouses. That was why the Spirit Sea continent and the many sacred grounds in the core world were so popular that many people wanted to go there. Endless Darkness Yang Feng, how could a warlock from the surface world defeat Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie? Is this information accurate? Heart Shadow Zhou Yi personally admitted it. The surface world can give birth to such a monster. Mo Fusheng's eyes flickered, and he entered the forum and immediately saw the discussions of countless warlocks. From the discussions, Mo Fusheng confirmed that Yang Feng defeated Heart Shadow Zhou Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie. After practicing cultivation for less than 100 years, he has already become an Infinity Warlock and is a peerless powerhouse in the top 3 on the Infinity list. People can't be compared at all. Mo Fusheng smiled bitterly, then exited the core network's virtual world and sighed, a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Mo Fusheng broke through and promoted to a level 3 Warlock at the age of 70. In a small place like the Tarandit subcontinent, this kind of cultivation speed is definitely a genius among geniuses. But in the core world, this kind of cultivation speed is quite mediocre, and even somewhat low. The difference in resources between the Tarandit subcontinent and the Linghai continent is more than 100 times. If the great warlocks of the Tarandit subcontinent practiced cultivation in the Linghai continent, they would have a chance to advance to the Moonlight Warlock rank. Mo Fusheng casually put the magic ball inside his clothes, then left his home and headed in the direction of Spirit Flame Advanced Warlock Academy. Black Emperor's Bloodline. Mo Fusheng had just left his home, when he saw a very young man in a white warlock robe come to his side and look at him. Mo Fusheng's body trembled slightly. He immediately felt that his entire body was exposed to the young man's eyes. There were no secrets at all. A thought emerged in Mo Fusheng's mind, a warlock above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Only a Moonlight Warlock can so easily freeze a level 3 warlock like Mo Fusheng, leaving him powerless to resist. Although the bloodline is a bit thin, but it is still the Black Emperor's bloodline. I can trace the true Black Emperor's bloodline through him. Yang Feng glanced at Mo Fusheng and operated the fate algorithm. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Mo Fusheng. The bloodline in Mo Fusheng's body suddenly started to boil, giving rise to traces of incomparably strange ripples that turned into many strange runes. In Yang Feng's eyes, he can clearly see thin bloodline threads spread in all directions and linked to different warlocks with the Black Emperor's bloodline. As long as Yang Feng wants to, he can use Mo Fusheng as a medium to cast a bloodline curse spell and kill warlocks with the Black Emperor's bloodline through the bloodline threads. With the passage of time, most of the formerly powerful Black Emperor's bloodline has become extremely thin. This person has the highest concentration of Black Emperor's bloodline in the world. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that someone with the Black Emperor's bloodline used a powerful secret treasure to protect themselves, preventing my spell from prying into them. However, I can give it a try. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a box suddenly flew out and fell into Mo Fusheng's hand. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, but didn't find that the karma spell on him disappeared. Yang Feng frowned slightly. No, he isn't a Black Emperor's bloodline. In that case, someone with the Black Emperor's bloodline should use a powerful secret treasure to protect themselves, making it difficult to sense them. Yang Feng retracted his pressure and asked lightly, "What's your name?" Mo Fusheng answered honestly, "My name is Mo Fusheng." Yang Feng uttered, "I am Endless Darkness Yang Feng." Your bloodline is a bit special. Are you willing to become my disciple in name? Overjoyed, Mo Fusheng knelt on the ground and bowed to Yang Feng, saying, I am willing, I am willing. Teacher, please accept a bow from your disciple. Get up. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a stream of air lifted Mo Fusheng up from the ground. After Mo Fusheng stood up, a smile of excitement appeared on his face, and his eyes flickered with both excitement and incredulity. Becoming a disciple of an Infinity Warlock, even if it's just a disciple in name, is a great opportunity that countless Starry Sky Warlocks dream of. Chapter 848. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a ray of light containing countless pieces of knowledge entered Mo Fusheng's forehead. In an instant, countless pieces of precious knowledge entered Mo Fusheng's mind. At the same time, a storage ring appeared in his hand. The first test I'll give you is to go to the surface world, the Undying Mountain. A faint voice echoed in Mo Fusheng's ears. Yang Feng has already disappeared. Mo Fusheng is just an ordinary human warlock with a trace of Black Emperor bloodline, and his soul aptitude is only superior level 4. On the warlock path, he is just an ordinary existence. Yang Feng just casually laid out a plan. Sensing the countless pieces of knowledge and top-secret methods churning in his mind, Mo Fusheng said in his heart, Yes, teacher, I will go to the surface world and reach the Undying Mountain. So this is the core network. The crystallization of warlock civilization. The core world is indeed the core of the world of warlocks. Yang Feng grabbed a magic ball and looked at it carefully. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he analyzed the magic ball in an instant. With a thought, a wisp of soul force entered the magic ball. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the center of a wide square. Yang Feng looked around, runes flashed in his eyes, and he scanned himself with soul force. Understanding everything at once, he showed a smile. Interesting, this virtual world created by the core network is comparable to the virtual reality world created by Shizu technology. After ordinary human warlocks enter the core weave's virtual world, everything will be under the control of the core weave world. With the blessing of the core network, ordinary human warlocks can exert Infinity Warlock rank power in the virtual world. If the core network world deprives them of their power, then even Bright World warlocks will be reduced to ordinary human warlocks, and may even be defeated by ordinary human warlocks. Only Infinity Warlocks can resist part of the power of the core network world and modify soul data so that they can exert Infinity Warlock rank power in the core world. Of course, that is only if the core network world has no master. Infinity Warlocks can modify soul data with soul force. If there is a Holy Spirit Warlock presiding over the core network world, then when other Holy Spirit Warlocks enter the core network world, they will be easily suppressed by the Holy Spirit Warlock presiding over the core network world. When necessary, the core network world can also extract the power of warlocks with magic balls in the core world and combine them to attack the enemy. With that kind of power, I'm afraid that even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can contend against it. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes as he analyzed the existence of the core network world. In a world inside him, thousands of level 4 optical computers operated frantically and formed an optical computer network to assist him in analyzing the core network world. In the Feisua plane, Yang Feng once consumed an apple of wisdom, which opened the gate of wisdom for him and gave him Infinity Warlock rank comprehension and computing ability. It is very easy for Yang Feng to comprehend various secret methods below the Infinity Warlock rank. However, every secret method above the Infinity Warlock rank is extremely mysterious. The wisdom enhanced by the Apple of Wisdom is no longer enough for Yang Feng to surpass other Infinity Warlocks. The optical computer network created by Shizu technology is one of Yang Feng's trump cards. Through the huge optical computer network, he can quickly analyze various secret methods and practice cultivation at a speed far faster than that of ordinary Infinity Warlocks. If the Shizu technology can be upgraded to level 5 and a level 5 optical computer network is built, Yang Feng's computing power will increase geometrically, which will be of great benefit to his comprehension of various laws and essences. Forums, live streams, videos, shopping malls, magic arenas, all developed with magic. Sure enough, in the world of warlocks, there's only the unthinkable and nothing that's impossible. Enigmatic light flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he browsed the various new things in the core network. The virtual reality created by the Weave was many times more powerful than the internet on Earth. It was incomparably interesting. However, Yang Neng is an infinity warlock who pursues the pinnacle after all. With a thought, he withdrew from the core network. The Linghai continent is the center of the Linghai province, and the Konghai city is the center of the Linghai province. The floating Konghai pavilion is one of the three major forces of the Konghai city, and it has 5 infinity warlocks. Sir, this is the private territory of the floating Konghai pavilion. If you want to enter, please show me your invitation. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the floating Konghai pavilion, 2 starry sky warlocks stepped forward and stopped him politely. Those who can enter the floating Konghai pavilion are all transcendent rank powerhouses, and there is no lack of infinity warlocks. The 2 starry sky warlocks don't dare to slight Yang Feng. Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a gold card suddenly appeared, exuding infinity warlock rank breath. It turns out to be Sir Endless Darkness, who ranks 3rd on the infinity list. If I was rude before, please forgive me. Please come in. Startled, the 2 starry sky warlocks stepped aside and said respectfully. Yang Feng entered the floating Konghai pavilion. A beautiful and seductive woman with a charming aura walked up to Yang Feng and uttered with a sweet smile, a fragrance wafting from her, "Greetings, Sir Endless Darkness, I am Xiangling. I am your exclusive attendant. If you need anything, you can tell me. The floating Konghai pavilion will try its best to meet all your needs." Yang Feng glanced at Xiangling and said, "Moonlight Warlock, the floating Konghai pavilion is really generous to have a Moonlight Warlock as an attendant." Moonlight Warlock rank experts were transcendent rank experts. Whether it was in the core world or the surface world, they were existences with extremely high status. To be able to have Moonlight Warlocks serve as attendants, their underlying strength must be extremely deep. Experts were as common as clouds in the sky. After saying that, Yang Feng didn't say anything else, and then followed Xiangling into a hall of the floating Haisheng pavilion. In the hall of the floating Konghai pavilion, there are infinity warlocks sitting calmly in their seats. Beside them are attendants of handsome men and beautiful women, each of whom possesses Moonlight Warlock rank strength. The core world is rich in resources, has complete inheritances, and has the core network, which connects the resources of the entire core world. The number of powerhouses in the core world far exceeds that in the surface world, which is why the floating Konghai pavilion has the confidence to have Moonlight Warlocks as attendants. Yang Feng glanced around and saw that there are more than 400 infinity warlocks sitting in the hall, which is equivalent to 1/10 of the infinity warlocks in the core world. The Wealth Gold King walked over with a complicated look in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Yang Feng, who ranks 3rd on the infinity list, how amazing. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Even Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie, and Black True Dragon Moxin are not your opponents. Amazing." When the Wealth Gold King was defeated by Yang Feng, he thought that Yang Feng was only slightly stronger than him. If he goes all out, the Wealth Gold King has many secret treasures. However, when Yang Feng defeated Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, Queen of Reinvention Luo Jiejie, and slayed Black True Dragon Moxin, the Wealth Gold King realized that he is not Yang Feng's opponent. Yang Feng smiled faintly, it was just a fluke. He's Yang Feng. Endless Darkness Yang Feng. 3rd on the infinity list, Endless Darkness Yang Feng. Is this a monster on the same level as Titan Demon Lian Wui, Green Thunder God Yen Maoan, and Brilliant Ninth Heaven Bu Liantian? I wonder who is stronger, him or Lian Wui. The eyes of the Infinity Warlocks flickered slightly, and strange gazes filled with curiosity, envy, and jealousy focused on Yang Feng. Each of the top 10 on the Infinity list is a terrifying existence with combat power far exceeding that of a Supreme Infinity Warlock. They are all influential bigwigs in the core world, which naturally attracts the attention of others. When Yang Feng and the Wealth Gold King took their seats, the Infinity Warlocks retracted their gazes, not daring to continue peeping. Soon after, a thin Infinity Warlock dressed in a green warlock robe with an unearthly temperament walked to the dais at the end of the hall. The Infinity Warlock extended his hand, and a transparent crystal bottle containing a black elixir appeared in his hand. I am the Floating Sea Pavilion's Great Elder He Kue Kongguang. Everyone is clear about the rules, so I won't waste any more time. This is the Illusion Night Spirit Water refined by the Floating Sea Pavilion. I will only exchange it for 10,000-year-old hazy moon grass, 1,000 gold nether light stone, luo mist stone, an astral dragon snake corpse. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Illusion Night Spirit Water, this is a rare treasure for cultivating illusions. It can't be found in the surface world. I didn't expect to see it here. As expected of the core world, its level is really high. Illusion Night Spirit Water is a top-notch Infinity Warlock rank elixir for cultivating illusions. If this elixir is in the surface world, it can bribe an Infinity Warlock who cultivates illusions. I have hazy moon grass. I have 1,000 gold netherlight stone. Every Infinity Warlock is a mobile treasure trove. As soon as the Illusion Night Spirit Water appeared, it was quickly exchanged for by other Infinity Warlocks. The Floating Sea Pavilion's great elders took turns to take the stage and exchanged many Infinity Warlock rank treasures of heaven and earth with the other Infinity Warlocks. After getting the treasures they need, they left the venue, satisfied. The Floating Sea Pavilion went to great lengths to hold this Infinity Warlock exchange meet in order to get the first chance to go on stage and exchange for the treasures they like. After all, many treasures are extremely precious. Once they are exchanged, it will be difficult to get them back. Those who exchange first can naturally get great benefits. Chapter 849. The treasures of heaven and earth that these Infinity Warlocks use to cultivate are all kinds of bizarre. Many of the materials are simply unheard of and incredible. Many Infinity Warlocks have even fought over treasures of heaven and earth to the point of breaking their heads. Sitting aside, Yang Feng quietly watched the Infinity Warlocks exchange treasures of heaven and earth. After Yang Feng took control of the Black Emperor realm, his wealth skyrocketed, and he obtained many Infinity Warlock and even Warlock Monarch rank cultivation resources rarely seen in the outside world. The treasures of heaven and earth taken out by the Infinity Warlocks are very precious, but none of them is what Yang Feng needs. A petite Infinity Warlock walked onto a dais and flicked his wrist, and a fist-sized stone shining with 7 colors, which seems to contain the mysteries of the stars, appeared in his hand. He said flatly, 1 7-color Aurora Star Stone in exchange for various Eternal God Tree fruits, heaven and earth treasures that can break through the God-man boundary, or Monarch Grade True Dragon Origin Core Stone, or Monarch Grade Qilin Flame Essence. When this statement came out, the scene fell silent. The Infinity Warlocks looked at the petite Infinity Warlock with ridicule in their eyes. The 7-color Aurora Star Stone is indeed very precious, but the treasures demanded by the petite Infinity Warlock far exceed the value of the 7-color Aurora Star Stone. Naturally, no one is willing to come forward to exchange with him. Yang Feng said flatly, I will use a quasi-warlock monarch rank archgod corpse with primordial dragon bloodline to exchange for your 7-color Aurora Star Stone. The eyes of the petite Infinity Warlock lit up at once, and excitement streaked past his eyes, an archgod corpse with primordial dragon bloodline. Archgods are born powerful. Most of them possess the bloodline of countless Warlock Emperor rank existences from the primordial era. The Second Warlock Dynasty's Taboo Lord hunted a large number of archgods, extracted their powerful bloodlines, fused them with his body through various secret methods, and then purified them. In the end, he obtained the strongest taboo bloodline and ascended to the position of Warlock Emperor. For bloodline warlocks, archgod bloodline is the treasure they desire the most. The archgod corpse containing Warlock Emperor rank primordial dragon bloodline is even more precious and rare in the world. The petite infinity warlock restrained the excitement in his eyes and said lightly, "Not enough." Yang Feng uttered, "Add a Warlock Monarch rank archgod skeleton." How generous! As expected of the Black Emperor realm's endless darkness. The bones of a Warlock Monarch rank archgod are first-rate materials for refining Monarch-grade secret treasures. The Infinity Warlocks in their seats looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. The Black Emperor realm is a world evolved from the world inside the invincible Black Emperor who once suppressed the universe in the Archgod era. Even though countless years have passed, but the wealth hidden in that world is still astonishing, enough for an Infinity Warlock to advance to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. There was a flash of greed in the eyes of the skinny Infinity Warlock, and he refused again, "Not enough." Yang Feng offered, plus the corpse of a pinnacle Infinity Warlock archgod with Qilin bloodline. The skinny Infinity Warlock hesitated for a while, and then continued to shake his head, "Not enough." Yang Feng took a deep look at the Infinity Warlock, then suddenly smiled strangely, closed his eyes, and no longer offered a price. The value of the Warlock Monarch rank skeleton is far greater than that of the 7-color Aurora Star Stone. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Feng was in urgent need of the 7-color Aurora Star Stone, he could have spent more than a decade to purchase it in the core world. What an idiot! This guy seems to be blinded by greed. This guy is dead. The Infinity Warlocks stared at the petite Infinity Warlock with strange smiles on their faces and whispered. Every Infinity Warlock has come from a reign of terror and has taken the lives of countless powerhouses. They have vaguely guessed Yang Feng's thoughts. As long as the petite Infinity Warlock dies, the 7-color Aurora Star Stone in his possession will naturally fall into Yang Feng's hands. The petite Infinity Warlock suddenly sobered up, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Shit, he is a powerhouse in the top 3 on the Infinity list. If he wants to kill me, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death. Infinity Warlocks are indeed very difficult to kill. However, the top 10 Infinity Warlocks on the Infinity list are extraordinary existences even more powerful than Supreme Infinity Warlocks. It is very easy for them to kill ordinary Infinity Warlocks. The petite Infinity Warlock is just an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock powerhouse. In front of a Supreme Infinity Warlock, he has no way to resist. The petite Infinity Warlock spoke, "Sorry, endless darkness. The bones of a Warlock Monarch rank archgod are already enough to exchange for the 7-color Aurora Star Stone. These are the bones of an archgod with primordial dragon bloodline, the bones of a Warlock Monarch rank archgod, and the bones of an archgod with Qilin bloodline. They are all yours now." Yang Feng opened his eyes and waved his hand, and 3 crystal jade boxes suddenly flew out and fell into the petite Infinity Warlock's hand. "Thank you." When the petite Infinity Warlock received the 3 crystal jade boxes, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face at once, and he thanked Yang Feng. Then, he handed the 7-color Aurora Star Stone to Yang Feng, and turned around and left the exchange meeting. The Infinity Warlocks stared at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in their eyes. Since Yang Feng is willing to pay a huge price to buy the 7-color Aurora Star Stone, he will naturally be willing to pay a huge price to buy their treasures in the future. After getting the 7-color Aurora Star Stone, Yang Feng got up and said, "I'll go first." The Wealth Gold King responded, "Okay. Yang Feng, it's you who killed my daughter." As soon as Yang Feng stepped out of the floating Kong Hai Pavilion, a young man dressed in a red warlock robe, exuding an overbearing aura, as if he is the center of the world, walked over. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely, and he asked in a deep voice, "You are the Red Monarch?" That's right, I am the Red Monarch. Yang Feng, hand over the Black Emperor realm, and I will leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, after I capture you alive, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive, and let you taste all the pain in the world. The Red Monarch's eyes flickered with a twisted and crazy light, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and 5 red moons suddenly appeared. When the 5 red moons appeared, they crushed towards Yang Feng with the power to purify and destroy everything. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng frantically extracted power from the world ring inside him and operated a secret method, and 9 devour black moons suddenly appeared and crushed towards the 5 red moons. Boom! Boom! When the 2 fearsome forces collided, a violent energy shock wave spread in all directions. The floating Konghai Pavilion and the surrounding shops instantly shone with rays of magic light, forming a magic barrier. Under the bombardment of the violent energy shock wave, except for the floating Konghai Pavilion, the magic shields of the shops within an area of tens of thousands of meters in radius collapsed, and the main body of the shops was torn apart. Warlocks flew out of the shops and fled into the distance. Who the hell is it? To dare attack in the Konghai city? Who dares to attack in the Konghai city? Isn't he afraid that the floating Konghai Pavilion will suppress him? Shocked and angry voices came from the side, and one by one, warlocks cast spells to look over here. The Red Monarch. That's the Red Monarch. The Red Monarch attacked Yang Feng. Interesting, what kind of hatred do they have? In the floating Konghai Pavilion, Infinity Warlocks cast spells and watched the battle from afar. None of them took action. Gazes of ridicule fell on the several Infinity Warlocks of the floating Konghai Pavilion, wanting to see how they will deal with the situation. The expressions of the several Infinity Warlocks of the floating Konghai Pavilion are unsightly, yet they remain silent, showing no intention of stopping the battle outside. Although the Red Monarch is one of the last few Warlock Monarchs on the Monarch list, but every Warlock Monarch is a pinnacle Infinity Warlock. Infinity Warlocks and Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses traverse a formidable secret realm. Unless they have a Holy Grade or Empyrean Grade secret treasure, the floating Konghai Pavilion cannot defeat the Red Monarch. The floating Konghai Pavilion's Infinity Warlocks are shrewd people. Naturally, they won't appear at this time. Of course, after the battle is over, they will send a bill to the Red Kingdom. The Red Monarch won't mind paying compensation. That's the Red Monarch. The Red Monarch attacked. What do we do? Just watch. When the other 2 tycoons of the Konghai city, the Transcendent Fist and the Mandara Ares Warlock groups saw the Red Monarch attack from afar, their Infinity Warlocks remained silent. They just activated magic barriers to protect their properties. In the Konghai city, the Purification Red Moon and the Devour Black Moon intertwined, bombarded, and annihilated each other, and fearsome fluctuations of power spread in all directions. After a dozen-plus rounds of fierce fighting, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he suddenly turned into a black ray and soared into the sky, flying towards the outside of the Konghai city. There are hundreds of Infinity Warlocks in the Konghai city, and they are proficient in countless queer secret methods. If Yang Feng and the Red Monarch fight to the bitter end, the Infinity Warlocks won't mind killing them with a spell and taking away all their wealth. The Red Moon disappeared. An enigmatic ray flashed in the Red Monarch's eyes, and he blurred into motion, turned into a red ray, and chased after Yang Feng. What a pity! As expected of an expert on the Infinity list and a powerhouse on the Monarch list. The eyes of the Infinity Warlocks shimmered with regret, but they didn't chase after him. If they chase after him now, the Red Monarch will likely kill the Infinity Warlocks and plunder everything. Chapter 850. As soon as he flew out of the Konghai city, Yang Feng's figure flickered several times in a row, crossed thousands of kilometers in an instant, and appeared in a dense forest and a mountain range covered with countless extraordinary plants. At the same time, in the hidden mountain range, a warp gate shone brightly, and Yang Feng plunged into the warp gate and appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away in the blink of an eye. The warp gate activated its self-destruct system, and then collapsed and disappeared. With a flash of red light, the Red Monarch appeared in the place where the warp gate collapsed and disappeared in the next moment. Enigmatic light flashed in the Red Monarch's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and cast the spell Time Reversal. Along with flashes of light, the image of Yang Feng flying into the warp gate and then disappearing appeared in the Red Monarch's eyes. A spatial teleportation array, or a secret treasure similar to a spatial teleportation array. Although you're from the surface world, but you have a lot of secret treasures. No wonder you're so arrogant to dare to kill my daughter. Unfortunately, since you've been hit by my tracing mark, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, only death will await you. Killing intent streaked past the Red Monarch's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless red runes suddenly flew out and circled around him, giving him a queer, mysterious, and dangerous feeling. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, a red light suddenly flew out from Yang Feng's feet, landed in midair, and turned into a red moon. Countless runes twisted and formed the Red Monarch's true body, who exudes a world-suppressing warlock monarch rank breath. The Red Monarch looked at Yang Feng with ridicule and said flatly, "Yang Feng, the strength of a warlock monarch is beyond the imagination of an infinity warlock like you. No matter where you escape to, as long as I want to, I can easily cross space, come to you, and kill you." Yang Feng looked at the Red Monarch's true body in the sky with a scorching shade in his eyes. Amazing, to be able to cross a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers with a spell, that's really amazing. Warlock monarchs are really powerful. However, Red Monarch, if you want to kill me, then come to the surface world. Yang Feng smiled, then a passageway leading to the surface world appeared around him, and he turned into a black ray of light and entered the passageway leading to the surface world. Humph, no matter how you stall for time, only death will await you. The Red Monarch smiled coldly, then a passage leading to the surface world appeared around him as well, and he turned into a red ray and entered the passage. The Zhangji Plains red sand desert was covered in endless red sand, as if it was a forbidden zone for life. In the middle of the red sand desert, there was an oasis. The oasis covered an area of several hundred square kilometers. Relying on the water source of the oasis, a desert kingdom, the Gao-an Kingdom, was established. In the center of the Gao-an Kingdom was an incomparably huge altar. At the center of the altar was a blood-colored tower. The tower was engraved with countless mysterious runes. Human skeletons and dark red blood were scattered all over the place. It was a strange sight. A beautiful girl with snow-white skin and a noble temperament walked towards the blood-red tower under the protection of 200 guards and over 20 priests with a face full of despair. In the wake of the beautiful girl, the people of the Gao-an Kingdom prostrated themselves on the ground. Suddenly, a handsome young man with a bare upper body, revealing pitch-black yet shiny muscles, opened his eyes, drew his scimitar like a tiger, and rushed into the midst of the guards covered in a layer of faint light. Streaks of dazzling saber light flashed. Wherever the saber light passed, the scimitars in the hands of the guards were knocked away and kicked away by the young man. As if a wounded mad tiger, the young man roared, "Shazu, come with me. I won't let them offer you as a sacrifice to that fiend." The beautiful girl's eyes shimmered with mist, and she shouted, "Poggy, hurry up and go. Don't worry about me." Poggy turned around, kicked 5 guards in a row, and barked, "If we're leaving together." Alas! A priest with a wrinkled face sighed with turbid eyes and pointed at Poggy. As if a rope with a life of its own, black gas instantly appeared beside Poggy and entangled him. When Poggy was entangled by the black gas rope, he fell to the ground, a look of despair on his face. In the world of warlocks, unless you walk the path of a body-tempering warlock, no matter how powerful your martial arts are, they are no match for the power of spells. Poggy struggled desperately and roared, "High priest, why, you have such great power, why did you sacrifice Shazu to that fiend, why? After the guards who were kicked away by the young man got up and looked at the struggling Poggy, the anger in their eyes slowly faded, and they showed traces of pity. The high priest sighed faintly, it's because that fiend is too powerful. He has the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Once that fiend is released, not only will our kingdom be destroyed, but the whole world will be destroyed. Only by sacrificing Shazu can we suppress that fiend. Shazu's sacrifice is for the whole world. This is the fate of the Gao and kingdom's royal family. Poggy roared mournfully, if you really want to sacrifice a living person, then sacrifice me. I'm willing to replace Shazu and become the sacrifice. The high priest said lightly, only the sealing blood flowing in the veins of the Gao and kingdom's royal family can seal that dreadful fiend. Sacrificing you won't have any effect. You'll just die in vain. Poggy, you're the most outstanding genius of the Gao and kingdom. In the future, you may surpass me and reach the legendary sacred warrior boundary. I won't let you die in vain. Poggy struggled and cried, no. High priest, don't sacrifice Shazu. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you in the future. I'll definitely kill you. The high priest looked at Poggy with pity and heartache, sighed faintly, and waved his hand, Poggy, you have a kind nature. In the future, you will definitely become the patron saint of the Gao and kingdom. When you reach the sacred warrior boundary, come kill me. At that time, I won't resist. You're my most outstanding son. The 200 guards escorted the Gao and kingdom's Princess Shazu step by step towards the altar. Your Highness, please. When the high priest arrived in front of the altar, he bowed towards it with awe, and then said to Shazu. There was a flash of misery in Shazu's eyes, and she walked towards the altar step by step. While struggling, Poggy roared wildly, no. Father, no. Father, I beg you. Suddenly, a fragment flew over from afar and slammed into the bloody tower in the center of the altar like a meteor. Boom! The red barrier that emerged from the Scarlet Pagoda collapsed in an instant, and the entire Scarlet Pagoda disintegrated. Ha ha ha! I'm finally free. Since I, the Crimson Blood Fiend, have broken the seal, then the whole world is my hunting ground. All of you are food for me, the Crimson Blood Devil. Streams of blood-colored aura gushed out of the blood-colored tower and condensed into a 50-meter-tall devil with a ghost horn on its head and countless blood-colored runes engraved on its body. It was enveloped in a layer of blood-colored light and exuded a terrifying pressure. Standing high in the sky, the Crimson Blood Fiend looked down at the High Priest and the others with a derisive expression on his face. An incomparably powerful pressure emanated from the Scarlet Blood Devil's body and enveloped everyone below. Under the transcendent rank might, the more than 200 guards of the Gao and kingdom suddenly felt their spines buckle, and they knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. When Poggy sensed the transcendent rank might, he trembled all over, and his face turned pale. So this is the sealed fiend, so strong. It seems that the world is finished. The high priest smiled bitterly, it's finished. From now on, the world will be dominated by this fiend. The people of the Gao and kingdom looked at the Crimson Blood Fiend in the sky with despair in their eyes. Hey, this fiend bloodline seems a bit interesting. A cry of surprise came from the sky, and a jade-white hand formed from a spell descended from the sky, grabbed the Crimson Blood Devil, and entered the clouds. He was taken away. This, the Crimson Blood Fiend, he was taken away. The people of the Gao and kingdom looked at the sky, dumbstruck and incredulous. If it wasn't for the remains of the bloody tower suppressing the Crimson Blood Fiend, they wouldn't have believed this at all. The Crimson Blood Fiend was the nightmare of the Gao and kingdom. For generations, the royal family of the Gao and kingdom has sacrificed the most outstanding geniuses of the royal family to the bloody tower in order to suppress and seal the Crimson Blood Fiend. Now that the Crimson Blood Fiend was taken away, the terrifying power is beyond the imagination of the powerhouses of the Gao and kingdom. Poggy looked up at the sky, his heart filled with shock. So strong. Is this the power of a true powerhouse? The high priest was taken aback, then his eyes filled with bitterness, rejoice, joy, and other complicated emotions. What did our sacrifices over the years amount to? In the clouds, Yang Feng looked at the crimson blood fiend in his hand with a look of curiosity in his eyes. At this time, the more than 50-meter-tall scarlet blood devil has shrunk to the size of a walnut. Under Yang Feng's gaze, he doesn't even dare to breathe loudly, his body shivering, and his eyes filled with fear and despair. Yang Feng pinched the crimson blood fiend's body, and then, in a very strange state, his flesh, blood, and soul returned to his original body. Chapter 851. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, interesting. Undying body, time characteristic, or some other special bloodline. How interesting. Trembling, the scarlet blood devil looked at Yang Feng with fear and despair in his eyes. Although the scarlet blood devil can be reborn continuously, but every time he is crushed into pieces, he can still feel the inhuman pain. Forget it, let's get rid of the red monarch first, and then study you. Yang Feng smiled and pointed at the scarlet blood devil with a finger, and countless runes enveloped the scarlet blood devil and eroded and sealed him. Then, he threw the scarlet blood devil into a jade box and sealed him. Get rid of me first. A trifling infinity warlock, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A huge red moon fell from the sky and crushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng frantically extracted world force from the world ring, and the 9 devour black moons erupted and collided with the huge red moon. Boom! Boom! Due to the battle between Yang Feng and the red monarch, the earth cracked, space distorted, and violent shock waves spread in all directions. The Gao and state thousands of kilometers away was enveloped by a violent sandstorm. Some simple houses collapsed, trees were uprooted, and some ordinary people were even swept into the depths of the desert by the sandstorm. The high priest, shrouded in black gas, looked at the sky, stunned. What the hell is going on? Is the end of the world? Thousands of kilometers away, lightning, fire, ice, petrification, and other powerful spells surged from the red monarch's hand and crushed towards Yang Feng like a tide. As a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, even though he is the weakest warlock monarch, he is still proficient in countless combat spells and methods. The 9 devour black moons churned and guarded in front of Yang Feng. When the spells slammed into the 9 devour black moons, they were devoured. Under the protection of the devour black moons, Yang Feng looks like an invincible transcendent floating inside the black moons. Under the bombardment of the Red King's incomparably strange spells, there were no flaws, and he forcibly blocked the bombardment of all kinds of powerful spells. Although the Red Monarch is a warlock monarch, but he hasn't formed his own small world. With his cultivation aptitude, if he doesn't form his own small world, he still has a chance to promote to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. But once he forms his own small world, he will have no chance to promote to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. This was why he couldn't capture Yang Feng. If it was a warlock monarch who formed a virtual world or a small world, they could defeat or even seriously injure Yang Feng with an all-out attack. The devouring ultimacy is indeed extraordinary. However, your opponent is me. This is the only reason why you lost. When the Red Monarch saw that all kinds of powerful offensive spells were virtually ineffective against Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered gloomily, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a scarlet bead suddenly appeared. The Monarch Grade's secret treasure Red Moon Sacred Bead. The Red Moon Sacred Bead flew behind the Red Monarch. A red moon rose behind the Red Monarch, and the Red Moon Sacred Bead flew into the Red Moon and turned the illusory Red Moon corporeal. As if a world, the illusory red moon radiated countless red moons, sealed the void, and crushed towards Yang Feng. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng extracted world force from the 9 small worlds with the world ring inside him, and 9 devour black moons appeared and slammed into the red moon. When the devour black moons collided with the red moon, they burst apart like bubbles. The 9 devour black moons only resisted the red moon for a moment before collapsing completely. As expected of a warlock monarch, this is his true strength. He's really powerful. Yang Feng's face flickered, and the mountain shield suddenly appeared. One mountain range after another appeared and blocked in front of him. When the red moon slammed into the mountain range, it crushed the mountain range one after another. Seeing that the red moon was about to crush the mountain range, 3 black rays jumped out of the void and stabbed at the red monarch from 3 different directions with the fallen angel swords in their hands. Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels. As soon as the 3 fallen angels appeared, the red monarch's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he made a prompt decision to give up the opportunity to seriously injure Yang Feng. The Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels are not the red monarch's opponent one-on-one. But when the 3 of them sneak attack him, if he doesn't deal with them properly, then even someone as strong as the red monarch will be in danger of dying. At this moment, the figure of the phantom ruler appeared behind Yang Feng. Taking advantage of the moment when the red monarch was distracted by the 3 fallen angels, the phantom ruler hovering between real and illusory took advantage of the moment when the red monarch was distracted by the 3 fallen angels to open an eye of illusion, and an illusory ray shot out and shone on the red monarch. The red monarch, who is controlling the tyrannical red moon with the red moon sacred bead as the core with all his strength, trembled slightly, and was hit by the illusory ray. He trembled slightly, and fell into an illusion for a moment. A bright red ray flashed past the red monarch, and he regained his consciousness in an instant. At that moment, the 3 fallen angel swords pierced into the red king's body from 3 strange and tricky angles. "Get out of my way!" The red monarch roared and recited an incantation, and fearsome life force erupted in an instant and sent the 3 fallen angel marshals flying. Yang Feng pressed with his hand, and the ruler magic cube enveloped him in an instant. He took a step, appeared in front of the red monarch, and stabbed at him with his sword. "Die!" The red monarch smiled wildly and pointed at Yang Feng. The red moon suddenly flew out and barreled towards Yang Feng with the weight of a mountain. Boom! When Yang Feng's sword slashed at the red moon, the sword strike that can easily cut down stars and crush moons crumbled inch by inch in front of the red moon. When the invincible red moon slammed into Yang Feng, half of the ruler magic cube armor protecting him was smashed, and the battle demon armor shrouding Yang Feng collapsed and shattered inch by inch. At this moment, the phantom ruler opened its second eye, the Eye of Dreams, and strange dream force shot out of its eye and shone on the red monarch, who is going all out to kill Yang Feng. Shit! The red monarch's face changed greatly, and he was about to cast a spell to withdraw the red moon to protect himself, when he suddenly felt the world spin around him, and he appeared in a distorted, chaotic, and bizarre dream world that defied common sense. Soul Sword. The red monarch extended his hand, and tremendous soul force instantly gathered in his hand and formed a 10-meter-long soul sword radiating dazzling red light. A dignified expression on his face. In the dream world, the laws of reality are not applicable. Warlocks could only use the power of their souls in the dream world. Only warlocks who have analyzed the laws of the dream world and entered the dream world with their fleshly body, or who possess the bloodline of a dream world life form, can exert their full combat strength in the dream world. It's no use. Red Monarch. In the dream world, I am the king of the world. A distorted and blurry figure appeared thousands of meters in front of the red monarch, and a giant hand formed from biscuits, candy, insects, gold, human faces, beast teeth, and other strange things slammed towards the red monarch. Open! The red monarch roared and slashed out with the soul sword in his hand, and a soul sword ray formed from soul force soared into the sky and slashed at the giant hand. Enveloped by the crimson soul sword ray, the 100-meter-tall, strangely distorted hand was forcefully slashed apart by the soul sword ray. After the red monarch slashed apart the giant hand, his body suddenly became a lot more transparent. The most frightening thing about the dream world is that without the bloodline of a dream world life form, the soul force consumed here cannot be replenished. Many warlock monarch rank existences who enter the dream world will be exhausted to death by the low-level dream world life forms. Yang Feng said with a mocking smile, "Your struggle is of no use. How will you replenish the soul force you consumed here?" The incomparably strange phantom dominator appeared once again. The huge hand that was condensed from all sorts of strange existences like biscuits appeared out of thin air. As if mocking, it slapped toward the Red King again. The Red Monarch's face fell, and he made a prompt decision. "Yang Feng, I surrender, please spare my life. I am willing to exchange the entire Red Kingdom for my life." Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Red Monarch, you alone are more dangerous than the entire Red Kingdom. How dare I let you live? You should go to hell." The Phantom Ruler's giant hand slammed down, and the Red Monarch erupted with dazzling red light and forcibly blocked the Phantom Ruler's giant hand. The Red Monarch roared wildly, "I can submit to you and become your subordinate. Now that the Great Tribulation is coming, it will be of great benefit to you to have an additional warlock monarch like me. Spare my life." Yang Feng's eyes were cold and detached. The Phantom Ruler's giant hand squeezed the Red Monarch, crushed him, and erased him from the dream world. Yang Feng looked at the place where the Red Monarch disappeared and said with a cold smile, "Red Monarch, you have a lot of friends, and you even have Warlock Monarch rank friends. If you are still alive, what will they think? Only a worthless dead person will make them feel apprehensive. Before figuring out my background, they won't dare to oppose me. The Red Monarch is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Not only is he extremely strong, but he also has a wide network of people and great potential power. If he doesn't die, his friends and allies will naturally come to help him. But once he dies, his allies and friends will naturally consider whether it is worth it to be an enemy of a terrifying existence like Yang Feng." Chapter 852. A blurry shadow flickered, and Yang Feng returned to the real world from the dream world. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. The Red Kingdom. Unfortunately, that force isn't something I can get my hands on at the moment. After losing the Warlock Monarch rank existence, the Red Kingdom's strength suddenly dropped. It isn't Yang Feng's opponent at all. However, if Yang Feng's legion enters the core world, it will be regarded as a provocation. If he provokes a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence, Yang Feng won't be able to resist at all. He can only give up the Red Kingdom with regret. Yang Feng looked at the Red Monarch's corpse that has lost its soul, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. However, a Warlock Monarch rank body that is still full of vitality, coupled with the many treasures he carries with him, is already a big gain. The Red Monarch's soul has shattered. From the perspective of an intelligent life form, he has died. However, his body is a Warlock Monarch rank body that has been tempered and evolved. It is full of powerful life force. Even though his soul has shattered, he still hasn't died. If a Warlock cultivator nurtures a body that has lost its soul, but its life force hasn't been extinguished yet, like the Red Monarch's body, it can even give birth to a soul and be reborn. However, the soul born from the body won't be the original soul of the body. Instead, it will become a different type of existence according to the choice of the Warlock who nurtured it. Agnipe, the former First Marshal of the 666th Floor's Fallen Angel Legion, looked at Yang Feng with complicated emotions in her beautiful eyes. A Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse died just like that. He's getting scarier and scarier. Beskia's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse died at his hands. The speed at which his strength progresses is really amazing. In the abyss, the strong are revered, and only the strong can obtain everything. The weak can only be oppressed and enslaved. The law of the jungle is a matter of course. When Agnipe was captured by Yang Feng, she wasn't willing to submit to him because Yang Feng wasn't her creator and was too weak. But now that Yang Feng has displayed terrifying strength and slayed a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, he finally won her respect. Let's go. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards a mountain range hidden by a warp gate. For Yang Feng, his top priority is to use the 7-color Aurora Star Stone to unlock Shizu technology and enhance his strength. Yes. The figures of Agnipe and the other 2 marshals fluttered, and they followed Yang Feng towards the warp gate. The Red King was killed in front of her, and even the most unruly Nerissa became well-behaved. In the deepest palace of the Red Kingdom of the Core World, there was a green soul lamp. A glorious sun warlock dressed in a red warlock robe sat in front of the green soul lamp with his eyes closed, comprehending all kinds of mysterious spells. Ka-cha! All of a sudden, a crisp sound came from the green soul lamp, and then the green soul lamp cracked and its light disappeared. The soul lamp cracked. The glorious sun warlock suddenly opened his eyes, turned to look at the green soul lamp, and uttered in a daze, "His Majesty died. His Majesty's soul lamp cracked. His Majesty died. His Majesty died, what do we do now?" The news of the Red Monarch's death spread throughout the Red Kingdom's central Red Monarch city almost in an instant. The warlocks in the Red Monarch city immediately panicked and commented. In the past, the Red Kingdom had the Red Monarch. Even in the Core World, it was a first-rate warlock group with tremendous power and overbearing power. In order to obtain more cultivation resources, the Red Kingdom continued to expand and offended many warlock groups. Among them, there was no lack of warlock groups with infinity warlocks. When the Red Monarch was still alive, he had a wide circle of friends and several warlock monarch rank friends. At the same time, his strength was tyrannical, and he could naturally suppress those who disobeyed him. Now that the Red Monarch died, the Red Kingdom didn't have the ability to obtain such a powerful territory. It was natural for people to panic. The Red Kingdom, in the Red Monarch Palace. In the seat of honor of the Red Monarch Hall, there sits a tall and handsome young man dressed in a warlock uniform with a red moon embroidered on it. In front of the Red Monarch Palace, there sit 7 people. They are the 7 infinity warlocks of the Red Kingdom. The eyes of the handsome young man shimmered with resentment, and he uttered, "Uncles, my father, the Red Monarch, went to deal with the battle demon Sex Yang Feng. Due to carelessness, he was killed. Please avenge my father." The 7 infinity warlocks of the Red Kingdom were silent. The son of the Red Monarch's heart thumped. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Uncles, please avenge my father. Whoever can avenge my father will be the next Red Monarch of the Red Kingdom. I can abdicate in public and give him the position of Red Monarch." As soon as he said this, the eyes of the infinity warlocks shimmered with greed, and then they fell silent in an instant. The eyes of an infinity warlock shimmered with reluctance, and he sighed slightly. "Little Fei, Yang Feng is a monster in the top 3 on the infinity list. Besides, he is an overlord-class powerhouse of a powerful force. He has many experts under his command. The Red Monarch died at his hands. Even if we old bones attack together, I'm afraid that we will only add a few infinity cores to his collection. You should give up on revenge and live a good life." There was a flash of resentment in the eyes of the son of the Red Monarch, and he said solemnly, "My father has countless friends. The Black Crow Monarch, the Great Sun Flame God Monarch, and the Green Sea Monarch are all his good friends. As long as they take action, Yang Feng, who is just an infinity warlock, will die. The Black Crow Monarch is here." A voice suddenly came from outside. Countless black crows hovering between real and illusory flew over from afar, landed in the Red Monarch Palace, and formed a handsome young man dressed in black crow feathers. "Uncle Black Crow Monarch." The face of the son of the Red Monarch turned pale. He glanced at the several infinity warlocks around him and vaguely understood what is about to happen. The Red Kingdom has activated a powerful barrier. Even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse cannot sneak into the Red Monarch Palace without a sound. Evidently, someone with a high position opened the barrier of the Red Kingdom from the inside, allowing the Black Crow Monarch to enter. When he thought of the meaning contained in this, the son of the Red Monarch shuddered. The Black Crow Monarch sighed slightly and said, "Little Fay, I heard about your father. I will take care of this matter for you." An Infinity Warlock stood up and said, "Your Majesty Black Crow Monarch, our young master is young and weak. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for him to preside over the affairs of the Red Kingdom. Please take over the Red Kingdom, so that no one can take advantage of it." The other 6 Infinity Warlocks fell silent, making the heart of the son of the Red Monarch turn cold. The Black Crow Monarch pondered for a while before saying unhurriedly, "Okay. Little Fay, practice cultivation well. When you reach the Infinity Warlock realm, I will return the Red Kingdom to you." The son of the Red Monarch bowed his head and said respectfully, "Yes, Uncle." It didn't take long for the news that the Red Monarch was suppressed to spread throughout the core world, causing a stir. The further along the Warlock path, the greater the gap between realms. Even the Titan demon Lien Wui, who ranks first on the Infinity list, has at most a tie with a Warlock Monarch. The fact that a Warlock Monarch was slain is simply inconceivable. A few days later, the Infinity list was rearranged. First on the Infinity list, Battle Demon Sex Yang Feng. His nickname is Endless Darkness. Battle record, slayed the Red Monarch. The core world, in a different space, there are all kinds of evil gods and wraiths fighting each other. Among the countless evil gods and wraiths, there is a tall, short-haired man engraved with countless mysterious runes and a huge battle axe in his hand sitting atop a 10,000-meter tall skeleton mountain exuding Warlock Monarch rank breath and playing with a magic ball. The man grinned, and his eyes shimmered with crazy fighting spirit. The battle demon Sex Yang Feng? Interesting, it seems that I, Lien Wui, have another interesting opponent among human warlocks. Inside the core world, there was a world that was surrounded by endless lightning, dancing like silver snakes. It was like a lightning hell. A young man with long blue hair and an incomparably handsome appearance had a strange world appear behind him. It was also filled with dancing silver snakes and flashes of lightning that devoured all the lightning around it. The eyes of the young man shimmered with enigmatic light, and he closed his eyes again. Yang Feng slayed the Red Monarch. It seems that he does have some skill. However, since I obtained the Archaic Thunder God's Archaic Thunder God realm, I'm not weaker than him in terms of combat power. In a secret space, a vague figure uttered in a low voice, "He actually slayed a Warlock Monarch, his progress is really fast." The Taboo Imperial Court, in a palace. The Taboo Monarch reclined on the throne, and her beautiful eyes flickered with dazzling light. To be able to slay the Red Monarch, his progress is really fast. My lord's eyes are really sharp. The Star Imperial Court, in a palace. The Star Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said unhurriedly, "He slayed the Red Monarch. The speed at which his strength is improving is really abnormal. How can it improve so fast? And there are no signs of instability in his foundation." As if she has seen through everything, the Star Monarch uttered calmly, "Worlds with a different flow of time. Those are worlds at the junction of 2 or more universes. Time is chaotic and distorted. Only after 2 universes merge will the flow of time return to normal. He should have obtained such a world. However, such a world consumes the most resources. Without enough resources, even if you have such a world, it is useless." Chapter 853. The underground of the Light of Eternity World's royal palace has been opened up into a huge laboratory. In the huge, bottomless laboratory, there is a semi-finished level 5 matter and energy converter engraved with countless mysterious runes and inserted with all kinds of mechanical tubes that look like blood vessels. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the center of the huge laboratory. With a wave of his hand, the 7-color Aurora Star rock flew into the center of the level 5 matter and energy converter. A huge round hole appeared in the center of the level 5 matter and energy converter, and the 7-color Aurora Star rock was sucked in. The various mechanical tubes that look like blood vessels suddenly shone, and a steady stream of power poured into the semi-finished level 5 matter and energy converter. The level 5 matter and energy converter suddenly shone, squirmed, and parts automatically formed and appeared in suitable positions. An hour later, the level 5 matter and energy converter was formed. The level 5 matter and energy converter has been completed. The level 5 technology is being unlocked. Brilliant Star Hunter, a single combat weapon. According to the data in the database, it is evaluated to be comparable to a Glorious Sun Warlock rank single combat weapon with a maximum speed of Mach 300. With the current resources, one can be built in 10 days. Magic Seal Mecha, an external armor. This armor can amplify the Warlock's spirit force and soul force and form various offensive and defensive means. Its output power is limited to the Infinity Warlock rank. With the current resources, one can be built in a day. Dazzling Light Body, a single combat weapon that can evolve. As long as the core isn't destroyed, it can evolve continuously in battle. It can become more powerful. Equipped with a high-grade soul stone, it can mutate and form a soul mechanical body that can evolve. Its initial fighting strength is at the Junior Glorious Sun Warlock rank. With the current resources, one can be built in 3 months. Starfield Battlestar, a primary artillery and 22 secondary artillery. The primary artillery can seriously injure a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Its overall fighting strength is assessed to be at the Infinity Warlock rank. It can defeat an ordinary Junior Infinity Warlock one-on-one. With the current resources, it will take 10 years to build one. Skynet, a comprehensive assessment that it can suppress Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. With the current resources, it will take 100 years to build a complete set. Brilliant Light Emissary, a single combat weapon that wields the law of light. The overall assessment is that it will take 10 days to manufacture a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank weapon with current resources. Interstellar Explorer, a scouting unit. Their flying speed can reach up to 2 times the speed of light, and they can also perform space jumps. They are the most outstanding interstellar scouting unit. The Astral Energy Absorption Shuttle can enter a constellation and absorb its energy. Yang Feng looked at the top battle robots with a scorching shade in his eyes. After level 5 Shizu technology, the top battle robots basically possess transcendent rank battle prowess. However, with my current resources, it seems to be a bit difficult to manufacture them in large quantities. As long as the Shizu's main battle robots had enough energy, they could work day and night without eating or drinking, producing all kinds of powerful war weapons at full power. However, that would require a huge amount of resources. Yang Feng looked at the huge level 5 matter and energy converter with a smile in his eyes. Resources are the most critical factor hindering my development. Should my next goal be the 36 primary material planes or the astral boundary? Once the level 5 matter and energy converter was built, it would be possible to synthesize the 7-color Aurora Star Stone. It would only be a matter of time before he built another level 5 matter and energy converter. However, even with 10 level 5 matter and energy converters, it would be impossible to increase the current output 5-fold, because there wasn't enough energy and matter to convert. There are many powerhouses in the 36 primary material planes, and who knows how many old freaks are hidden among them. Now that human Holy Spirit warlocks are slowly waking up, I'm afraid that the old freaks of the 36 primary material planes are also slowly waking up. Provoking them is simply courting death. As for the astral boundary, only after I manufacture a large number of interstellar explorers can I explore it. At present, the way to improve my strength as quickly as possible is to integrate the resources at my disposal. Yang Feng looked at the huge level 5 matter and energy converter with countless calculations in his eyes. A cool breeze blew, and Yang Feng's body collapsed, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. The Battle Demon Plane, the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters, the floating continent. With a flash of light, Yang Feng landed in the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters and walked towards the depths of the Battle Demon Sect. The Battle Demon Bell Tower was one of the most crucial buildings of the Battle Demon Sect. Once the Battle Demon Bell Tower was rung, it meant that someone wanted to become the Battle Demon Sect's sect master. He was not one of those puppet-like sect masters. Instead, he was a supreme sect master whose words carried enormous weight. In the Battle Demon Sect, there were many experts and factions. No matter which faction it was, they couldn't subdue the other party, which was why a sect master golem was put in charge of handling the secular affairs of the sect, while the other great elders went into seclusion to cultivate and improve their strength. The sect master had no authority to order the great elders. He was just a puppet sect master. However, the true Battle Demon Sect's sect master, whose words carried enormous weight, could use the resources of the entire Battle Demon Sect. At the same time, he could directly issue orders to the great elders. Under these restrictions, the Battle Demon Sect hasn't had a true sect master whose words carried enormous weight for thousands of years. Yang Feng's figure slowly appeared in front of the Battle Demon Bell Tower. A Moonlight Warlock rank elder standing guard in front of the Battle Demon Bell Tower stepped forward and saluted Yang Feng. Shock shimmered in his eyes, and he said, full of peculiarity, "Greetings, Great Elder. The Battle Demon Bell Tower is just ahead. Are you going there?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "That's right." After examining Yang Feng's identity card, the Battle Demonic Sect's elder retreated to the side and said respectfully, "Please." Yang Feng walked to in front of the Battle Demon Bell Tower, picked up a black hammer beside the Battle Demon Bell Tower, and struck the black giant bell. Ding! As soon as the black bell rang, ripples spread across the entire floating continent. Ding! 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 On the floating continent, numerous runes appeared on the ground and in the sky. Phantoms of gigantic black bells suddenly emerged and vibrated continuously. Vast, resonant sounds reverberated throughout the entire War Demon Plain. The black giant bell projection suddenly flew out of the identity cards of the true disciples and above, entered the heads of the true disciples, and the sound reverberated. Except for some hidden danger zones, more than 99% of the Battle Demon Sect's upper echelon heard the Battle Demon Bell ringing. Someone rang the Battle Demon Bell. Who? Who rang the Battle Demon Bell? Who wants to be the true sect master of the Battle Demon Sect? Is it Yang Feng? But isn't he a Bright World Warlock? A Bright World Warlock can't be the true sect master of the Battle Demon Sect. Yang Feng. Only he has the potential to become the sect master of the Battle Demon Sect. But he's just a Bright World Warlock. How can he suppress those Infinity Warlock and Strong Divine Force rank Great Elders? The experts of the Battle Demon Sect were astonished. Streaks of light flew towards the headquarters of the Battle Demon Sect. Many of the Battle Demon Sect's powerhouses have already guessed that the person who rang the Battle Demon Bell is Yang Feng, because only he has the potential to become the true sect master of the Battle Demon Sect. A green figure emerged. Yu Wuxian's personal disciple Jing Xiafeng appeared in front of the Battle Demon Bell Tower. Looking at Yang Feng sitting on the bell tower, her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. It's him. Sure enough, it's him. Isn't he in too much of a hurry? The sect master trial by fire isn't that simple. The other great elders won't let him pass the trial so easily. Although the competition within the Battle Demon Sect is fierce, but the relationship between fellow disciples is also very friendly. However, although the Fighting Demon Sect's great elders welcome Yang Feng to become a part of them, but they may not be willing to see Yang Feng become the Fighting Demon Sect's true sect master and surpass them in status. It's him. It's Great Elder Yang. It's really him. The powerhouses of the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters flew over and stood outside the bell tower from afar, their eyes flashing with enigmatic light. Ding Longjiang looked at Yang Feng on the bell tower with a complicated gleam in his eyes. It's really him. Ding Longjiang was originally the most promising genius to take over the position of the next sect master of the Battle Demon Sect. But once Yang Feng became the true sect master of the Battle Demon Sect, Ding Longjiang naturally couldn't be the sect master anymore, which was a big blow to him. Formidable divine force fluctuations descended from the sky, rays of light shone, and 13 great elders of the Battle Demon Sect appeared outside the bell tower and looked at Yang Feng sitting on the bell tower with a complicated look in their eyes. The 13 great elders admitted that Yang Feng's potential was tremendous, far above theirs. Hundreds of years later, Yang Feng would undoubtedly become the true sect master of the Battle Demon Sect. However, since the last time they met, almost in the blink of an eye, Yang Feng has already rung the Battle Demon Bell and challenged the Battle Demon Sect's true sect master trial by fire, filling the hearts of the 13 great elders with excitement, jealousy, envy, confusion, and other complicated emotions. Not long after, 4 rays of light flew out, landed in front of the bell tower, and revealed themselves. They were the 4 great elders of the Battle Demon Sect: Yu Wuxian, Huang Yihe, Helian Nu, and Eugene Gang. Yu Wuxian and the other 3 were not gods, and could freely travel to many planes. Therefore, the great elders were responsible for guarding the sect, while they traveled to various planes to practice cultivation and develop. Chapter 854. Huang Yihe looked at Yang Feng sitting next to the Battle Demon Bell with a complicated look in his eyes. The Battle Demon Sect master trial by fire, he has grown to this point, that's really fast. At that time, Huang Yihe just wanted to form a good relationship with Shi Shui, which was why he gave Yang Feng a chance. At the time, he didn't expect that Yang Feng would seize the opportunity and rise to the top. It hasn't even been 300 years, yet Yang Feng wants to challenge the Battle Demonic Sect master trial by fire. Helian Nu and Eugene Gang looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Old man Huang really picked up a great bargain. When Shi Shui revealed her superior level 8 soul aptitude, the 4 great elders of the Battle Demon Sect were all present. When Helian Nu and Eugene Gang saw Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian go to fight over Shi Shui, they hesitated for a moment, and didn't intervene. They weren't interested in Yang Feng, and thus left Shi Shui and Yang Feng to Yu Wuxian and Huang Yihe respectively. Now, in less than 300 years, Shi Shui has already promoted to a Bright World Warlock. The Battle Demon Sect doesn't know Shi Shui's true strength, while Yang Feng has begun to challenge the position of the Battle Demon Sect's true sect master. Both of them are dazzling, filling Helian Nu and Eugene Gang with complicated feelings. The eyes of one of the 3 strong divine force rank gods of the Battle Demon Sect's Battle Demon Plane shimmered with a complicated shade, and he said, Yang Feng, you rang the Battle Demon Bell. Do you want to accept the trial by fire of the Battle Demon Sect's sect master? Yang Feng replied calmly, that's right. Xing Rentu said, only existences above the Infinity Warlock rank can serve as the Battle Demon Sect's sect master. Have you promoted to an Infinity Warlock? All eyes were focused on Yang Feng. Infinity Warlocks, known as Almighty Warlocks, are terrifying existences who can destroy a plane and pluck the stars and the moon as if they are nothing. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, many of the 10 great sects only had 1 or 2 Infinity Warlocks in the Zhangji plane. On the Feisua plane, Infinity Warlocks are existences comparable to strong divine force rank gods. For Yang Feng to have promoted to a Bright World Warlock before the age of 300 has already shocked everyone in the Battle Demon Sect. If he advanced to an Infinity Warlock before the age of 300, he would be a freak. Even on the Zhangji plane, where geniuses were as common as clouds and powerhouses were as common as rain, such existences were very rare. I have promoted to an Infinity Warlock. Wisps of Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread from Yang Feng into the surroundings. Infinity Warlock. He really advanced to an Infinity Warlock. As expected of the most powerful genius in the history of our demon-fighting sect. When the upper echelon of the Battle Demon sect sensed the Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, their countenance flickered, and their eyes shimmered with a complicated shade. They have already guessed that since Yang Feng rang the Battle Demon bell, he must have some confidence in advancing to the Infinity Warlock realm. Now that they have seen it for themselves, they are filled with shock. Standing in the crowd, Zhang Hanshan looked at Yang Feng from afar with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she sighed in her heart, has he already promoted to an Infinity Warlock? When Zhang Hanshan was still a Starry Sky Warlock, Yang Feng was just a Great Warlock. However, Yang Feng has already advanced to an Infinity Warlock, while she is still just a Moonlight Warlock. She doesn't even have the slightest confidence in advancing to a Glorious Dawn Warlock. The gap between the two is so big that she can't even arouse jealousy. Xing Rintu said solemnly, the sect master trial by fire is very dangerous. If you're not careful, you might even die. Yang Feng, are you sure you want to take the Battle Demon sect master trial by fire? Yang Feng replied, I'm sure. Without wasting any time, Xing Rintu uttered decisively, okay, then let's go to the Battle God Pavilion. The Battle God Pavilion is located in the deepest part of the Battle Demon sect's headquarters. It is a majestic hall that covers an area of thousands of hectares and is closed all year round. The moment he entered the Battle God Pavilion, he saw a 500-meter-tall evil spirit with a single horn on its head and countless mysterious runes carved all over its body. It had a hideous expression and was covered in a layer of black shell. It was sealed in a strange stone made from the Forbidden Stone's fragments and other substances. Taboo Stone is a product of the Second Warlock dynasty that uses taboo spells and some special arch-god bloodline force. Except for Warlock Emperors and Holy Spirit Warlocks, the other Warlocks of the 8 Warlock dynasties have no ability to refine Taboo Stone. The Battle Demon sect only used some Taboo Stone fragments and other sealing materials to seal the evil ogre in the Battle Demon Pavilion. Yang Feng, this is a Warlock Monarch rank Heavenly Evil Ogre Monarch. It was captured by the founding ancestor of the Battle Demon sect and sealed in the Battle Demon Pavilion. Even though tens of thousands of years have passed and the strength of the Heavenly Evil Ogre Monarch has weakened a lot, but it should still possess supreme Infinity Warlock rank strength. This evil ogre is fierce and cruel. It has a deep hatred for the Battle Demon sect. More than 7 people have died at its hands. Whether it is lifting the seal or sealing it again, it will take a certain amount of time. Once the seal is lifted, it will be difficult for us to guarantee your safety. Xing Rintu stared at Yang Feng and warned with a solemn expression. Yang Feng is the strongest genius in the history of the Battle Demon sect. Although Xing Rintu and the other great elders don't want Yang Feng to become the Battle Demon sect master so early and surpass them, but they don't want Yang Feng to die. As one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Battle Demon sect has a deep foundation and countless information channels in the Zhangji Plain. The information that the Great Tribulation is coming is no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the Battle Demon sect. At this time, the relatively united Battle Demon sect cannot have internal strife. Yang Feng said, with the Great Tribulation coming, there is no retreat. If the Battle Demon sect doesn't consolidate its strength, it will be difficult to survive the Great Tribulation. Xing Rintu hesitated for a moment, and then took a step back and said, how about this, we can establish a Great Elder Council. You will be the chairman. What do you think? Some top warlock groups in the Western world use the Great Elder Council to govern their warlock groups. The power of the chairman of the Great Elder Council is much less than that of the Battle Demon sect's true sect master. But he is still a bigwig with the most authority in the Great Elder Council. Yang Feng said flatly, Great Elder Xing, open the seal. Xing Rentu frowned slightly, then gave a long sigh, silently recited an incantation, took out a Great Elder identity card, and pointed at it. A black ray of light shot out from the Supreme Elder's identity jade token and entered the Battle Demon Pavilion. The other Great Elders took out their identity cards, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at it. One after another, the Supreme Elder's jade tokens flew into the air. Strange runes flew out of the jade tokens and entered the Battle Demon Pavilion. Countless runes appeared on the surface of the ceiling stone mixed with taboo stone fragments, and then the huge stone collapsed inch by inch and turned into specks of light that entered a mural behind it. 36 black rune chains wrapped around the heavenly evil ogre monarch suddenly appeared and shone brightly, and the black rune chains collapsed inch by inch and disappeared. The sealed heavenly evil ogre monarch opened his eyes, and warlock monarch rank might slowly spread from him. The countenance of the battle demon sect's true disciples who only have starry sky warlock rank cultivation base changed drastically, and they activated their defensive spells. Defensive spells shone and protected them. Wisps of evil chi pressed down on the starry sky warlock rank true disciples of the battle demon sect, and the magic shields twisted and shattered like bubbles. The god of wind Zhuge Ding flickered with his finger, and wind whirlpools enveloped the true disciples and formed a wind barrier that resisted the heavenly evil ogre monarch's evil chi. The countenance of the moonlight warlocks flickered, and they stimulated their life force field and set off ripples. They felt some difficulty in breathing. The heavenly evil ogre monarch glanced at Yang Feng with a ferocious glint in his eyes and said with a cold smile, "A puny ant like you came to challenge me?" Evil chi gushed out of the heavenly evil ogre monarch like a tide and swept towards Yang Feng, as if to devour him. All kinds of twisted and horrifying faces filled with darkness suddenly appeared, letting out a series of bone-chilling roars. The starry sky warlocks only heard the strange roars, when their bodies fell into a strange disorder, and many distorted faces appeared on their bodies. Zhuge Ding waved his hand, and green light enveloped the starry sky warlocks and teleported them away from this place. Standing outside the Battle Demon Pavilion, the great elders of the Battle Demon sect looked nervously at the heavenly evil ogre monarch with dignified looks in their eyes. The heavenly evil ogre monarch has the ability to insta-kill any of the great elders here. Even if it is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse, they will be insta-killed if they are careless. Only outside the Battle Demon Pavilion can the great elders of the Battle Demon sect feel a sense of security. Yang Feng took a step forward and appeared in front of the heavenly evil ogre monarch strangely. Primal chaos runes appeared on his body, and he sent a palm barreling towards the heavenly evil ogre monarch. "Stupid fellow, to compete with me in strength, how foolish." The heavenly evil ogre monarch smiled ferociously and slapped his palm backhandedly, and a copious amount of evil chi enveloped him. Human faces, beast faces, ogre faces, and other weird faces fused with the evil chi and turned into a world shrouded in evil chi. Once an infinity warlock is shrouded by this world of evil chi, they will be completely eroded, degenerate, and eventually decay and mutate into a strange, deathly still existence shrouded in evil chi. Chapter 855. In the Battle Demon sect, there are many geniuses and powerhouses. When Yang Feng's palm slammed into the strange world shrouded in evil chi, countless primal chaos runes shone, evaporated, purified the evil chi, tore apart the world of evil chi, and blasted into the heavenly evil ogre monarch's palm. Boom! The entire Battle Demon Pavilion shook violently as a frightening shockwave spread in all directions, violently colliding with the boundary of the Battle Demon Pavilion, causing ripples to form. The heavenly evil ogre monarch's palm bent, his body swelled, and a large amount of black evil blood burst out of the wounds on his body and sputtered in all directions. In terms of strength, the heavenly evil ogre monarch lost. What secret method does Yang Feng cultivate? How come his fleshly body is so powerful? This kind of power is simply too terrifying. Even top body tempering warlocks don't have such a terrifying fleshly body. The spectating upper echelon of the battle demon sect inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly. The heavenly evil ogre monarch is an ogre evil god with tyrannical strength and formidable fleshly body. When human warlocks fought evil gods with powerful fleshly bodies, they generally used all kinds of secret methods and strange secret treasures to suppress and seal the other party. Yet Yang Feng, like a fierce beast, blasted the heavenly evil ogre monarch away. This is simply heaven-defying. Along with flashes of afterimages, Yang Feng, who seems to have turned into an omnipresent existence, barreled towards the heavenly evil ogre monarch from all directions. The heavenly evil ogre monarch's huge body burst apart, and a large amount of black evil blood gushed out of him, dripped on the ground, and corroded the barrier on the ground. Suddenly, the heavenly evil ogre monarch's eyes flickered with evil light, and his eyelids widened, and 5 eyes appeared in each of his eye sockets. From the 12 eyes, pairs of pears shot out the 6 sins evil light, which contained pride, envy, greed, gluttony, lust, and wrath, respectively. Even if it is a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, when swept by the 6 sins evil light, they will instantly split into 6 personalities that will kill each other, and then be devoured by the heavenly evil ogre monarch. When the heavenly evil ogre monarch was in his heyday, when human warlock monarch rank powerhouses were swept by his 6 sins evil ray, they would split into 6 personalities, kill each other, and then be devoured by him. In the history of the battle demon sect, there were several peerless powerhouses who were far stronger than the other supreme elders of the battle demon sect. They came to challenge the heavenly evil ogre king and were swept by the 6 sins evil light. Their personalities were split, they killed each other, and they finally died. Yang Feng has been on guard against the heavenly evil ogre monarch for a long time. When the heavenly evil ogre monarch's 6 sins evil light appeared, 9 devour black moons containing world force suddenly appeared and crushed towards the heavenly evil ogre monarch. When the 6 sins evil light slammed into the devour black moons, the devour black moons blurred and collapsed one after another. It wasn't until the last devouring black moon was left that the strange 6 sins evil light was completely devoured. The last devouring black moon forcefully devoured the heavenly evil ogre monarch, frantically devouring its flesh and soul. The heavenly evil ogre monarch roared wildly, surged with evil chi, and struggled frantically inside the devour black moon like an evil god. No matter how the heavenly evil ogre monarch struggled, his flesh, soul, and all his power were directly devoured by the devour black moon. He first turned into a mummy, and then finally turned into dust and disappeared. Only a warlock monarch rank evil ogre king core remained. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the devour black moon flew back into his body, and wisps of pure life force and soul force returned and nourished his body and soul. He killed the heavenly evil ogre monarch just like that. The heavenly evil ogre monarch, who even supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses aren't his opponent, was killed just like that. When did Yang Feng become so powerful? The great elders of the battle demon sect were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. The heavenly evil ogre monarch is a warlock monarch rank evil ogre monarch. Even though he has been sealed for tens of thousands of years and his strength has been greatly weakened, but he still possesses terrifying strength. The 6 sins evil ray is an innate ability that can slay supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses. For such a powerful heavenly evil ogre monarch to be easily killed by Yang Feng, the eyes of the great elders shimmered with incredulity. Yang Feng turned to look at Xing Rintu and said flatly, "Great Elder Xing, I should have passed the sect master trial by fire, right? Among the 17 great elders of the battle demon sect, Xing Rintu has lived the longest, has the highest qualifications, and is the strongest. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian have advanced to the infinity warlock rank for a shorter period of time. In terms of reputation and status, they can't compare with Xing Rintu." A complicated look in his eyes, Xing Rintu saluted, "Greetings, sect master." "Greetings, sect master." All the upper echelon members of the battle demon sect present saluted Yang Feng and acknowledged his identity as the battle demon sect master. Huang Yihe looked at Yang Feng with excitement, joy, and at the same time, jealousy in his eyes, and a smile on his face. Sect Master, my disciple has become the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master. Haha, how unexpected. To think that he can become the Sect Master of the Battle Demon Sect. As soon as Yang Feng ascended to the throne of the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master, he began to integrate his forces with the Battle Demon Sect's forces. The Battle Demon Sect is an ancient force that has existed for tens of thousands of years. In addition to the Grade 4 plane, the Battle Demon plane, it also controls 3 Grade 4 planes, 10 Grade 5 planes, 30 Grade 6 planes, 176 Grade 7 planes, 321 Grade 8 planes, and 574 Grade 9 planes. The Battle Demon Sect had spent tens of thousands of years constantly exploring the astral boundary and fighting with powerhouses from other planes. They had fought with their lives on the line to obtain these planes. It is because of the Battle Demon Sect's expansion into the astral boundary that the probability of Infinity Warlocks dying is extremely high. After Yang Feng entered the Battle Demon Sect, there were only 4 Bright World Warlocks. This was because the Battle Demon Sect's Infinity Warlocks have just died in a foreign expedition, leaving only the Great Elders who have already transformed into gods. After Yang Feng became the Battle Demon Sect's Sect Master, countless Shizu robots entered the Battle Demon Sect's planes and frantically mined resources day and night. Amidst the mechanical roars, all kinds of rare resources from various major planes were continuously dug out and sent to the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. The Battle Demon Sect's resource income suddenly increased by hundreds of times. In the light of Eternity Plane, the various resources Yang Feng plundered from the Battle Demon Sect were poured into munitions factories to produce dazzling light units, dazzling star hunters, magic seal mechas, dazzling envoys, and other advanced weapons. The Battle Demon Sect has been exploring the astral boundary for tens of thousands of years and grasped countless secrets of the astral boundary as well as many planes with life forms. However, due to their lack of strength, they can only maintain their current sphere of influence, unable to go to war easily. Yang Feng assigned a large number of 5th-generation battle robots and 4th-generation battle robots to the Battle Demon Sect's true disciples who like to fight and had them attack the planes with resources in the astral boundary. Above a Grade 7 plane, there is a Star Destroyer Battlestar, an interstellar carrier, and 36 frigates of various models anchored. In the starry sky, countless experts of the eagle-winged ghost race, who had extraordinary wisdom and a pair of eagle wings on their backs, were crazily fighting against the Type 2 Undyings. Their faces were ferocious like ghosts, and they had special runes engraved on their foreheads. The Type 2 Undyings have a strong undying nature. No matter how the eagle-winged ogre powerhouses attack, they recover from their injuries almost instantaneously. The densely packed eagle-winged Devilman clan powerhouses rushed up and engaged in close combat with the Type 2 Undyings. Countless blood fragments fell from the sky and sprinkled on the ground. Eagle-winged ogre monarch, surrender. Submit to the Battle Demon Sect, and you eagle-winged ogre will have a way to survive. Standing loftily in the void, Zhou Feng looked at the 50-meter-tall eagle-winged ogre monarch standing in the deepest part of the eagle-winged ogre territory and said flatly, "The eagle-winged ogre race will never yield." The eagle-winged ogre monarch roared, runes appeared on its body, and it flapped its wings, completely integrated with the law of wind, and disappeared. In an instant, the eagle-winged ogre monarch appeared behind Zhou Feng and sent a claw swiping at him. A beam of black light descended from the sky and flashed past the eagle-winged ghostly king at an extremely terrifying speed. It finally landed beside Zhou Feng and revealed itself. A 10-meter-tall Type 3 Undyings covered in black armor holding a 10-meter-tall God Slayer blade appeared beside Zhou Feng. The eagle-winged ogre monarch's body split apart and turned into countless fragments that scattered down, turning into a corpse. Zhou Feng pointed with a finger, and a hurricane suddenly appeared, swept the corpse of the eagle-winged ogre monarch, and put it into a storage treasure. What a fearsome golem! This kind of combat power is far beyond that of ordinary moonlight warlocks. Only a fully armed glorious dawn warlock can suppress it. The most frightening thing is that there's more than one of these golems. Zhou Feng looked at the Type 3 Undyings with a complicated look in his eyes. With a thought, black light shone, and 9 Type 3 Undyings suddenly flew over from afar and appeared beside him, their eyes flashing with cold, cruel, and emotionless electronic red light. Chapter 856. In the astral boundary, a fleet consisting of a Star Destroyer Battlestar, an interstellar carrier, and 36 frigates was sailing towards a Grade 7 plane. They're here. The beasts of the Battle Demon sect are here. Let's do it. Wipe them out, don't let a single one of them escape. On a celestial body that the fleet must pass through, the eyes of several strange-looking existences flickered with strange runes as they peeped at the fleet tens of thousands of kilometers away. Countless extraordinary life forms have gathered on the celestial body and formed an army of extraordinary life forms. Evidently, they are preparing to ambush the Battle Demon sect's fleet. Suddenly, the Star Destroyer Battlestar's secondary artillery flashed, and a dense rain of energy beams slammed into the celestial body. The dense army of extraordinary life forms was directly penetrated by the energy beams and turned into fragments that scattered on the ground. Damn it, we were discovered. How can this be? We are clearly tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other, so how did they discover us? Traitors, there are traitors among us. The leaders of the powerful extraordinary life forms all had looks of terror on their faces as they roared madly. An astral extraordinary life form that looks like a snake covered in black scales and shrouded in mist stared at the fleet in the distance, gritted its teeth, and roared, "Kill them. As long as we can kill them, everything will be solved." Astral life forms were born powerful, and by relying on their fearsome power to rampage through the world, they were generally simple and crude. They could be easily tricked by human warlocks. However, there were also some astral life forms that were not only powerful, but also far more cunning than human warlocks. They were the most difficult to deal with. These astral life forms were clearly not one of them. Do it. Eat them. The eyes of the powerful extraordinary life form leaders flickered fiercely, and they issued sharp howls, and ripples spread towards the celestial body. A dense crowd of extraordinary life forms flew out of the celestial body, turned into dark clouds, and rushed towards the Battle Demon sect's fleet. The Battle Demon sect's fleet was obviously prepared. It fired while retreating. Under the calculations of the optical computer, countless beams of light accurately bombarded the transcendent life forms, harvesting their lives. This is the secret grasped by the sect master. This kind of secret treasure is truly frightening. My Battle Demon sect has such a terrifying secret weapon of war, there is hope for our sect to prosper. Zhang Hanshan sat in the captain's room of the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship, looking at the holographic projection of the battlefield, her heart filled with joy. On that planet, there were extraordinary creatures from several planes, as well as some astral race forces that were wandering in the astral plane. In the past, if the Battle Demon sect wanted to defeat this force head-on, it would have to mobilize at least 3 Glorious Sun Warlocks, 10 Moonlight Warlocks, and a large number of Starry Sky Warlocks and Great Warlocks to form a Warlock Legion. Besides, even if they defeated the other party, they would suffer a lot of losses, and may even lose Moonlight Warlocks. But now Zhang Hanshan, commanding a fleet, can slaughter the extraordinary life forms of the several forces unscrupulously. With the starship's terrifying mobility in ultra-long range, it can kite the extraordinary life forms of the several forces until they are dead. This is the first time that Zhang Hanshan has experienced such an easy battle of conquest. A transparent figure flew over from afar and flew towards the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship without setting off any ripples. Decapitation has always been a favorite method of extraordinary life forms with formidable individual strength. When the transparent figure came within 10,000 meters of the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship, the numerous secondary artilleries outside the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship turned, flashed, and fired countless energy beams barreling towards the transparent figure. Countless runes appeared on the transparent figure, and a 10-meter-tall freak covered in a black carapace with 4 arms, each of which holds a black spear, a sword, and a black shield, and exuding glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly appeared. The black shield flickered with flowing light, and a layer of flowing light condensed from countless strange runes enveloped the black shield. When the dense rain of light slammed into the shield, it distorted slightly and deflected to the side. The black shield deflected most of the power of the energy beams, and the remaining small part of the power wasn't enough to pierce through the black shield. The glorious sun warlock rank freak is extremely fast. Blocking the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship's secondary artilleries, it flickered and approached the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship. Sitting on the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship's bridge, the corners of Zhang Hanshan's mouth rose slightly, and she uttered with a light smile, "A glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse, you really think highly of me." If it was before, a moonlight warlock like Zhang Hanshan, even if she is a true disciple of the battle demon sect, would only be able to flee when she encounters a glorious sun warlock rank freak. If she is sneak attacked by a glorious sun warlock rank freak, she will be in danger of dying. But at this time, Zhang Hanshan was sitting in the captain's room, extremely calm, without the slightest fear, and casually pressed a button. An opening opened on the hull of the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship. A green, 10-meter-tall dazzling light unit with 4 electronic eyes on its rhombus-shaped head and countless runes engraved on its body, exuding soul fluctuations, and a green, 10-meter-tall dazzling light unit with blades of different lengths on its joints, appeared. As soon as the dazzling light units appeared, there was no sound of an engine starting. They blurred, and then strangely appeared in front of the glorious sun warlock rank freak and slashed at the freak, leaving afterimages behind. The armored monster also mercilessly swung its weapon at the dazzling light unit. The dazzling light units didn't block in the slightest. Letting the carapace monster's blade slash at it, the dazzling light units were blasted apart. The green saber lights slashed at the carapace monster's body, cutting off 3 of its arms and shattering more than half of its carapace. With a flash of black light, the freak regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The freak sneered, "Humph, reckless thing, you want to compete with me in terms of regeneration and defense." Golems are just golems, they have no brains. In an instant, the dazzling light unit and the freak suffered heavy losses. The freak had to admit that the dazzling light unit was powerful. However, the freak couldn't help but feel proud that the dazzling light unit was destroyed by the freak. Green light shone, and the remains of the dazzling light unit quickly fused together. With a flash of green light, it was reborn in front of the freak. How can this be? How can it recover so quickly? The armored monster was dumbfounded. Streaks of green blade shadows swallowed it completely. After dozens of breaths of time, the glorious sun warlock rank freak was chopped into countless pieces, and wisps of pure soul force were absorbed by the dazzling light unit, making it more powerful. The dazzling light unit was a special kind of battle robot with undying characteristics and could evolve continuously. The perfect form it could evolve into was the Dazzling Ruler, which was an ultimate weapon of the Shizu like the Devourer and the Phantom Ruler. At their peak, the Shizu only had less than 20 Dazzling Rulers. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to produce Dazzling Rulers. However, each perfect form Dazzling Ruler had a very important position in the Shizu. A Dazzling Ruler could basically suppress a star system. The hull of the Star Destroyer battle robot opened, and 10 Type 3 Undyings suddenly flew out and swept towards the extraordinary life forms like a tide, commanding countless modified 4th-generation battle robots. The multi-armed Black Armor King is dead. How is that possible? Zhang Hanshan is just a moonlight warlock, how could she kill the multi-armed Black Armor King? That's impossible. Seeing the glorious Sun Warlock rank freak killed by Yang Feng, the leader of the extraordinary life forms felt a chill in his heart and cried out. The gap between glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks is huge. Even a Moonlight Warlock from a major sect like Zhang Hanshan has no chance of winning against a glorious Sun Warlock rank freak. Even among glorious Sun Warlock rank freaks, the multi-armed Black Armor King was at the top. For him to die now is simply shocking. Virtually in an instant, the Type 3 Undyings led countless battle robots to rush into the midst of the extraordinary life forms. Under the attack of the modified 4th-generation battle robots, the extraordinary life forms suffered heavy casualties, and blood flowed like rivers, disappearing almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 hours later, the corpses of countless extraordinary life forms appeared in the cold and distorted astral boundary. The 6 Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life forms were slain by the dazzling light units one by one. After wiping out the huge army of extraordinary life forms, countless robots flew into the astral boundary and began to clean up the battlefield and collect the corpses of the extraordinary life forms. The corpses of extraordinary life forms are a huge fortune. In the Zhangji Plain, countless warlocks need the corpses of these extraordinary life forms to carry out various experiments. Chapter 857. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. As soon as the white balls entered the huge rift, they opened up and formed time nodes. Along with flashes of light, infinity warlocks and powerhouses above them flew out from the floating continents occupied by the 6 warlock imperial courts. Once a warlock emperor rank powerhouse is provoked, even if the 6 warlock imperial courts join forces, they still won't be their opponent. At most, they will be able to injure them a little. Sitting in a large base in the light of eternity, Yang Feng looked at the other universe's base with enigmatic light in his eyes, and he issued an order. The black-armored warriors are extremely powerful. They are locked in battle with the Starry Sky Rippers, and the casualty ratio between the two sides is almost 1:1. The giant handful of eyes slammed into the magic barrier set up by the Time Monarch. Each time it slammed into the barrier, it collapsed and turned into dust. Shortly after, the powerhouses of the 6 warlock imperial courts, led by the 6 monarchs, appeared in front of the huge rift. Yang Feng looked at the weird insects with a dignified shade in his eyes. This is resource recovery. In other words, as long as the other universe has enough resources, they can become stronger and stronger. In a head-on battle, 10 time monarchs aren't the opponent of a great holy step powerhouse. But the time text is an Empyrean-grade secret method for no reason. It records a powerful sealing secret method. With the Time Monarch and dozens of Infinity Warlocks coupled with Time's secret treasures, even a great holy step powerhouse will find it difficult to break this sealing secret method. The Transcendent Monarch frowned slightly and fell into silence. Even if all the powerhouses of the 6 warlock dynasties join forces, coupled with their Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can only contend against a warlock emperor rank powerhouse whose soul has decayed and power has been exhausted to the extreme, making it very difficult for them to act. Crack! Crack! Behind the Time Monarch, dozens of Infinity Warlocks recited incantations and pointed with a finger, and magic light entered the time nodes and strengthened their power. The Transcendent Monarch's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "That universe has Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, and our universe also has Warlock Emperor rank geezers. Wouldn't it be better to open this rift and let the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses on the other side come over and fight the other race powerhouses?" The Taboo Monarch stepped forward and led the Taboo Imperial Court's warlocks to set up a second seal. Waves of incomparably powerful energy came out from the crack and bombarded the seal, causing ripples to form on it. Without any hesitation, under Yang Feng's order, the most powerful elite legion under his command gathered, and the huge mechanical legion formed from countless 4th-generation battle robots flew towards the base of the other universe's powerhouses with the momentum of empty. The powerhouses of the 6 warlock dynasties could only stay in front of the huge rift and reinforce the seal of the huge rift. In the center of the dust storm, the huge meteor with a diameter of 10 kilometers opened and revealed honeycomb-like holes. Warriors covered in black armor jumped out of the holes, opened their mouths, and absorbed the life magic energy of the light of eternity plane. The black-armored warriors turned around, ejected long blades from their hands, and suddenly rushed towards the starry sky rippers. With a flash of light, the Time Monarch's figure fluttered, and he disappeared. The Time Monarch looked at the huge rift and said unhurriedly, "This is a universe rift that connects two universes. We must seal this rift for the time being." Otherwise, the energy level of the other universe is much higher than that of our universe, and there are also Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses guarding it. Once they attack us without any scruples, we will be in danger. A voice full of confidence and bewitching intent came from the rift, and wisps of great holy step holy might spread from the rift. The 6 warlock dynasties have Empyrean-grade secret treasures and Holy Spirit warlocks. But even if they have Empyrean-grade secret treasures and Holy Spirit warlocks against a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, they will be defeated without any suspense. The fusion and devouring of the universes has begun. Countless white balls shone brightly and formed a time net with the time nodes as the center. The law of time. The Time Imperial Court's Time Monarch. The universe you belong to is destined to wither and become resources for the evolution of our universe. Time Monarch, you are a rare talent. Surrender. As long as you serve our universe, you may become an Empyrean step powerhouse in the future. Every Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse of the Battle Demon sect took a fleet to conquer known Grade 6 planes and expand their forces in the astral boundary. Grade 6 planes and above generally have Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses or Intermediate Divine Force rank gods guarding them. With the current strength of the Battle Demon sect, it will take a lot of effort to deal with them. Moreover, the Battle Demon sect has explored many Grade 6 planes and found that they have Infinity Warlock rank forces backing them. Once they attack a Grade 6 plane or above, it will be equivalent to breaking out in a fight to the death with a powerful force. As soon as the big hand covered in strange eyes entered the time node, it was as if it was constantly being eroded by the river of time. It suddenly aged and decayed, and countless strange eyes withered and turned into ashes. As soon as the strange insects flew onto the battlefield, they absorbed the remains of the black-armored warrior, and then flew towards the hive. A huge hand, condensed from magic and covered in countless strange eyes, suddenly came out of the depths of the rift. With wisps of terrifying holy might, it fiercely grabbed towards the Time King. The Tsangji plane is the only super grade 1 plane that human warlocks have discovered so far. It is a powerful plane that has given birth to eternal sovereigns and the 8 warlock emperors. It began to awaken slowly, and life magic energy pervaded the air. Under the influence of the plane's origin will, the various hidden treasures began to reveal their traces due to some coincidences. The Taboo Monarch uttered coldly, "Those Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have awakened, but our Lord has yet to return. If they order us to submit, then should we perish together, or submit to them?" A huge rift suddenly appeared outside the starry sky of the Heart of Eternity plane, and a pitch-black meteor with a diameter of 10 kilometers suddenly flew out of the rift and fell towards the Heart of Eternity plane. Along with a loud noise, the black meteor fell into a forest in the Heart of Eternity plane, exploded, and set off a terrifying storm. The Time Monarch uttered decisively, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have decided to live or die with the universe I was born in." After the fierce battle lasted for a quarter of an hour, the 3,000 starry sky rippers were wiped out, and 4,000 plus black-armored warriors were slain. After the Tsangji plane absorbed the little bit of crystal light, the entire plane was filled with powerful life magic energy, and its energy rank increased almost all the time. Let's begin. Looking at the huge rift that suddenly appeared in the starry sky, mysterious runes appeared in the Star Monarch's eyes, and a dignified look appeared on her pretty face. Her figure fluttered, and she flew out of the Star Imperial Court and flew towards the huge rift. The engines of 3,000 starry sky rippers roared, and they suddenly flew out of a nearby warp gate and shot towards the black-armored warriors like meteors. Boom! Boom! Some ancient warlock emperor rank powerhouses have survived until the modern era in this way. As if attracted, more than 50% of the crystal light fell into the Tsangji plain. Boom! After the crystal light disappeared, a huge rift appeared in the starry sky of the Tsangji plain, the Feisua plain, the Heart of Eternity plain, and other planes. The Time Monarch silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and white secret treasures flew out of his hand and flew towards the huge rift. Under the impact of the terrifying force, the huge rift cracked open bit by bit, and the rift grew bigger and bigger. After the Time Monarch set up a magic barrier, he immediately stepped aside. These soldier-grade warriors have great warlock rank life force fields, and they're still slowly improving. Are they analyzing the laws of this universe? The great saint-level expert's cold and gloomy voice came out from the huge crack. Humph, stubborn native monkey. Sure enough, killing you all is the right choice. Without becoming an eternal sovereign, even if it is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, their soul will decay under the scouring of time, and they will eventually die. Suddenly, the sound of eggshells shattering rang in the universe. As if something has broken, crystal-like light shattered and turned into specks of light that scattered towards the various planes of the universe. The Time Monarch looked at the huge rift in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes and whispered, "The Great Tribulation has officially begun. I wonder how many people can survive the Great Tribulation this time." However, warlock emperor rank powerhouses have heaven-defying means. If they really don't want to die. If they don't want to die, they can use taboo stones to seal themselves and use all kinds of weird methods to avoid the scouring of time and live until the modern era. After the fierce battle, a large number of strange flying insects the size of cows and goats with mouthparts and huge bellies flew out from the hive. The Transcendent Monarch, the Death Monarch, the Star Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch led the warlocks of the various warlock dynasties to use secret treasures to set up layers of seals on the huge rift. Chapter 858. A Star Destroyer Battlestar appeared in the void, and a beam from its artillery capable of slaying Bright World warlocks barreled towards the other universe's base like a divine punishment. The other universe's beehive-like base suddenly flashed, and countless black plates flew out and formed a huge black shell. When the Star Destroyer artillery's beam slammed into the black shell, it was distorted by a strange force and slammed into the ground, blasting open a huge hole in the ground, and countless gravel splashed. When the terrifying shock wave hit the other universe's base, it couldn't harm the other universe's base in the slightest. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. 90% of the power has been neutralized. Only 10% of the power has been absorbed. As expected of a universe with a higher energy level than this universe. According to Yang Feng's analysis from the data of the Shizu, the energy level of the universe where the Shizu and the world of warlocks were originally about the same, even half a level lower. However, the energy level of the universe that is about to merge with the world of warlocks is much higher than that of the world of warlocks. The upper limit of power that a high-energy level universe can hold is much higher than that of a low-energy level universe. Generally speaking, the level of civilizations bred by a high-energy level universe is much higher than that of a low-energy level universe. The reason why the fusion of a high-level universe and the universe of the world of warlocks is a great calamity for the life forms of this universe is that the other party is extremely tyrannical and despair-inducing. A moment of carelessness, and all life forms of the world of warlocks will become slaves of the higher civilization of the other universe. The life forms of the two universes are now in a state of irreconcilable enmity. Only when one side kills the other side's powerhouses and completely dominates the other side can the fusion be realized. An infinity warlock like Yang Feng already belongs to the upper echelon of the world of warlocks. Even if he wants to rely on the life forms of the other universe, he will most likely be killed by the other party and become resources for the other universe's advancement. In the void, a blazing sun battlestar slowly emerged, its artillery flashed, and a beam capable of slaying an infinity warlock slammed into the beehive-like base. Layers of strange black light appeared above the beehive-like base, filled with a strange, smooth, distorted force field. The beam from the blazing sun battlestar's main artillery pierced through the warping force field, tore apart a layer of the base's black armor, and then blasted into the ground and blasted open a bottomless hole. The power of the main cannons of the Scorching Sun interstellar warships can destroy a small part of the defense of this base. However, according to the defense of this base, over 10 Scorching Sun interstellar warships will be required to destroy such a base within a short period of time. Yang Feng stared at the base covered in a black carapace in the distance, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. Black blood vessel-like tubular objects ejected from the damaged part of the base covered by the black carapace, intertwined, and shone with black light and formed a new black carapace. Yang Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Amazing, such a strong self-healing ability. This kind of enemy is indeed troublesome. The energy level of the plane where the Light of Eternity plane is located isn't low, nor is it high. The rift that appeared in the starry sky of the Light of Eternity plane isn't big. As such, the existence that flew out of the rift naturally isn't a fierce character in the other universe. For such an enemy to be able to withstand the bombardment of the blazing sun battlestar's main artillery is simply terrifying. With a thought from Yang Feng, a starfield battlestar in the shape of a pyramid appeared in the void. An incomparably resplendent beam of light descended from the sky and blasted towards the black beehive. In an instant, it pierced through the layer of strange, smooth, and distorted force field outside the beehive and blasted into the black beehive. The black beehive was swallowed by the beam of light in an instant and exploded, and countless fragments sputtered in all directions. Black rays of light flew out of the black beehive and flew towards the starfield battlestar. The black rays of light are soldiers with black wings on the back, covered in black armor, and wielding pike-like pikes. Moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power diffused from the soldiers in black armor. Yang Feng looked at the black-armored soldiers and narrowed his eyes. Moonlight warlock rank powerhouses, they are soldiers. They are the soldiers of the black beehive. The ones I saw before were just sappers. Once they entered the Moonlight Warlock realm, they were transcendents. In the universe of the world of warlocks, Moonlight Warlocks were already transcendent rank powerhouses with a lofty status. They were the backbone of the major forces. The birth of a Moonlight Warlock was a major event for a warlock group. The number of black-armored soldiers flying out of the black beehive was more than 100,000. 100,000 Moonlight Warlocks, this tremendous force was simply terrifying. Even the Battle Demon sect's Moonlight Warlocks added together didn't exceed 5,000. Among the 100,000 black-armored soldiers, there were also 5,000 strange soldiers in green armor, who exuded glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power. Among them, 300 soldiers in silver armor exuded bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. Among the 300 silver-armored powerhouses, there were 20 existences covered in gold armor exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. When the power of the black beehive erupted, even someone as strong as Yang Feng was shocked. Before Yang Feng entered the core world, the power of the black beehive was enough to make him suffer a great deal. In the void, a huge fleet consisting of 1-star sector-level battlestar, 6 blazing sun battlestars, 24 star destroyer battlestars, 20 aircraft carriers, and 365 frigates appeared. The huge fleet shone brightly, and countless energy beams barreled towards the hive soldiers like a tide. Under the bombardment of the dense net of light beams, black-armored soldiers and green-armored soldiers were blown up from time to time. The 20 infinity warlock rank powerhouses covered in gold armor were enveloped in a gold force field. When the countless energy beams slammed into the gold force field, they were distorted, unable to harm the 20 infinity warlock rank powerhouses. The doors of the warships opened, and a swarm of 4th-generation battle robots rushed towards the other universe's soldiers like a tide. The huge mechanical torrent collided with the other universe's powerful legion. Boom! 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 The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. When a large number of fourth-generation battle robots came into contact with the other universe's black-armored soldiers, they were destroyed and turned into fireworks that fell to the ground. However, the fourth-generation battle robots under Yang Feng's command number in the hundreds of millions, and they are fearless and ferocious. Under the command of the 20 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses in gold armor, the other universe's powerhouses pierced through one defensive line after another. But there are still many powerhouses who died under the siege of the Mechanical Legion. The components of the Type 2 Undyings that were destroyed flew back one by one and automatically repaired themselves. Then, they immediately threw themselves into battle like monsters that couldn't be killed. It's time. Do it. When Yang Feng saw the other universe's powerful legion pierce through the defensive line formed by 24th generation battle robots, he ordered coldly. A huge group of 1 million 5th generation primary battle robots, consisting of brilliant star hunters, dazzling light entities, and brilliant envoys, suddenly appeared. Led by the three Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Agnipe, Nerissa, and Beskia, as well as the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Yu Yen, Yu Tianling, Alexia, and Seabass, they rushed towards the other universe's legion. After being baptized by the artillery fire of the fleet and besieged by the fourth-generation Mechanical Legion, the strength of the other universe's legion has been reduced by about 20%. When the three Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Agnipe, Nerissa, and Beskia attacked, 3 fallen angel swords slashed 3 junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and insta-killed them. The other universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses immediately formed 3 groups of 3 and fought fiercely with Agnipe and the other 2 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. None of the other universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses is an opponent of Agnipe. But after the 3 of them joined forces, they formed a strange resonance, and their strength increased sharply. Each of them is equivalent to superimposing the power of the other 2, and they forcibly blocked a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse like Agnipe. The other universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses also formed a formation of 3 and fought fiercely with Yu Yen and the other Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and they vaguely gained the upper hand. However, when the huge 5th-generation battle robots composed of brilliant star hunters, dazzling light units, and brilliant light emissaries charged into the other universe's legion, the other universe's legion suffered heavy casualties under the siege of the Mechanical Legion. The brilliant star hunter moved like a ghost. One after another, afterimages flickered, and the black-armored warriors were chopped into countless pieces. Illuminated by the light controlled by the brilliant light emissaries, the fragments were purified and turned into ashes. The dazzling light bodies frantically slashed at the silver-armored warriors of the Otherverse, chopping them in two in a suicidal manner before they could react. Chapter 859. Caught off guard, more than 70 of the 300 Bright World Warlock rank silver-armored powerhouses were killed at once. Before they could repair themselves, the glorious emissaries' light of purification slammed into their corpses and purified them. Countless hidden mistwalkers suddenly turned into mist, and an endless mist enveloped the battlefield, blocking the communication and perception of the other universe's warriors. The mist of the mistwalkers is still eroding the power of the other universe's warriors. Inside the mist, the perception of the other universe's powerhouses is deprived, and their strength drops by a notch. Inside the mist, under the guidance of optical computers, brilliant star hunters appear and disappear mysteriously and slay the other universe's warriors. The 100,000 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses who luckily escaped from the hive have suffered heavy casualties, with a large number of powerhouses dying at every moment. Retreat. The complexion of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse covered in glittering gold armor flickered, and he roared. Although the other universe's powerhouse spoke the language of another universe, but thanks to the analysis of the Level 5 optical computer, the meaning of the word was easily parsed. Warlocks have all kinds of strange means. One of them is called alien language analysis. As long as you cast this spell, you can parse any alien language you don't understand. Only some alien languages full of mysterious law power cannot be parsed by this spell. Since the language the other universe's powerhouse used doesn't contain any extraordinary power, it was naturally parsed by Yang Feng's Level 5 optical computer network in an instant. At the other universe powerhouse's command, rays of light shone, and the other universe legion's powerhouses dispersed. Displaying all kinds of strange powers, they turned invisible and disappeared. Suddenly, the gold armor of the 17 Infinity Warlock rank gold-armored powerhouses split open, and 17 figures flew out, twisted, blurred, and disappeared. Exuding Infinity Warlock rank power, the 17 gold armors fought with Agnipe and the other Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, only slightly weaker than before. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Seeing that things aren't looking good, he immediately retreated. This kind of enemy is really troublesome. Yang Feng was most fond of enemies who fought to the death without retreating, who confronted him head-on and were ultimately killed by him. Those cunning enemies who ran away when they couldn't win were the most troublesome. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong place to log in. If this was any other place, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but this is one of my lair. You actually dared to come to my lair. How can you leave alive? Yang Feng willed and issued an order, start the Skynet. In the mountains, plains, deserts, and oceans of the Heart of Eternity world, strange radar-like machines extended out. From the countless radar-like machines, strange rays of light suddenly shot out in all directions. In an instant, the entire world of the Heart of Eternity was enveloped by that strange light. Enveloped by the strange light, the laws and power of the entire world of the Heart of Eternity were controlled and reconstructed by the strange light. This is the pinnacle Level 5 Skynet. The Level 5 Skynet can change the laws of heaven and earth in this area and extract all the power in this world for its own use. Originally, with the resources at Yang Feng's disposal, it was impossible to establish such a Level 5 Skynet. However, after integrating the behemoth that is the Battle Demon sect and using the huge amount of resources accumulated by the Battle Demon sect, Yang Feng was able to establish Level 5 Skynet in several key locations in one go. Strands of strange ripples spread out in all directions, and the already invisible Otherverse black-armored warriors suddenly appeared. The figures of brilliant star hunters and dazzling light units flickered and slayed the other universe black-armored warriors. As the strange ripples surged, green-armored warriors and silver-armored powerhouses appeared. The strange ripples set off by the Skynet wrapped around the Otherverse soldiers like ropes, making them feel as if they were carrying mountains on their backs, and their movements slowed down by several times. Hundreds of dazzling light units rushed towards the group of green-armored warriors and silver-armored powerhouses. Only by slaying Glorious Sun Warlock rank green-armored warriors and Bright World Warlock rank silver-armored powerhouses can the dazzling light units evolve rapidly. Slaying Moonlight Warlock rank black-armored warriors has little effect on the dazzling light units. Go to hell. Eyes shot with blood, a silver-armored Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse grasped a 20-meter-long silver scythe and brandished it, and countless silver blade rays slashed at the dazzling light bodies. The dazzling light units activated their energy shields. When the silver blade rays slashed through their energy shields, they slashed open huge holes in the outer armor of the dazzling light units. Rays of silver light flashed, and the dazzling light body quickly repaired itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. One dazzling light unit after another slammed into the scythe net formed by the silver-armored powerhouse's scythes. The dazzling light battle blades collided with the scythes and were blasted away. After the hundreds of dazzling light entities were knocked away, 8 dazzling light entities took advantage of the moment when the silver-armored powerhouse's power weakened. Two dazzling light entities brandished their dazzling light battle blades to parry the attack of the silver-armored powerhouse, while the other 6 dazzling light entities took the opportunity to slash at the silver-armored powerhouse, severely injuring him. Under the frenzied siege of hundreds of dazzling light units, the silver-armored powerhouse was finally cut into countless pieces, and most of his power was absorbed by the dazzling light units. Besieged by the dazzling light units, the silver-armored powerhouse was killed by the dazzling light units. As soon as the black-armored warriors appeared, they were insta-killed by the brilliant star hunters. Through the analysis of the level 5 optical computer, Yang Feng quickly made a judgment: the strength of a dazzling light unit is equivalent to that of a green-armored warrior, while 100 dazzling light units are equivalent to that of a silver-armored powerhouse. Fortunately, I integrated the resources of the Battle Demon sect. Otherwise, even if I could defeat the other universe's powerhouses, it would be difficult to wipe them out. Besides, I would have lost a lot of strength. The strength of each 5th-generation battle robot was comparable to that of a glorious Dawn Warlock, which was equivalent to that of a transcendent rank powerhouse. If any 5th-generation battle robot went to a grade 7 plane or below, it could become an invincible existence and crush any resistance. If a 5th-generation battle robot went to Earth, it could suppress all the resistance of Earth's people. Despite how powerful the 5th-generation battle robots were, they required a huge amount of resources to build. If Yang Feng hadn't taken control of the Battle Demon sect and mobilized countless resources from the Battle Demon sect, he wouldn't have been able to manufacture 1 million 5th-generation battle robots in such a short period of time. From the Skynet system, a series of ripples were constantly activated. The ripples kept stacking up until they strangely stacked up to the 36th layer. The void twisted, and a 2-meter-tall man with a green rhombus crystal embedded in the forehead, a horn on the head, an extremely handsome man with purple hair exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly appeared. As if there are ropes wrapped around the purple-haired man, he struggled frantically, but he couldn't break free. As soon as the purple-haired man appeared, 16 men and women with different hair colors, a horn on the head, and human-like bodies, but without the rhombus crystal embedded in the forehead, suddenly appeared. Each of them exuded bright world warlock rank life force. However, the Skynet is so powerful that it can even suppress warlock monarch rank powerhouses. As for these infinity warlocks and bright world warlocks, they can't resist the chains at all. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade: an infinity warlock and 16 bright world warlocks. This is the true strength of this nest. However, after equipping the gold armor, their strength can increase by a great realm. High energy level space civilizations are really extraordinary. The further one goes on the warlock path, the more difficult it becomes. In the Zhangji plane, even if a bright world warlock obtains a level 9 secret treasure, it is difficult for them to possess infinity warlock rank battle prowess. However, the other universe's bright world warlock rank powerhouses can use the power of the strange armor to easily break through the realm barrier and possess infinity warlock rank battle prowess. This is simply heaven-defying. The 7-color rose garden's garden master flew over from afar and pointed with a finger, and petals suddenly flew out, entered the other universe's powerhouses, and sealed them one by one. Ripples spread continuously, and the black-armored, green-armored, and silver-armored powerhouses were all taken out and locked. Then, they were besieged by 5th-generation battle robots. After a dazzling light unit slayed 5 silver-armored powerhouses, it suddenly trembled slightly, and a strange crystal appeared on its forehead. The dazzling light unit suddenly expanded, and countless runes appeared on the dazzling light unit, exuding a queer aura similar to that of an intelligent life form. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he showed a smile. It evolved. The first bright world warlock rank dazzling light unit, not bad. When it evolves to the infinity warlock rank, it can evolve into a primary dazzling ruler. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.